Good morning, everyone. Honorable guests, speakers, colleagues, and students. Welcome to the International Conference of Conceptual Practices, Pedagogy, Research in the Art, Design, Creative Industries, and Cultural Heritage. This is Christine from the Department of Art and Design, and I will be the MC of today. On behalf of the department, housed under the School of Humanities and Social Science, at our Hang Seng University of Hong Kong, we welcome you all to this international conference. So this conference aims to investigate how conceptual practices are shaping pedagogy and advancing knowledge in our field. We are delighted to bring together different scholars, experts, and practitioners across the globe to share ideas, innovations, and insights. There will be 2 keynote speeches and 15 paper presentations organized in 4 different panels. Speakers will cover a wide range of contemporary issues, including creative education, interdisciplinary collaboration, user experience design, public art, cultural heritage, digital humanities, and many more. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to first invite our school dean, Professor KK Tam, to give a warm welcome for the conference. Please join me in welcoming Professor KK Tam.
Good morning, everybody. And maybe for international participants, it's not morning. It may be in the afternoon or midnight in some other places. But anyway, let me welcome all the participants to this conference. Our art and design, the Department of Art and Design is a new department, but our colleagues are established colleagues. They are not new to the field. And our students are making very good progress in the program. And they have participated in exhibitions, and our colleagues are also very active. They also participate in exhibitions with very good achievements, recognized not only locally, but also internationally. And as we know, the university is supporting art and design and is going to expand and to have more programs. Right now, we have 2 undergraduate programs related to this area, and we have a postgraduate program, but we are going to expand and have more postgraduate programs. And so in terms of teaching, it's very important, not just for our students in art and design, but also for the whole campus and for Hong Kong as well. As we know that there are other art departments in Hong Kong, in other institutions, but their approach may be different from us. Sometimes they focus in very narrow areas with very good achievements, of course, but we tend to take an integrative approach in our programs. So our colleagues are from different sub-areas in art and design, and they work very well as a team. And I have seen the exhibitions, I've seen the works of students. I have also participated in many lectures and seminars organized by the department. But today I see a book which is going to be launched. I'm not going to tell you the content of the book, which chronicles all the achievements of our colleagues and students. I'm very pleased to see the work chronicled in a book, well produced, very nicely produced. And so talking about art and design, I remember when I was an undergraduate student, I minored in fine arts at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And I studied not just theory, history, but also I took a lot of courses in painting, in Chinese painting, Western painting, and other courses related to production. Very often we had a question, how can creativity be taught? I majored in literature and I minored in fine arts. And my roommates always make fun with me saying that I major in reading about in Chinese, they have a Chinese, which I don't know how to translate into English. 主秀睇古仔，副秀畫公仔。So I was majoring in reading stories, reading about characters, reading about people, and I minored in painting people, painting characters. And so I always had the question, same as my fellow students, I always had the question when I was young, how can creativity be taught? And we also asked our teachers how creativity can be taught, how people can be made creative. But later on, as I grow up with more experience, I learned many different methods of how to teach creativity. And of course, when I see our colleagues, see their curriculum, see the achievement of students today, I believe that they're genius in art, in creative work, but creative work can also be taught. And there are certain methods to teach creativity. And so today, we'll listen to many papers discussing about conceptual practice and pedagogy in art and design. So we'll learn a lot from our colleagues, from our participants about how creativity can be taught. Thank you very much. And my congratulations to the successful organization of this conference, especially on the Labor Day. So we have different Labor Days in different parts of the world. In the United States is September, but here the International Day is in May. But anyway, this is a very good effort of the Department of Art and Design, and congratulations to the head of the department, Professor Desmond Hui.
Thank you very much, Professor Tam. And without further ado, we would now invite our first keynote speaker, who is our founding head of the Department of Art and Design, as well as the conference convener. Professor Desmond Hui, please.
Good morning, Dean Tam, honorable guests and fellow delegates to the Conceptual Practice International Conference on Research and Pedagogy in Art, Design, Creative Industries, and Cultural Heritage. It is my pleasure to greet you all as convener on this Labor of Love Day. Concept and practice are two important precepts for the rationale and underlying philosophy of teaching and research of art, design, creative industries, and cultural heritage in the Department of Art and Design at the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong. The two terms are also dialectically positioned to educate two different but equally important knowledge and skill sets in the professions: management and creativity. The etymological meaning of concept stems from the Latin conceptum, something conceived in the mind as a notion or idea. Can you help move next? Yeah. Okay. Next, please. Okay. Either as abstract objects or mental representations, concept also differentiates from idea as more refined as a notion, transformed beyond spontaneity and individual origination through collective analysis. Practice, on the other hand, stems from the classical root of praxis, to do, to act, to apply, from theory and concept. The relationship between the two, as explained by Vitruvius, a Roman architect and engineer, and one of the first authors on the subject in his famous treatise on architecture. Next, please. Practice, I quote, is the frequent and continued contemplation of the mode of executing any given work, or of the mere operation of the hands for the conversion of the material in the best and readiest way. Theory is the result of that reasoning, which demonstrates and explains that the material route has been so converted as to answer the end proposed. Vitruvius then carries on saying that an architect perfectly fit to be recognized for his aptitude would be one that is good in both theory and practice. The actual Latin words that Vitruvius used for this context, in fact, were fabrica for practice and ratiocinatio for theory. And scholars ever since have been trying to explain what they are and how they relate. The matter becomes even more complex when Vitruvius introduces more terms later on, such as, next slide, significat, explanation, and significatur, work. The three elements of femmitas, utilitas, and venustas, elegantly translated as firmness, commodity, and delight by Sir Henry Wotton in the 17th century. And the 6 principles of design and beauty, ordinatio in Greek, taxis, dispositio in Greek, diathesis, eurythmia, symmetria, decor, and distributio in Greek, oikonomia, which roughly mean order, arrangement, eurythmy, symmetry, propriety, and economy. To give you an example, an 18th century Vitruvian scholar, Berardo Galliani, summarized these principles and the hierarchy in a diagram in 1758, which, if you look carefully, might not help much in shedding more light in their meaning or raison d'etre. As the first theoretician, Vitruvius, of course, has plenty of critics. The first and foremost was the Renaissance humanist guru, Leon Battista Alberti, who criticized him of confusing the concepts by mixing up the languages of Latin and Greek. Now, I do not intend to indulge on this debate, but simply to alert us all to the history and evolution of the subject matter of our symposium today. That concept and practice, much as they are relevant to the discussion of design and the creative arts as the fundamental principles, owes to this delineation of ideas and arguments to which we might from time to time return for reference. To situate the argument within our institutional context, this exposition on concept and practice as a model for research and pedagogy should be relevant not only to the creative and humanistic disciplines, but also to the practice-based professions such as business and management, as it is our intention to marry the two in our curriculum. With the support of the university, our colleagues who come from different academic and professional backgrounds have collectively published an anthology of essays explaining their own research or teaching as described by the theme of conceptual practice. Next, please, which is the book the Dean was referring to early on. The production and distribution of the book is done by Nives Edizioni from Italy, and it is now available as print on demand, as well as in the major art bookstores in Europe and North America. We are very happy to present the book to all delegates of today's conference and look forward to publishing the results of the presentations in the conference as volume 2 of the Conceptual Practice series. In this connection, I would also like to introduce some friends online who are our collaborators and exchange partners. The first is Professor Shin, Director of the PhD program at the Graduate Institute of Creative Industries of the College of Management of Shin University in Taiwan. Professor Shin, you want to say hello?
Thank you so much, and I'm so honored to be in this conference and learning from all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for attending. The second is Professor Huang Wenshan, Head of the Department of Landscape Architecture at the Furen Catholic University, who will be organizing a similar symposium as ours in 2 weeks' time in Taiwan, and has kindly invited me as a keynote speaker. So, Professor Huang, are you around? Okay, I saw her before, but somehow she might have stepped away. So maybe later on, if she comes back, we would meet her later, all right? So I suggest all of us to continue to connect with this network afterwards. And returning to the theme of our conference today, as organizer, I'm indeed very glad to have received our delegates' submissions of papers on various topics related to our core, which would be categorized as follows. What constitute concept and practice in your discipline? How does concept and practice inform or influence each other? Examples of recent research and pedagogy experimentation. And are there any international or local considerations? And we have grouped the presentations into 4 sessions, as described by Christine, and with 3 to 4 papers each, divided between the morning and afternoon. And about half of the delegates will present their papers in person, while the other half online. So I look forward to an exciting day of exchange of ideas on concept and practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor He. So now we would like to start our first panel discussion with half of the participants joining us online via Zoom and half of them being in person here. So now may I first invite Professor Aaron Chiu from National Tsinghua University in Taiwan. And his title for the presentation will be Interdisciplinary Strategy and Conceptual-Based Practice of Virtual Archive, a cultural analysis on Achieve for Life, experimental by ETAT in Taiwan. Professor Chiu, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure if I can share my my PowerPoint, but at this moment, it seems my computer has a technical problem. Anyway, let me share my again. Okay, so can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you for having me in this wonderful conference, and I apologize for not being able to join all of you on site. And today I'm going to present my research outcome entitled Interdisciplinary Strategy and Conceptual Best Practice of Virtual Archive, a cultural analysis on archive and alive experimental by ETAT in Taiwan. And the title of my paper consists of 3 important elements, which are interdisciplinarity, practice-based art research, and ETAT, this organization. So the first of all, I would like to share my concept of interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary means to me is that the interaction may range from single communication of ideas to the mutual integration of organizing concepts, methodologies, procedures, epistemologies, terminologies, data, and organization of research and education in a fairly large field. That means we have to put them in a balanced way and see how they can interact with each other. And then second element is called practice-based art research. And this idea is also known as artistic research or artistic inquiries. It's made is a mode of inquiry that combines creative practice with research. And it is an approach to knowledge creation that is rooted in the creative and artistic practice and seeks to generate new understandings, insights, and knowledge through the practice of art making. So sometimes we can see that this kind of practice-based art research involves the use of the artistic method, techniques, and processes as a means of the generating and exploring new ideas, concepts, and perspectives. And it often involves the creation of the artwork and other creative outputs as a way of the testing and exploring these ideas as a way of the communicating the result of the research to others. And then third topic that I would like to explain is ETAT. ETAT should be pronounced as a That means they try to express the artistic creation in the digital culture. So ETAT was founded by artist Huang Wenhao in 1995 to explore all possibilities, especially in art creation and the idea and the process of the production in digital culture. And ETAT's organizational mission is to blend concept and practice in the cooperative working environments and objectively observe and reach out to various communities in the contemporary art and techno art field. So for the past 30 years, ETAT has presented a unique characteristic of Taiwanese landscape and the figures through different art form and perspective. And our organizational goal is to contemplate the connection within Taiwan and between Taiwan and the world. So ETAT hopes to hope that their practice can be widely acknowledged around the world and in Taiwan right now. So they initiate and today I'm going to share 2 projects entitled Archive and Alive, initiated by ETAT. So what we are thinking is that how can a performers create experiences that we will remember, even if we did not view it on site? How can people understand this specific piece of the history with their absence? No matter how vivid the image or narration are, it's very difficult for people to have a feeling of the empathy and to immerse themselves in the venue, conveying the strong sense of the rhyme. Hence the question as to how we can preserve a performance venue. For example, its space, its music, lighting effects, and performance in a way of capturing its essence. So through a conceptual project, understanding the theme of the archive and alive, the idea ATAT proposed that the purpose of the archive serve not only the conceived object, but also to keep alive the artistic energies residing within itself in the contemporary time. So the first example is Liu So Yao's solo dance shape 5.5. And we adopt some digital technologies, and the project is to dedicate to apply contemporary digital technology to the methodological construction and R&D of the non-material archive technique concerning performers' body movement. So Liu Shouyao's Shape 5.5 was performed in 2014, and which is very meaningful and thought-provoking implication from the single narrative structure. But after 10 years, we try to restore the dancer's body's language with digital technology, which create immutable digital narrative experiences for spectators. So the both analysis of the Shape 5.5 and its application in performance design and artistic creation would be impossible without 3D stereo view of the dancer's body movement recorded with the SWAP panorama technology. So given the existing logic of the art exhibition and the current schedule of the technological R&D, this project not only integrated the archive body language with the archive generated personal digital narrative, but also involved the technique of the archive display, aiming to experiences with the technique and discursive design regarding how a performance is exhibited. And sorry. And we assume that apart from collecting existing objects, this archiving technique can be applied to comprehensively and objectively preserving work from different periods of embodied language that have not been systematically handled by the other archiving techniques yet, so that we can channel unprecedentedly vigorous energies of the art into our archival display with the new technology of data restoration and preservation. And the technological experiments is divided into several stages. The first stage is the Seng reconstruction, because the on-site performance was 10 years ago when we initiated this virtual archive project. So with the assistance from the Body Fresh Studio in 2018, 8080 and Liu, the performers, spent nearly 6 months reconstructing Shape 5.5, including the stage, lighting, projection, and the music of its 3 parts, as well as the rehearsal, recording, panoramic view editing, and VR interface making. And then second stage is called multi-angle recording of the dancer and the stage setting. We implement several cameras, including an 8K 316 degrees cameras above the stage, and 4K 3 and 16 cameras downstage, left and right side, and also upstage left and right side, and 3 4K 2D cameras on the ceiling and the downstage left and right side. So the multi-angle recording can be create what we so-called panoramic stage and a bird eye view for the spectators. And then the third stage is called video production. So given the very limited time for recording and the impossibilities of simultaneously monitoring the 8 cameras, so 8080 and Liu record the bodily performance and improvisation in Shape 5.5 for 4 times. And the final presentation is in the VR form. So in the VR area, the spectator can interact with the certain phrase of the performance that they choose and then present virtually. So we also create a concept museum of art, and that can be exhibited very specifically for the spectators. And we also display some documents when we create this very practical based research project. So here comes a very, maybe it's a minute of the image from the VR area. So we can see that Liu work on the stage, and then begin to perform. That his piece was performed 10 years ago. So after 10 years, he has to think how to kind of rebuild his own bodies, and based on the whole body conditions 10 years ago, and then perform on stage again for the recording. Okay, so let me get into the second case first. The second case we call the Xiaohe project. The very original project is called New Vision Yuen Theater Automatic Marionette Project, Xiaohe project, and it features the human performers, human dancers, and the puppets, giant puppet controlled by a control panel above the stage, side by side. And after the certain days of the Xiaohe, the artist Huang Wenhao determined to make a new piece of the art concerning the digital double of the dancer to memorize Xiaohe. So this research is briefly demonstrated the steps of the virtualization of the Xiaohe project. So in the aspect of the technological experiments, the first stage is to do the body scanning. Before the test of the Xiaohe, we invite her to present and then perform in the lab. So the step included body scanning, modeling, material adjustment, including the surface simulation of the spatial materials such as eyeball, hair, clothing, etc., and region with the body and face, light sources and reflection calculation, object and 3D environment simulation, hair and muscle dynamic simulation, etc. So we also scan the giant puppets controlled by the mechanical panel simultaneously. And then second step is to capture the motion and movement. As we know, the live performance on site is quite different time by time. So the use of the motion capture technology allow the model to perform actions, measuring, tracking, and recording the motion trajectory of the digital objects in three-dimensional space. The optical system works by tracking position makers or 3D features, and then combine the collected data into proximity movement of the actors. And then the third stage is to do the scene construction. So here we also divide into 5 steps of the building a model, which are image information capture and single scene construction, scene linking, repairing, and mapping. And the stage scenes of the automated marionette VR project is a block stage without scene and props, as well as lighting change and projection animation required by the prop. So the very last step is sound and image production for VR. So after the above the materials are prepared, the following up procedure is including transition, stabilization, pacing, restoring, rotations, and 3D audio and VR audio. So this piece is still ongoing. So we can see that the whole very preliminary scene construction with the digital double was performed in this still image. So to conclude my practical-based research here, we can see that as a concept of the archive and alive, these two pieces exhibit multi-perspective horizon in virtual archiving. And I came up with the 3 responses to those two pieces. The first is that different from the traditional moving image, This project, the project not only gave the permanence to the imagery elements, but also opened up the new possibilities for multiple screens and pro images with the assistance of the digital technologies. For example, in Liu's VR set, we can choose different things and we can choose different phrases of the improvised performance on VR area. And the second part is that dissimilar to the conventional function of the cinematographic machine. This experimental work allowed the spectators to discuss its charm from multiple perspectives and indulge themselves in the immersive sound field. And finally, distinct from the common agenda shared by the work of the video art, this project granted the spectators' preferences-based options. And then the second point here is that when we talk about immersing into the archive and then time shift appreciation, and we can see that this project enabled the spectators to admire its aliveness virtually in different time space and invite them to consciously get involved in this event with their bodies and things and then senses. So there was no such things as a perfect angle of admiring this work when the spectators entered this machine image performance and roam the venue. So the project highlighted the characteristic of the database-based performance that transform performance into archive, so that the people no longer miss any piece they want to see. And in this project, technological media produced the illusion of the presence. I call it liveness, and it did not really present to the body on site, but vividly show them the human bodies, objects, and things in the way as if they were present at that very moment. So that is my very brief research outcome and share with the all guests here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chiu. We'll have the Q&A section by the end of the first panel. So audience, if you have any questions, feel free to mark it down or type it in the chat box for the meanwhile. So our next presenter is Mr. Kenneth Wong, who is the founder of People, Ideas, Culture from Malaysia. And his presentation topic will be From Margin to Spectrum, a critical analysis of queer art representation in spectral synthesis 1 and 2. Mr. Wong, please.
Hi, everyone. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you, and thank you very much for having me here. And I'm Kenneth Wong from Malaysia. I'm going to present to you from Margin to
Kenneth, the PowerPoint seems to be loading at the time. Yes, now it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So the title of our paper today is From Margin to Spectrum, critical analysis on queer art representation in spectral synthesis 1 and 2. So to set the same page to all of us and to lay the ground, I just brief what is the Spectral Synthesis 1 as the first proclaimed LGBTQ art exhibition in Asia, which co-hosted by Samprat Foundation and the Museum of Contemporary Art in Taipei in 2017. So there are around 50 artworks that rendering itself to the art history and issues that are related to pan-Chinese LGBTQ community post-World War II. And the curatorial framework has touched upon from identity, equality, oppression, and etc. Well, 2 years later, then you have this in Bangkok Art Culture Center towards the end of 2019 as well. It's about the COVID outbreak time. So the title is Exposure on Tolerance, LGBTQ in Southeast Asia, which is also very much focused on Southeast Asia context, especially on the human rights and equal justice. And the exhibited works have 3 times the numbers of the first iteration in Taipei, with more women and non-binary artists, and also focus much on the trans community as the subject as well. So my research question is that what are the potential limitations across the spectrum of queer art representation in both spectral synthesis, and what are the divergences between the queer art formation in Taiwan and Thailand, and whether thus spectral synthesis accounts for the specificity of the local context and history of LGBTQI+ activism in the region as well. To familiarize with us for the keyword, then these are some of the quotes from the fellow scholars, and right on the giant's shoulder, then I would say queer somehow recognize the ambiguity, fluidity, non-conformist and discursive character of it. And for Asian queer or queer Asian, then obviously there's a gap of queer theory between Asian and Western, and which will reflect the locality, especially on the social and historical context, because for the West tend to be more liberal, while the Asian context often tied up with the colonial history and legality. And queer art itself is malleable yet fragile. It's an idea that struggles within itself. And I follow the interpretation of Jonathan Case and Ansel, which are very much focusing on the queer biography and the queer themes, as well as the sexual difference as their theoretical frameworks. And I have loosely excluded the definition by David Gessie and Alpesh Cantilla, because for me, their interpretation is much opaque and broad, because they have included the abstract art, algebra, graffiti, street performance, that somehow very much focus on the performativity and the radical presence of it. And these are the 3 criteria that how I frame my paper as a form of visibility politics. And on the aspect of the aesthetics and politics of a representation, I would say spectral synthesis is more important about artists' queer tactics and also their infectious concepts. So it's really the contested space between the subject, representation of the subject, and the self-representation itself. And as we acknowledge as well, the queer presence is a discursive one. It's really about how often queer art is being named, defined, and referenced as well. So spectral synthesis, what we deem as a marginal, could be seen every 2 years in the public art institution, and in a more extensive scale, Asia or Southeast Asia. Such critique, the presentation may cliche, but the chance to seize it in such setting is very rare to come by. And these are the methodologies that I formulate in my paper. And I will say that there's a limitation that I only focus on the visual art and not intended to dive further on the performance art. And I have also no intention to investigate and compare other forms of queer art narrative and the representation after spectral synthesis 1 and 2, because somehow these 2 exhibitions have kept set the cornerstone, and other queer art representation in the individual or independent art spaces, of course, flourish after that as well. So let us familiarize with some of the context of queer art and queer politics development in Taiwan since 1990. There's a cohort of diaspora intellectuals that returned to Taiwan in early 90s that have graduated in feminism, lesbian and gay studies, and etc. So queer as a term have been first appeared in the Al Margin magazine in 1994. It replaced the Tongzhi term, which carried more on the Semners and Conrad, the origin from Hong Kong actually. And queer not only attempts to subvert the heterosexual monopoly, but also act as a legitimacy sense of homosexuality as well. And queer art and queer politics in Taiwan have carved up the complexity of the gender sexual subjectivities. And these are the timeline that I have extracted from the catalog of spectral synthesis 1, and I have highlighted specifically just on the visual art itself. Then the names that I highlighted in yellow, of course, is quite well known internationally as well, especially the Chanchuli is the one that exhibited 3x6x6 in Venice Biennale in 2019. And then you can see how the association and the collective being formed as well. And up to 2010, we can witness how the Thailand government are being supportive. For example, at Farms exhibition have been materialized in Berlin, overseas, with a sponsorship from National Culture and Arts Foundation. While locally, in Taipei City, you have project of Jinjin in 3 individual independent art spaces that's supported by the Department of Cultural Affairs, Taipei City government. And in 2014 onwards, then we can see the emergence of the young curators and artists co-assist that have been curated their very first queer art exhibition co-assist, then later on with second and third series and so forth. For example, the title Death at Daybreak, I Perish When You Close Your Eyes, and etc. And the recent one was in 2012 as well in Thailand Fine Art Museum. And Ku Kwang Yi in 2015 is the first one that won the first prize in Digital Art Awards Taipei for his queer art project, the Felicial Modification about the oral gay sex. And Wang Junjie, as the current director of Taipei Fine Art Museum, also has his project of Project Rose in 2015 as well. And in 2017, of course, you can see more artists participated as gearing towards the fight for the same-sex legalization in Taiwan. That's why you can see more artists join the alliance to respond to the issue as well. And now we move on to Thailand. Thailand somehow is much silent in the early 90s. They are more focused on the political agenda. And as we academics in queer studies as well, of course, we are very much well informed about the assistance of the Sexualities, Genders and Rights Conference they held in Bangkok in year 2005, because that set the cornerstone for the intellectual movement in localizing the queer narrative within Asia. Because during the time, even between the neighboring Asian countries, we are not so much well informed about what the other countries is doing. So this somehow depicted the colonial intellectual pattern that was taken place before. And as we see Thailand, the jargons that used to describe the local gay and LGBTQ culture in the early 1960s. So for example, Katoi in describing transgender, king and queen for the gay top and bottom, and Tom and Dee for lesbian, butch and femme as well. So this kind of a local linguistic autonomy, actually, it did indicate to us such fabricated vocabularies of the Thai queer culture reveal a high degree of a local autonomy. And because of the unpredictable and always changing of the political scenario in Thai government, that's why the local activists have somehow put more effort to lobby for the changes in media representation. And under pressure of the Anjari lesbian group in 2002, homosexuality is no longer being classified as a mental illness. And in 2015 as well, the Gender Equality Act was being enforced to ban discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation. And towards 2018, the Civil Partnership Bill had been drafted. Of course, nowadays it's still under the parliament debate. And only in early 2000s, according to Brian Curtin, then the sexuality-themed art exhibition are developed from there. Hence, we can see the pioneer who kicked off this kind of provocative movement actually is Om Papyrus for his photography project. And later on, in another 10 years as well, then we can see him reappear again for his the Igina project. And of course, another popular international Thai artist now is Korakrit Aranun Nonchai as well. And Sudapon Taja is a special case because she herself is a heterosexual female, but she jumped onto the core because it's in memory of her deceased gay friend as well. And before Spectral Synthesis 2 took place, Museum Siam actually as a public art institution also held a queer art exhibition called Gender Illumination. They showcase the personal belongings of the LGBTQI+ community, especially the transgender community. And also the good news is that there's a collaboration between Thailand and Taiwan as well through the collaboration on diversity via nature, religion, gender, or art in 2018 as well. And after combing through the timeline of the art history, the queer art development, and etc., then I decided to move on with the in-depth interview as well. And these are the 20 art personnel, be it curator, artists, activists for both countries as well, mainly based on their role, gender, the city they live in, seniority as an artist, and also the variety of mediums to give a more wholesome picture of both spectral spaces. And the interview took place in November 2020 until May 2021. So I just draw some of the key discussion analysis here. Spectral Synthesis 1 is curated by independent curator Sean Hu, and Spectral Synthesis 2 is by institutional curator and former director of the BACC, Mr. Chavichai. And the table 1 in the following slide will show you how different artworks engage in their dialogue and how the space mediates such communication as well. And I would say such curation have responded according to the social metrics that connects art with the ongoing public affairs during the time. And spectral synthesis have transcended the limitation of art institution and the social demand if we claim that curatorial is the manifestation of the art politics. In terms of a curatorial methodology, spectral synthesis very much focus on pan-Chinese Asia, post-World War II was their time period selected, and they have conducted the extensive field trip, studio visit, and etc. And eventually they employed spectrum of light as the rainbow. That's why the name of spectral and photosynthesis come out to showcase the wide spectrum of the LGBT community as well. And 3 years later, then BACC in Thailand, of course, focused much on the Southeast Asia as an improvement for the first version as well. There's not much clear distinction of the creation period and the timeline, but they have deployed the discourse that very much focus on the gender diversity and how the interplay of individuals within the society in Southeast Asia. And in terms of the visual output in the display section, of course, Spectral Synthesis 1 have first determined this, have open call and source for the artists, and later on, based on the collection, then they have decided to have these 5 subsections. And the difference from the Bangkok one is that BACC somehow have determined the 7 subsections, then only they start to open call the artists could contribute respectively. In terms of politics and aesthetics of the representation, I will highlight a few of the artworks that I'm personally interested. For example, you have Hong Kong artist Seng Young. Muted Situation is the video art that showcased the muted chorus that took out the music note, that we can only see the light sound of the body movement and the breath as well. So that somehow indirectly imply the struggle voices of the LGBTQ community as a minority in the society. On the other hand, we have a China artist, CRD, so depicting his work of a struggle, sexual desire, intimate stories, and especially during the oppression of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. Then back to Taiwan, we have Ho Chi Minh's Men's Hall. He has collected a series of interviews and naked body painting workshops with the local LGBTQI community since 2014 as well. And though there are a few negative comments to say that the first version is very much gay dominated, and some of the works are recasting the Western canon with the Asian protagonists. For instance, Wang Junjian's Passion and Zheng Yixing's Olympia have somehow mimicked the German film Curiel and Edouard Manet's Olympia. And Ming Wong's Singaporean artist Life and Death in Venice, of course, is modeled after the Italian cinematic classic Death in Venice. And for Spectral Synthesis 2, I've handpicked some other broader narrative. For instance, Hari Rinjang's Welcome to My World is a narrative about the trans babysitter during his childhood tea. And No Strangers is by the non-binary Thai artist Anuwat Apikmongkon in South Thailand as well, to depict opponent Orji Singh. And another controversial one is the Papyrus short video Underage, which investigated on the child prostitution in Thailand. Personally, I found it is not problematic if the artist selection of first version is Pan-Chinese, because it's mentioned clearly in the curatorial statement and also explained through the interview with the Shonpu as well. And it's also because this is how Patrick Seng, as a founder of Sunpride Foundation, grew his collection until he set up the foundation for a broader mission in 2017. And the selected artist has touched upon on the self-identity, human body, race, media culture, and vernacular aesthetics for both versions. And for the interviews, I have broken them into 5 sections to structuralize my interview questions with them. So here are some of the quotes. So the first question is view on spectrosynthesis 1, before, during, and after. While the boxes one with the thicker outline actually is my own observation and remarks. So instead of seeing from the point of view of pure art, they will rather see it in the context of gender diversity and diversity in general. That also show that the limitation of museum as a public institution, they're subject to public censorship. For instance, the video work Underage by Papyrus have somehow been replaced because there's a complaint from the Children Welfare Organization, because his work have showed the face and the names of these children. And second question is more on the artist's consistency of works outside of spectrosynthesis. So that means most of the works were not framed under pure art before spectrosynthesis, but there are something which is overlapped, such as sex, body, assistance, memory, prejudice, representation, and etc. And it's also evident that for career convenience and the societal prejudice over the decades, only the younger artists are willing to deal with the queer subject more bluntly. Hence, Ho Chi Minh was considered very exceptional in his epoch. And the third section is more on their understanding of pure art. Not much pure art exhibition held in other museums after that, except for survival of the exceptional by co-assist curatorial team in early 2021, which is already 3.5 years apart. Just to clarify, is the pure art exhibition in public art institution. Of course, since spectrosynthesis 1 in Taipei, there are much more vibrant pure art exhibition in individual independent art spaces as well, and also commercial game. And for spectrosynthesis 2, Mr. Chavichai, as the institutional curator, his pointer on historical and cultural influence has also suggested to me that his ambition in emphasize the tradition or existence of LGBTQI+ has arrived earlier before the term of queer sneak in from the West. And queer art may evolve like a trend as well that will fade away once the equal rights have been garnered, just like feminist art or women's rights in the first place. So one day queer art may longer refer to LGBTQI art specifically, but more towards the art forms and representation that have been discriminated against in the institutionalized art institution, galleries, and art fairs. There's a fantastic quote that packed up together as an Asian of different nationalities about. So just like the underlying analogy of Stitch in Time by Filipino artist David Mandela, which just deceased a year ago. And I'm also more inclined towards the ethics of not disclosing the children's names and faces when we talk about the Papyrus book. Of course, then Brian Cutting have their stance as well. This is what we mean. We want to show something which is controversial, that seen as a suppressive form for queer in the queer speaking. Then the first section is more about their involvement in queer politics in real life outside of spectrosynthesis. And many are aware that the power and influence of queer as a trend and commodity, but I really hope that they can accept it, but it's just as a starting point of engagement. Such phenomena should divert into a more profound and meaningful conversation. And also reaching out to the overseas artists for regional collaboration is a healthy way to grow the artist's career. This will continue the queer art aspiration and grooming the regional bonding and activism in the long run. That's why we see the collaboration between the Thailand and Taiwan as well. This is how Coexist has grown gradually as well. And artists and NGO advocates are just waiting for the right moment to use art as an instrument, and the influence is vice versa. And it's also motivating to see how Sudhapontaja and Ankrit Acharya Sofon, as hetero artists, will also advocate for the LGBTQI+ rights. So there needs certain degree of a democracy maturity in Thai society to do so. And on their view on the relationship between the queer art and the queer politics as a last section, then I found out when the queer art is a trend, there's a boom of a queer artist or creation. The worry is that when the trend is over, will the same artists continue the journey as their activism and advocacy? And also throughout the interview and conversation, I would say Shatin and Su Yu are the two artists who deeply reflect their true meaning of queer and queer art. In a sense, they have caught the queer importance of challenging the institution and pushing the boundary of others' tolerance and perceptions. And art is politics, and politics art both go hand in hand as well, depending on who sees in it. And each has a different take on whether to classify the art representation as queer art, LGBTQI art plus, or better not to have such discourse taking along as well. So to sum up, there's another spectrum within the spectrum of the LGBTQI artist community in appreciating queer art and understanding queer politics. So come to conclusion, the end of this paper is to investigate and roadmap the queer art development in both Taiwan and Thailand since 1990s through the archival search of queer art related shows by individual artists, collective, specific exhibition venue in the past 30 years. And this study has touched upon both spectral synthesis potential and limitation as well, according to how much queer art has influenced the queer politics and vice versa. Spectral synthesis have shown us the readiness of the public society or institution in accepting the LGBTQI topic. And many artists interviewed are not entirely familiar though with the exact definition of queer art, except the linkage to the LGBTQI+. They are certainly well informed about what gender diversity and the politics is. And I'm not bold enough to come up with a queer art curatorial model for transnational usage by far, because I recognize the challenges in untangling the complexity, the more that I dive into the correlation between the queer politics and art locally. And after all, it is significant to show queer art in a public institution, as we see Mocha Taipei and BACC is the most important contemporary art museum in both capitals. So, and this indicates to us the official gesture and public support in destigmatizing queer art as well. I'm not saying the broader term of the queer art of Western discourse framework for spectral synthesis, but it somehow fulfills the three criteria that I've mentioned in the beginning of my paper. And most artists recognize the limitation of art on social change, yet they still believe that the art will still something in society in the long run. This study also testifying how much queer art is understandable and appreciated by the local art practitioners in both countries. And spectral synthesis have made the difference with or without the discourse of queer art as well. And I believe the representation of queer art will remain tricky and rootless if we move away from the queer politics. So more or less, that's my presentation. Hopefully to catch up more during the Q&A if there's a chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. So may we now invite our third speaker, Mr. Zhang Menwang Tong from Singapore, and he's on site, please.
Okay. I'm sorry. Do you have a PowerPoint? Yes, yes. PowerPoint. No, I have a PowerPoint. You have sent to you. Yes, that's it's Zen, right? Yes, correct. Great, fantastic. Go next. Let's see this one. Next previous. Okay, sure. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's begin. Okay, I begin. Testing. Hello, everybody. Hi. Good morning. The title of my presentation is called Zen My Filmmaking. It is oops, give me a moment. All right. The title of my presentation is called Zen My Filmmaking, a pedagogical approach to make the practice of filmmaking more mindful and in the present. Go next button. My name is Seng Tong. I'm an independent researcher. I'm from Singapore. I am myself a film and media educator. I'm also an independent film producer, filmmaker with films that have traveled to international film festivals and won awards. But what is Zen? Zen is one of the hardest things to define, isn't it? Because there are so many schools of thoughts within Zen by so many Zen masters with different ways of explaining it to people with different levels of understanding. I like this definition by Mr. Richard Collins in his book called No Fear Zen, that Zen is about living non-dualistically in the here and the now. Non-dualistically meaning that there is no other, there is no two, that the other, the outside and the inside is also one. Zen can be, his origins can be traced back to India when the sage Bodhidharma, known as Tao Mo, came to China and promoted a school of thought. So this school of thought has been passed down over a few patriarchs, and one, the famous one being the sixth patriarch Huineng, and then after that it's slowly exported into Vietnam, Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, and Korea to become the version of Zen which originated from Chan that we know today. But what is Zen? It is about emphasizing the value of intuition and meditation over ritualistic worship rather than the study of scriptures. Over the ritualistic worship and the study of scriptures. Dr. T.T. Suzuki describes Zen as non-dogmatic, non-spiritual, non-conceptual. So I like this quote from Alan Watts, who describes Zen as a way of liberation, concerned not with discovering what is good or bad or advantageous, but what is. So it is not uncommon to hear of art inspired by Zen practice. We see that in calligraphy, Chinese painting, archery, architecture, Kung Fu, maybe even photography. But how are we going to bring Zen, which is a very practiced, personal, spiritual art form, into something so complex like filmmaking? What is cinema? Cinema, we know that it's more than just a technological breakthrough. We know that cinema is not just 25 frames per second. That when we capture the movie, the picture, 25 frames per second, and create a moving image, we manage to capture something called humanity. We manage to capture emotions, meanings, ideas. And cinema becomes an expression of consciousness. And that's what we understand of cinema, an expression of ideas, beliefs, the intangible, fears, memories, aspirations. It fits into the Buddhist concept of how things are wu-tang, which is non-permanent, how the moving image allows us to see things as they are, and then later things that are more than what it is, and they are at any present moment. Then again, filmmaking is complex. Filmmaking involves the complex interplay of various artistic disciplines, scriptwriting, casting, performance. It is so logistical. Production design, color, lighting, movement, all of these are epic disciplines on their own, but none of these disciplines individually by themselves is filmmaking. Filmmaking is more than the sum of all these parts. All right. And I noticed that filmmaking is always very conditional. Filmmaking involves funding, finance, sponsorship, location availability, permissions, distributions. It's always dependent on somebody to allow filmmaking to exist. So and it's always in service of some kind of outcome that exists never in the present and always in the future. When you're shooting, when you're editing, you're always doing it for the future. I realized that filmmaking can be very, very sacrificial. This is a picture of me in 2012 on the set of a film that I made. It's called Fairyville. Today, Fairyville is a film on Netflix in Southeast Asia. But back then in 2012, this picture of me is a picture of a very, very uncertain person, and a person who is very fearful working on a film that he knows is going to fail. So film involves, I'm not the only one here that talks about filmmaking, how filmmaking can give you everything, but at the same time, take everything away from you. This is a quote by the director of Birdman. His name is Alejandro Inarritu. And James Cameron himself, the director of Titanic, talks about how the director's job is really not just to make that film, but to make the film happen. You have to cajole, you have to flatter, you have to tell people what needs to be done, and you must bring a passion into these things. It makes me realize that, I just want to add one more quote from Tarkovsky here, right? That the artist is always a servant, always perpetually trying to pay for a gift that has been given to him by a miracle, but he has to put in that sacrifice. So it makes me realize something very difficult, that how the artist is always entangled, always trapped. As a teacher, as a media educator, I have a problem. I noticed that some of my smartest and best filmmaking students graduated not knowing, not wanting to make another film again. All right. They tell me things like, I don't know where this is going. They think sometimes it's going nowhere. I'm always dependent on something that's outside me. It's dependent on weather, permissions, dependent on heaven. So much effort just to start. It's just the funding, it's also time. And everybody feels that they are at the mercy of things outside their control. So it makes me question, is filmmaking an artistic practice? Often, I notice that the hustle takes over the art of filmmaking and storytelling. And as a filmmaker, the attitude of practicing for its own sake is something that I envy in other art forms like dance, like painting, like music. When a dancer is dancing, they are one with the art. When a musician is holding a guitar and playing, he is at this moment one with his art. The filmmaker is always never in the present. As a person who believes so much in passion and grit in the making of all the films that I made before, I realize that grit, passion, and sacrifice is not sustainable, and they cannot be the only way to make films. So there's my research question, is that how can filmmaking be less conditional, less dependent, and free from all this entanglement? Can filmmaking be more zen? Can it be more present, less fatigue, and be made in the here and now? To do this, I observe, I do not just want to read books from philosophers, theories, and scholars. I also explored how Zen is applied in neurology, in psychotherapy, by psychologists, by meditation teachers. And I read the books of Thich Nhat Hanh, who is also a peace activist. So it's not just Zen as a form of Buddhism or sitting or meditating, but something that can be engaged, and in my case, engaged into the arts. I extracted 3 key concepts from Zen Buddhism, and they are minimalism, non-attachment, and being in the here and now. In order to bring them into the film, I also studied existing minimalist film movements, like the Dogma 95 film movement that started in Denmark, the no-wave cinema of New York that embraces the punk DIY ethic, using ultra low budget to make really, really subversive films. And then the Romanian new wave that uses minimalistic, naturalistic tactics, but more of to create films that is a reaction against propaganda so that they don't use state funding. But I wanted something of our own, something Asian, inspired by Asian philosophy, not inspired by, in our case, revolution, punk rock, or transgressiveness. So minimalism, non-attachment, being in the here and now, can these principles in Zen philosophy help filmmaking to go back to its essence? Can Zen philosophy change the filmmaking practice? And if so, how? Can a filmmaker still make a film embracing Zen principles? So I came up with a methodology. I wanted to use these principles and I converted them into a methodology in which films can be made. So how do I work with non-attachment? It's for the filmmaker to have a plan, but not be fixated by it. The end product is allowed to look very different from what is planned. How to be in the here and now is to encourage the filmmaker to use conditions to work with the as is, the what we have, the thusness and the suchness of things that is in the now. What about minimalism? It's about minimizing, yes, of course, but to minimize it further, I brought a certain kind of mortality to the duration of filmmaking by having a 4-hour shoot, a 4-hour edit, and to only shoot with whatever you have. So how would a Zen Mind film look like? Is it still a film? There is a fear in me now as this researcher because I'm still a filmmaker. And will this filmmaking change filmmaking process to become something so minimalistic that it's almost like abstract and just arty, all right? And can this be brought into film education? So the experiment was done. In the first experiment, the experiment, I had 2 cycles of experiment. I worked with different filmmakers with different levels of experience. I conducted field observation, interviews. I did a pre-shoot and a post-shoot and a post-edit interview. And I encouraged filmmakers to keep a journal so I could document insecurities, anxieties, confessions, if they try to cheat out of their way, and what kind of cheat codes do they use, and ways to get around the limitations. To facilitate the making of this, I created a manifesto inspired by Dogma 95. I created a Zen Mind Manifesto. They dictate the rules and regulations, the limitations that is meant to free the filmmaker from the entanglements. Why did I create a manifesto? I'm not there to teach them about Zen. I'm there to use Zen film to inspire filmmaking. And I wanted Zen Mind filmmaking to still respect cinema and not take away from cinema what cinema can do. So not to make cinema more Zen, but to use Zen to help cinema. So these are some of the lines in the manifesto. You can take a look. I'm a filmmaker. I'm aware this is an experiment. I'm aware of my being as part of the whole. I'm present in my body. I'll be active as well as passive. I'm in control. I'm also not in control. And that my feelings about control is not important. I'm aware that my experiment is 4 hours. I'll use my skills, my intuition. I'll engage my beginner's mind. I will adhere to time, but I will not be worried by it. I will accept time as a assurance, a certainty that energy is finite. I accept the finity of everything. I accept change. I minimize anxiety. And this is one of the most important slides. I will make the film with the vision and the intention. I cannot just let it go. When I'm editing, things may change. I practice acceptance. I will not cling. I will create a film that is whole. This is important. There is not a scene, not a footage. It cannot be random. It has to be its own thing, and it should stand by itself, not needing of a director's statement or an accompanying document to explain to people what my film is about. The film itself must be whole and has a beginning, a middle, and an end. So the first cycle of experiment, I worked with a former student who is now a junior producer, made a film, and he chose to make a film that actually has a story around it. There's about 2 women who wants to commit suicide. They meet on the top of the roof and they became friends, and it became a story about courage to live, or as well as courage to die. That even in death, you need courage. But the first cycle of my experiment revealed to me enough that Zen Mind filmmaking, the rules, is able to, in some way, reduce fatigue, free the filmmaker from conditions and entanglements, because he doesn't need to work with funds. He could work with films a little bit more in the here and now. But it made me want a second cycle where I asked the question, what kind of films can come out of the Zen Mind? And how is it different from the other minimalist film movements like Dogma, like Romanian New Wave? So came cycle 2. In cycle 2, I worked with different people. Cycle 2, this is a student that just graduated. He was always assisting people in other people's films, but never made a film of his own. He's terrified about graduation. He's in Singapore, we have national service. He's finishing national service and about to go to the real world. So he said he wanted to be part of the experiment, and he decided to make a film about his own anxieties about graduating and going out to the world. He's made a film about lethargy. And this, I did a little bit of a plot diagram to measure if there's emotional changes, to see if there is a story arc. And there is a very, very gentle story arc in Shafiq's film. So I also work with Zach. Zach is another candidate. And Zach decided to make a film about unlikely friendship of 2 people meeting on the bench. And it became a story about who is telling the truth, who is lying, faking personalities. And at the end, a theme that is about, is the truth even important? So I did a plot diagram, and there are many, many complicated emotional changes in this film. And the film is complete with the beginning, a middle, and an end. The third candidate I work with is the most interesting. His name is Matt. And unlike the other 2 filmmakers, he is not a filmmaker. He's a film critic. He's never made a film before. He's a lover of cinema, and he wanted to be part of the Zen Mind experiment. I wanted to figure out if a person who has no experience can be involved and be part of this. And this is what happened. He failed. He wanted to work without a script. He wanted to not tell the actor what he's going to shoot. And I have enough data to show that Zen Mind cannot just be letting go or allowing the person or allowing things to happen. So technically, this is a project that failed. And I says, thank you for your contributions. It's a wrap. But he says, no, can I do it again? Give me another 4 hours. I want to try it again. And in the second version of it, he managed a filmmaker who has no prior experience to making a film, managed to complete a film with a 3-act structure, a beginning, a middle, and an end, a very, very complex story arc that in this little story is about an actor who is really frustrated with the director who asked him to be Zen and to be in the here and now. So he actually made a film that went meta and kind of used a film to scold himself about how he cannot even be present and get something done right. So these are the findings that I discovered from the 2 cycles of the experiment. Despite imposed limitations, Zen my filmmaking, which I impose rules for, it's actually found to be more liberating rather than limiting. Darshan describes, because I don't have to explain myself, I can just do. I can just express myself through certain decisions that I may not have explanations for. The parameters help me to focus on what's important and I don't have to overthink. So it allowed the co-control of things. So this is the traditional relationship between the filmmaker and film. It's supposed to be pure. It's supposed to be direct. The filmmaker transfers his consciousness into a medium called the film. However, this is not in the real world. In the real world, obstacles will always come in. The gatekeepers, the environment, the people, the obstacles will always come in, and the obstacles always come in to be part of the film. So the fatigue is not in the director's relationship with control, but the fatigue is actually not in the making of the film, but it's in the director's relationship with the control, trying to control and contain the obstacles. So by changing the relationship of control, I change it to that of co-control. So I realized that the filmmaker, in working under Zen Maya rules, is open to work with modes of serendipity. They use the background so much. They use things that are in the shot because they can't produce, they can't set direct. They are using the environment as part of the background story. It reminds me a lot of Chinese paintings, all right, or Chinese and Japanese paintings, where the background, the negative space, is part of the art. So instead of painting the river, the sea, the water, I let the emptiness of the paper become that bright little reflection of the water. It is so different compared to the Western painting, where the subject fills up the canvas. In a Chinese painting or a Japanese painting, the poet drinking by the moonlight by this Song Dynasty painter Ma Yuen. Look at how small the painter, the figure is. And I noticed that in the films of the Zen Maya films, they try to go wider so that their subjects are a little bit smaller, using the environment and the background to be part of the story. I also noticed a lot of use of accidents in the here and now. For example, in this image of the curtain coming down, the curtain fell just before the shoot, and Matthias decided to just work with the broken curtain. It doesn't make sense. On a real film set, it says this thing needs to be explained, but he didn't want to explain it. The person crawled under the curtain, came to the shot, and I realized that instead of being hindered by the environment, they started to use and co-create with accidents. It reminds me of a Japanese concept of wabi-sabi in kintsugi, where they use a broken cup and they try to put gold little things on the cracks. I noticed that there's a sense of wholeness and completeness in spite of all these accidents. All films eventually created films that are whole with complete story arcs, not random, abstract, poetic pieces that you could already imagine when I say Zen Maya films. And they appear to be deep with personal meaning, or films in search of some kind of meaning. Maybe because of the liberation that I do not need to explain, they are a little bit more confident in the expression of the abstract, willing to enter into an existential, philosophical conversations with the self using the medium of film. So I realized that when the filmmaker is less entangled, he's able to realize some kind of freedom and agency to use his practice, the film practice, as a means of actualization. Traditionally, we use the film as a medium to express, but in this case, I noticed that the film is expressing back to the filmmaker. So there are many definitions for Zen. Many talk about how it is the sitting, the in-breath, the out-breath, the meditation, that Zen is just sitting. But really, Zen is about coming back to the center. The sitting is meant to help you come back to the center. The breathing, the stillness is all meant to help you come back to the center. What is the center of filmmaking? The center of filmmaking is the act of doing. The act of doing what? the act of telling a story with a moving image. So perhaps with Zen My Filmmaking, this experiment that became some kind of a pedagogy methodology that's also becoming a movement when the films are traveling in the festivals now, filmmaking is able to come more back to the center without the excesses, without the entanglements. And with that, I conclude my presentation. I have a QR code here where you can access the films as well as the manifesto, which I uploaded into this URL. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tong. So may we now invite our last panel discussant, who is Mr. Federico Guardesso from Fellini Foundation in Switzerland. So Federico, please.
Thank you so much for this invitation. I represent here the Fellini Foundation that was born more than 20 years. And we would like now to explore a very interesting topic that is very important for me as a cinema journalist, visiting the most important festivals, film festivals in the world, but also as a Fellini Foundation and a cinema lover. Okay. So then let's wait a second, the slides. Okay, wait. The first. Sorry, okay. My presentation is about a phenomenon that unfortunately I noticed in the past years that was bigger and bigger also during the pandemic. It's a sort of disconnection between what? Between the study, the academic study of the old masters, cinema masters. I'm talking about Bergman, Godard, Fellini, and so on, and cinema students that are probably supposed to be the new filmmakers of the future, and the new filmmakers that are going to go to the important film festivals. There is a disconnection because I feel that from the practice point of view and also from the theoretical point of view, there is a lack of knowledge of the old masters. And this lack of knowledge is not only regarding the old cinema director, but also the contemporary ones, like Scorsese, like Spielberg, Lynch, Almodovar, and so on. So we have a double, basically we have a double disconnection at the moment. And obviously, if we don't study the first generation, the old generation of masters, we will never understand the second generation, like Scorsese and so on. So it's really, really important to push at academic level right now to to study deeply more and more these masters. And obviously, during my presentation, this is basically the problem. During my presentation, I will also present you some solutions, because there are solutions probably. And I think that if we work all together, we will, especially after the pandemic was creating even worse scenario. So we have to work very, very quickly. The second part is just a proof of love. Here we talk about this connection. It's a proof of what is really inspiring young movie directors right now. We had the possibility to work a few years ago in 2017 with Domenica Cameron Scorsese, and she gave us really some nice words that are describing right now very clearly why we should continue to deepen our studies on the maestro. I would like to quote from what Domenica said. Domenica is also a movie director. She presented a movie in Tribeca, a movie called Almost Paris, and she's now working on the second feature. So she's completely engaged on cinema, completely, and she was giving this contribution to show how she loved a master of the past. In this case, we took Fellini as an example, and how and which emotions Fellini gave her when she first went to the cinema together with the father to see La Strada by Fellini. I quote, "Magic is the word that springs to my mind at the mention of Fellini, followed by a flood of images, memories, and waves of feelings. I cannot attempt to divorce myself from this recollection to dissect in a clinical fashion this filmmaker's brilliance. I come to Fellini films now, a filmmaker in my 40s, still with the awe, wonder, and greedy delight that I had as a child when my father, Martin Scorsese, first shared them with me. I'm indeed a fan of Fellini, his film, and his marvelous muse wife, Giulietta Masina. I became aware that Fellini did not merely describe a world or alter the world to fit his story. He created worlds. There was an incredible power, freedom, and magic he wielded, much like a sorcier from Fantasia, which was one of the first movie Domenica saw with the father. These words gave space and form to examine subconscious dreams. We remember the Book of Dreams, which is quite important book presenting the drawings of Fellini, and nightmares and the space in between, just as surely as they were a country you could find on a map and go to visit. Yeah, this was important for me to quote. I hope this was going to motivate more and more the students. So let's see the issue. So what is the problem? I took in my conversation with Professor Bellano from University of Padova, I always get some interesting hints on what is the issue. The issue is basically that young students, they normally go on platforms and they basically watch what is available. This is the situation in Italy. What is available in the catalog. Normally, the platforms should promote also movies from the past, but because of obviously financial reasons, we end up always seeing on the page of the platforms the movies that are the new movies. This is not bad, but we should find the way to give the possibility also to movies from the past or even contemporary movies, because we basically have problems with the movies from Spielberg, Cuarón, also contemporary movies. So this is important to try to push in a way also the platforms to present not only the blockbusters but the movies which are artistically important and movies that are coming from the festivals, basically. What are the solutions? The solutions coming from Padova are basically two. It would be interesting to collaborate with the platforms, especially the platforms that are distributing old movies, in a two-way. The first is to give only for the students, obviously, some subscriptions at a very low price, where the students can enter the platform, navigate in the platform, and see the movies which are there. This is the best scenario, because the student will have the possibility to see a large quantity of movies. Why it is so? Because we know that our libraries all over the world are full of movies. We can see movies everywhere if we go to the libraries. But now, unfortunately, we notice that the students, and also myself, maybe we don't want to go to the library because we have to go out, we have to fill the form, there is a bureaucracy, and obviously it's more and more for the young people, it's easier to find everything online. So it is necessary for this reason to continue this dialogue with the streaming platforms. And the second possibility, obviously the university in this regard has to put the financial support on the table, because otherwise the subscription can be very pricey for the students. The second possibility is to give the password to the students only to see a selected number of movies which are affiliated to a specific course. For example, if I study history of cinema of Russia or China or Japan, there is a list of movies and we can see for a specific period of time the movies that are inside this course. In this case, the subscription will be free. So yeah, this is a good tool. The students will enter with a password as usual. And in this case, the subscription will be completely paid by the university. I speaking to other colleagues, we see that this system might be quite effective, but there are some problems. Normally, the departments of the university, they don't have the resources. So what we could do, university could work with the different ministries. For example, there's a cooperation between the universities in Italy and the Ministry of Culture. And also what is called private, public and private partnership, with the collaboration also of private institutions that could collaborate, could be insurance company, banks, airline companies that are interested to collaborate for culture. This could be a solution. Obviously, we need that because especially in Italy, the funds given to universities are very low. So I know that maybe the budget of some American university is big, maybe they can do that, but in Italy, no. So we need to work together to get the result. What we should avoid is also another phenomenon that it's quite alarming, and I see this phenomenon going around the festivals. The students must understand which is a good festival, a A-list festival, and a festival who is only there to give awards. Why? Because normally the student, young filmmakers are sending films to different platforms that are automatically send the movie to the different festivals, and they receive an award. They receive a first award, a second award, a third award by festivals that they don't even have an headquarter, and they have even some temporary Facebook pages where they show you won, great, but then if you want your certificate, you have even to pay. So this phenomenon is quite again alarming, because a student or a young filmmaker thinks, okay, I don't need to study the old masters. I'm already top film director. They put the logo on the posters, 3, 4, 5, 6 logos. I'm already quite important movie director. So the idea would be to always, in the framework of cinema classes, cinema lessons, also to try to teach how to distinguish an important, relevant festival from these kind of festivals. And the best of the best would be also to create a label of quality for festival. This would be really amazing, because it's important that the student I know that they want to cut the time. We are living in a society where cinema is becoming very fast. There's YouTube, Instagram, I understand that. But if you want to be a filmmaker, there are some certain paths that you have to do, and you cannot avoid them. I would like to conclude with some hints coming from one of the most interesting screenwriters, the Filipino screenwriter Troy Espiritu, who wrote the story of Marosa, a movie who won a prize in Cannes a few years ago. According to him, obviously, the pandemic changed a little bit the fruition of the movies, and young students might find new forms of expressing themselves, as we said, forms which are faster than before. And they might even forget or not use the techniques that we saw, the movies that we were talking about before, the past, movies of the past. But what, according to him, is not going to change from the practical and the theoretical point of view, in this case, is the soul of the movie. The soul of the movie is the storytelling. Storytelling, in any case, is not going to change how we do a storytelling, and this is an important message. And I think that it's important to explain how these young directors, even after all the new technology that we have right now, they are still attached to all the masters in terms of screenplay, storytelling, and technical use of the camera and editing and so on. So let's hope that we'll be able to continue our battle for quality cinema and give the best support to our students, both in a technical and in a practical part. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'm on time.
Yes. So may I now invite Mr. Tong to rejoin us on the stage and for the Q&A session. So the first panel is very inspiring in terms of the international perspective that it has been shed light on our practices and pedagogy at classrooms. So now the floor is open for Q&A. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and also introduce yourself. For the audience online, you are also feeling free to type in the chat box for the questions, and we will read out for our speaker to answer. As our coffee break was in a few minutes time, so perhaps we can cater 2 or 3 questions. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask our audience and speakers.
Hi, I'm sorry. Joseph Lee from Social Science Department at Seng University. I have one question for Mr. Tong because I wonder, because in your presentation you explained very well your idea on Zen cinema. I wonder if it relates to Asian religious tradition more, because Zen is somehow, it's kind of from Asia, but it's popular because of post-war and also a very Western understanding of Buddhism. So I wonder if in your cases, the films, the examples, whether they would somehow indirectly relate to Southeast Asia and Asia in general. That is, I wonder if you can further contextualize the idea, whether it comes from the region, or you would say that perhaps no, it's not related to the region at all, perhaps. But yeah, it would be great if you can elaborate a bit more about that. So yeah, thanks.
This is wonderful. Thank you so much for this question. One of the reasons why I'm attracted to the philosophy of Zen is the fact that it is non-religious and non-dogmatic and very much outside the sutras and the scripture, right? And I think it is Bodhidharma and Huineng from the Sixth Patriarch, how Huineng himself is illiterate and therefore he's not able to read that, and how it is not about conceptually understanding a philosophy, but to do it in practice. That's why you see in the arts. To answer your question, whether or not this is religious, I am an educator from Singapore. And if you know Singapore, Singapore is very multiracial, multi-religious. And the nature of the Singapore education system is that very, very watchful of educators who enter into a classroom with any kind of over religious tones. If you notice, my participants, they are people of different races and different. So in a way, what I've always put out forth in this methodology is that it is a methodology using the philosophy of Zen. Yes, they have religious connections to improve the art or the practice of filmmaking. So that's where the concept and the practice comes in that fits into this this conference. So the films need not be about existentialism, Buddhism, philosophy. The films can be anything to make the things that you want to make. Interestingly, I noticed that because of the infusion of the philosophy inside the manifesto, their films suddenly become existentialists, questioning themselves, questioning truth, questioning life. So it's not required, it's only a methodology. Thank you so much.
Any more questions? Patrick?
Thank you. I have a questions to Professor Chu about the digital archives. I imagine so when people attend an live performance, so the liveness was a kind of a relationship between the audience and the performance, while for the performers who are staging the something on stage, the liveness have their own thermal roles or full status for him or her. So this would be the case in real physical scenarios, but when something's move into a digital space, become a digital archive or performance, the potentiality would be much more. I think there are more possibility to do something extra. So in your projects, in your case studies, how will you explore these concepts of liveness and what is meant by liveness in the digital space? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. It's quite good, and actually it's a huge debate in contemporary performance studies. I think that when we talk about the liveness, usually we think that the audience and performance piece should be on site simultaneously, and that performance can kind of stimulate our physical responses and psychological responses. But actually, in the Western culture, they all academic studies, they already have some publications on how they so-called mediated liveness, in which they think that actually when we talk about liveness or when we talk about performance, it already mediated. Kind of interface in that kind of interface already there. So in the past 3 years, when we're facing this kind of huge pandemic situation and condition, a lot of performers or performance group, they try to continue their own performance, and they have to find a way to do this kind of performance. So online or what we so-called virtual performance is quite significant and huge development in the past 3 years. So when we talk about this kind of virtual performance or virtual archiving, actually we still combine physical presence of the audience with the virtual presence of the performance piece. So it's not completely what we so-called virtualized of the artwork, but still we talk about physical and virtual presence simultaneously together. So I think that when we adopt or implement this kind of method to develop our own piece or our own project, we do believe that in the near future, more and more digital technology involved, and our project can be more professional and more accessible, and also more, it won't be just stay in the what we so-called experimental stage. It will be more commercialized or more amateur. Okay, so that's my instant response. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chiu. So any other questions? If not, maybe I have one final question. Generally to all of the presenters. So taking your research experience, how do you see your research output or deliverables be transferred back to our classrooms? So for example, for Professor Chiu, it would be the virtual archive technology. And for Mr. Wong, it would be about queer art representation, talking about gender and also queerness of art. And for Mr. Tong, of course, it's the Seng philosophy, how can we back into the filmmaking classroom? And for Federico, how would the European Film Festival inspire maybe a local cultural festivals that can be curated by the students? So please feel free.
Do we follow the order or?
Sure. So starting with Professor Chiu.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for your question. I think it's quite important nowadays in classroom. In my own program, which is entitled Interdisciplinary Program of Art and Technology, and I also become the director of the Graduate Institute of the Art and Technology. So in this kind of interdisciplinary program, we not only focusing on lecture. Most of the courses taught by various professors and teaching staffs are skill-based. So actually practical-based research and practical oriented class or what we so-called classwork is quite important. So we focus on skill develop. We focus on technology development, and also we focus on aesthetics conceptions. So what should I say? The two projects I discussed today actually is derived from my own research, but also I bring my research to a classroom and discuss with the students, and actually students also participate into the development of the experimental project. So we try to put the practical cases with the teaching and theoretical perspectives all together. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth?
I still believe that the classroom is not restrained under the four walls. And the more the student having the site visit to the various skill of the exhibition, be in Tycoon, recently there's a myth maker as well as an iteration of spectral synthesis back to Hong Kong as a homeland. And also get familiarize yourself with the latest discourse in the queer studies, and also come in mind with the regional outlook as well, so that it's not only limited to the local context, but there's a potential for collaboration and the activism alliance in the region as well. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question, because I like that this question is pedagogical. what started out as an experiment became a methodology, and it was a consideration how can it be brought into the Singapore classroom or filmmaking classroom. I think it is not something that is to replace existing filmmaking, the filmmaking education, because we still want our students to learn how to collaborate, to work in teams, to work in a crew. But the nature of the existing curriculum is that the filmmaker is always participative of something that is conditional. So when the filmmaker is not able to have that kind of agency to make the film that he wants to make, he or she wants to make, given his own terms and his own conditions, then my filmmaking becomes a little bit of a parallel movement or a parallel methodology where students who are film students doing the existing curriculum can go on the side and make a Zen My film, one that allows them to do things not in just conceptually but in practice, and they to be responsible for the entire outcome, not because my DP didn't do well, not because my scriptwriter, I had a bad script or my actor wasn't good. It was like things are a little bit more in control. So it exists alongside existing curriculum. And when more and more people start to do it, it becomes a little bit of a movement, and it can has its own little film movement, no different from the French New Wave, no different from the Dogma 95 and the amazing films that travel in the film festivals.
Thank you, Mr. Tong. So at the end,
I lost part of your question. It was about the film festivals.
Sure. So how would you see European film festivals, the lesson that we learned from it, be transferable to the classroom in Hong Kong or other regions?
The film festival. By the way, I work for a small film festival in Italy, and yeah, I think that film festival in Asia, they just need to find their soul. I think they don't necessarily have to copy what the film festivals are doing in Europe, also because, for example, some festivals, Cannes is banning completely Netflix, Venice, no. So there are different, Berlin is very political, Cannes is very auteur, Venice tries to be in the middle with a lot of American movies always each year. So I think that each local festival in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in Malaysia, everywhere should really try to find its soul. It can be a thematic festival, or but I think it's better to adapt to the local culture, the local tradition, instead of trying to necessarily follow some other models which are probably good, but I wouldn't say that. Yeah, now we see more and more in Asia new festivals. We have Busan, we have Tokyo, we have Singapore, and I was at the Festival of Singapore a few years ago before the pandemic, and they already run quite well. So let them do their own path and in an autonomous way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Federico. So our panel one concludes here with very fruitful discussion. And now let's take a 10 minutes coffee break. So we are coming back at 12:15. Thank you.
Monday.com makes GANs great.
Hello, welcome back to our second panel, which is about to start in a minute. So in our next panel, there will be 3 presentations in total. And our first presenter will be from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University School of Design by Marcus Yuen, Ken-Fai Chen, and also Jonathan Yu, please.
Sure. So here's hello everyone. So here's Marcus, and then also Jonathan, and then I'm Ken-Fai. We are from the School of Design, Polytechnic University. in Hong Kong, and our discipline is social design, which may be a little bit unfamiliar to you. So just a few words about the social design studies. So it's about the design of social relations, community, surveys, for their economic, social, and ecological transition. So this is what we have been working for a few years. So today we are coming to discuss this case about design student learning at a farm in Tai Kombo area in Yuen. So here you can see our slide. Okay. So before we present the story, I think a question should be raised here to set the stage. So why learn design at the farm? Or how does the rural hyper-locality resituate our design practice? Yeah, next slide, please. So the rural-urban polarization has been a problematic conceptual framework in which the urban is often privileged as the center of the rural, while the rural is overlooked as the peripheral, the unproductive obverse of the urban. However, we could also reverse such unproductive thinking, not by simply exchanging the position of the two within the same structure, but by reconfiguring the entire structure into a relation of interdependence and mutual determination. So in order to render such very conceptual infrastructuring work relevant and productive in a socio-technical sense, we try to bring in our formal university practice of design teaching and learning, which have primarily served the urban habitants and the urban desires and needs are since the last century. Concerning this practice, the rural rarely came into the picture. So what if we explore with students how to practice socially effective design at the farm, how and where to start, how to operate the process? Does it make any difference, and how? Once the design students step in the farm, three kinds of gaps quickly emerge. Yeah, next slide, please. So the space where students learn and practice design in university are studios, workshops, labs. These spaces are not merely physical, but also discursive and practical. They are closely connected to certain ways of thinking, doing, and making knowledge, like habits, skills, methods, procedures, rules, systems, which largely differ from what we experience at the farm. Most formal are categories like lines, surfaces, shapes, colors, and theoretical tools, and frameworks like user studies, data visualization, design thinking, etc., are not immediately relevant or applicable. Students cannot even prototype with proper materials available in workshops, studios, and Taobao, since the farm is too remote for them to transport those materials. They do not have 3D printers or even a print shop printer to do fast prototyping. What's more, the space of the farm does not follow the clear and rigid division of labor, which we usually find in the student studio, which is sewn, partitioned, and planned according to separate individual design briefs, subjects, and projects. Yeah, next slide, please. In the PolyU School of Design, a student design work or project is usually implemented within a 9 to 13-week studio-based subject. The most doable one would be the final year project, which lasts for 2 semesters. Such a time frame is, of course, in huge contrast to that of farming. A few weeks or months are obviously insufficient for soil care, which take 5 to 10 years to mature. The system of farm operation follow more on a seasonal rhythm, which is cyclical rather than linear. Everything on the farm is about relations transforming in time, which cannot be divided neatly into any design schedule like 4-week research, 2-week concept exploration, 4-week prototyping and evaluation. Certain deceleration is needed when we practice design at the farm. It takes much longer time to know the basics, learn the farm work, and talk to people. Once you have the studio migrated to the farm, the temporality of design will be disrupted. Next slide. Design is situation specific and context sensitive. This is why designers tend to delimit the scope of practice, isolate the design problem, and make it as well-defined and confined as possible. Nevertheless, a farm is much more complex than the designer expects, and a long duration of ethnographic research is required to identify the design situation. It is even difficult to say if there's a single situation for designers, as all entities in the farm ecosystem are inevitably entangled. If it takes months and years for farmers to identify a problem with their crops and get familiar with the soil, how can design students get familiar with the living matters and things and master certain design opportunities at the farm in 1 or 2 months? Instead of familiarity, we have defamiliarization. Instead of design-led mastery, we have anxiety over uncertainties. And what if the design has to involve also diverse groups of participants, farmers, laborers in Tai Compo area, soil researchers, design tutors, domestic food scrap contributors, ethnic minority gardeners, and students from different design disciplines? Should we also add the animals and plants around and microorganisms in the soil? Or in the very beginning, there is a multiplication of stakeholder, species, and conditions. Ezio Mancini, a design expert from Milan, once mentioned that designers should learn to design with the hyperlocal, a notion which probably corresponds to the alternative or alternative space, time, or context mentioned above. The hyperlocal is not only the local in terms of socio-geographical sense, but also the intensifying field of possibilities and actions in relation to where someone stands. It does not simply localizing the design practice, but also critically question the relation between where one stands, where one acts and intervenes, and how certain values and priorities could be reversed and transformed. If we move our studio of learning and teaching to the farm and change where we stand in this rural-urban complex, what possibility could we experience intensively with all the alternative, alternative space, time, and context of design?
So in the following, I would like to introduce the structure and operation of the co-op project, which is an interdisciplinary subject. We implemented the farm-based studio learning experiment with the students. There was 16 bachelor students of PolyU School of Design participated in this 9-week agricultural service program in Tai Compo, Yuen, between autumn to spring to 2023. The program included different design students, social design, communication design, environmental and interior design, and product design students. Half of them harnessed the co-op project to inform their 1-year-long final year project. And this co-op project facilitated saw working with soil ecologies and countryside as an opportunity to prompt students with an outdoor farm-based studio revolving around natural processes for complementing and challenging indoor strategical, institutional, structural training and learning. We alternated the weekly farm assignments with follow-up tutoring classes to make room for reflexivity. Angel in the slide, one of the students, responded that when she went to the farm, she felt happy even though she realized she was used to sitting in the air-conditioned room and doing her work. Next. What do we do in the farm studio? Based on the interview responses, all students had yet to gain prior farming experience. Some were even unaware of the existence of an agricultural sector in Hong Kong. They must visit the eco-social farm every week, over 2 months, to participate in and learn about day-to-day farm operations, which is a very harsh requirement. On the farm, students could experience everything about regenerative farming through different tasks like producing microbial bedding for food waste recovery as a soil amendment, which is a bokashi making, we name it, no-till crop cultivation, exploration of the village neighborhood, and even co-work with ethnic minority natives from Yuen Town Hall. Next. They learned experimentally about the reasoning behind the nature adaptive farm techniques and the challenges involved in an extensive range provided by the soil and the farm. That explained why Kit, another student, said everywhere might be helpful and useful when he willingly decided to spend a year exploring and seeing the farm. It implies that if you have sufficient time, you realize there is another temporal framework to capture what is happening in the farm studio. Spending time on the farm that engaged various communities and also entailed exposing students to people with diverse life values and sweating, driving teamwork. In this slide, you can see that students transported several tons of wood chips provided by YPAC from the parking spot near the road to farm on the 10 minutes walking distance, but not favorable for trolleys passing narrow pathways. Also, on this slide, also for transporting cardboard, which was collected from the nearby dorm stations. They also recycle materials to design upcycling farming tools suitable for the local farming scale, such as a compressor for making bokashi, the bottom left, and brofork for breaking up the densely packed soil, the bottom right photo. Next slide. We see the farm as a hub to connect everything, from YPAC wood chips, dump station cardboard, food waste, upcycling materials, and people from different backgrounds. We can rethink our position as learners in the farm studio. We are not only a learner from different disciplined, a well-structured disciplined, design discipline. Through the farm, we realize that the well-institutionalized design disciplines need to be revised and could be opened up for more flexible understanding. Interacting with ethnic minorities, students knew that there was much knowledge which is not yet recognized by the institution. They did not know and could be learned from others. Next slide. We produce waste and unwanted things and disperse them to other places. The farm lets us see how they are related, and we reorganized again and could be back to the soil in a regenerative form of farming practice, from mastery of design skills to adapting to organic soil nature.
So after this about 4 or 5 months of this project with 16 students, we conducted in-depth interviews on top of participant observation. So we recorded about 20 hours of interviews with about 20 individuals, including the students and farm staff, and to inform our practice, to basically learn from the practice and derive conceptualization, see what the themes are. So we did situational analysis and used grounded theory, where we collect all the evidence and see how the students acted on the farm. And we noticed some dynamics that appeared. So we noticed that the farm defamiliarizes the familiar, that the farm demanded humbleness from everybody involved. And that was a surprise, that the farm politicized the everyday, our everyday life. So that means that some students developed a new economic imaginary, which really surprised us. So on the farm, the backgrounds, self-understandings, and the stances of students were suspended, while basic life routines like eating, like walking, or meeting people took on a new significance in the rich context of the farm, because there's so many things happening on the farm, and every week the environment is very different. So engaging with the complexity of unbound fermentation processes and working with unknowable strangers, including ethnic minorities or an earthworm that you dig up, in the same mission made students, at least partially, lose their identity. They lost themselves. They could not self-define themselves anymore. They became something else, and then that made them open to engage with otherness. What we understand about humbleness is the emergence of humbleness entailed to view oneself accurately by accepting one's own shortages and shifting one's intentions to the purpose on hand. Humbleness also means to display appreciation for others' contributions through gratitude, connecting with others, and inviting feedback. Now, ultimately, a humbler person demonstrates teachability, whereby one learns to wait, to notice, and partake in prolonged processes of trialing, training, and amending. And in Hong Kong, that means a lot, because in Hong Kong it's very fast-paced, and it's very outcome and result-driven. And so having people, young people including, slow down and be forced to see actually what happens in the circumstance is remarkable. And it politicized, the farm also politicized the everyday. And what does it mean? At Soil Trust Farm, students witnessed the creative subversion of the prevailing economic logic. At Soil Trust, we grow cash crops from salvaged waste, like wood mulch or like bokashi food waste. And we cultivate it on land that's borrowed from free because of the generosity of a production farmer. And we give away the harvest to vulnerable communities. The harvest at this farm is the social currency that keeps this social enterprise running. So societal value derives from redistributing responsibilities. So here students learn to live with more harm awareness. They live with more, they started to learn about resisting through playfulness and contest the prevailing narrative behind our designing. Next slide. So I give a few quotes that came through the students. So a female student said, "What do I do at the farm as a communication designer? People always ask me and I say, my role is to bridge society with agriculture. But I have the confusion about how to use my skills to communicate with people about agriculture. We normally only make a lot of graphic stuff. It's exactly in this confusion where learning can take place, real, deep, extended learning, I think. Becoming something else. We have a student, he said, quote, "Yes, the changes. I take some photographs on the different stages of plants, like from no flowers to beautiful flowers. And I enjoy observing the process from nothing to beautiful things." Open up for otherness. A quote that we found was, "Design students who never go to the farm may be afraid of soil and wear gloves when doing soil work. But for me, I like to touch it raw because it actually feels good when you touch the grass or the soil. My hands get smoother after farming. This is a young woman saying this. The soil is soft or dry, and the leaves are smooth or brittle. Next slide, we skip. Next, yes, that's perfect. So humbleness on the farm. How was that expressed among the students? Here we have 3 quotes. Viewing oneself accurately, reposition, being able to look at oneself from outside was expressed with the following quote. The weakness is my body. I didn't exercise much in previous years, thanks to COVID, I guess. But when I go to the farm, I need to keep moving my body for 3 hours, and I realize that I cannot physically work for very long. It's a problem for me because I'm still young. So I start to think that I need to have a healthier lifestyle. What an insight. Appreciate others' contributions. A male student, quote, I met people from different places, ethnic minorities and families from the community supporting agriculture network. We go there and then we share our own stories. We don't have a border that stops us from communicating. Normally, we don't share our own stories with others, but at Soil Trust, we just do it very naturally. And what is demonstrating teachability, a student's teachability? The same, another male student responds, at first, I thought it would be easy to do weeding, for example, because I have played some farming video games. Just press a button, boom. But if you don't put in a lot of effort, you cannot clean these weeds easily. Yes, so in reality, it needs more attention than I realized. So a very, very simple routine practice like weeding, creating this insight. We skip the next slide. Okay, looking at how the farm politicized the everyday in students. So Samuel mentions, quote, in farming, we're actually taking from nature, so our tools and methods should fit nature. If we are using IoT in farming, it doesn't sound right because we act as superior. So that's why our broad fork and the Bogashi compressor, we want to keep it as simple and as raw as possible so that fits the farm more. Samuel is a product designer, an industrial designer who comes to this insight. Playfulness was expressed in this quote. In design, we mostly do sketching, rendering, and then create the prototype. But here, I skipped the sketching. I just used my senses to make this compressor because we only found wood boards and sticks. It made me skip the sketching. It's interesting to use recycled material to make things that can be used and functional. This is another product designer who went through this transformation on the farm. And the last quote for today is maybe the most interesting, where a young student contests the prevailing narrative. Quote, farming is such a complicated operation and it requires skills. And I always wonder why vegetables are selling so cheap. I sometimes think veggie farming is worth more than meat production if we considered all those skills involved. That I find very, very remarkable for a Hong Kong student who has not particularly dietary preferences, but through these 4 months on the farm changes his economic imaginary. Okay, that's all from my side.
Yeah, skip once more. Yeah, thank you. So we try to end the whole presentation with just this seemingly simple question: why involving design education with land-based agriculture? A question which we don't have very good answer. So instead of give a more perfect answer, we choose a more lazy approach by reviewing the whole process that we have just presented here. So we start the whole thing with 2 questions. What if we reconfigure the entire unproductive rural-urban polarization? And what if we move our studio to the farm and change where we stand in this complex? And then we also learn from students, and I hope the students also learn from us, or we all together learn from the farm together by discovering that in the process, everything is connected and integrated. It's not just about, I mean, we have been mentioning multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, all these things in institutions for so long time, but we seldom really practice it, right? And secondly, learning from, just as I just mentioned, learning from inter or transdisciplinariness. What does it mean by being inter or by being transdisciplinary? And finally, our design is a word. It is a practice that emphasizes a lot on mastery, self-mastery, mastery of other people, elements, entities in the system, without which you can't really mention that, you can't really claim that you are a designer. But what if we shift from this logic of mastery to the logic of care, in which you choose to attune to the context, to the situation, to the people and things around you? And if we really move the studio to the farm, can we say that there is a farm studio in which we try hard to defamiliarize the familiar, to demand more humbleness in the process, and try to politicize the everyday through this difficult practice? So here we ask for your question, and let's continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our speakers from PolyU. And so, like before, we will save the discussion until the end of the panel. And our next presenter is Dr. Anise Lam from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. She will be presenting via Zoom on the topic of putting localized marketing into practice, a case study of multi-literacy pedagogy at a university in Taiwan. Thank you. And Dr. Lam, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. So I will start my presentation today. I'm very glad to join this conference today, and I'm from the Department of Applied Foreign Languages, and my research background is actually English literature, but in my department, we are also responsible for teaching English courses in professional workplace contexts. Therefore, this research is actually based on a course I taught in the previous semester. And this is the topic of the research paper I'm still working on refining. So if time allows, after my presentation, I hope to hear some comments and suggestions. So my topic is related to the use of localized marketing in a course, and this involves a kind of multiliteracy project that I ask students to do. And before I start my presentation, I actually would like to engage the audience in very briefly in a spot the differences task. I think, yes, okay. So here I'm showing you actually some actual pages taken from the IKEA catalogs, printed in different countries and regions and cultures. And I would like to ask you, perhaps you can think about it in your mind, whether you would be able to identify the differences in these pages. For example, in this set of photos, the one on the left and the one on the right, what are the differences you could see? And the differences made in these photos are actually related to the considerations that are made in order to address the needs and preferences of the consumers of a certain country or a certain region. And so I'll give you maybe a brief moment to think about this in your mind. And as you can see, that it is a kitchen, okay, shown in these photos. And the one on the left is a more spacious environment, but the one on the right is definitely a smaller kitchen. So they try to adjust the sizes of the kitchen. Apparently, it is because of the actual circumstances in the country. So the photo on the left is actually to show you a kitchen in a Western country, whereas the one on the right is a kitchen in an Asian family, and for example in Hong Kong or in Japan. Let me also invite you to take a look at the following pages taken from the catalogs as well. So here again, you can see on the cover page of one of the catalogs printed by IKEA, it shows a very orthodox Jewish family, and you can see the inclusion of a male, a man, an adult man, and also two children who are also boys. And you could find that no women could be included in the cover. So that actually shows an address to the cultural contexts of the country. So it is actually the cover of an IKEA catalog published in Israel. And again, on the right-hand side, you may also see the two photos juxtaposed together. And the one on the top here is actually from Sweden. And could you see there is something different in the one at the bottom here? So I think you can notice that there's a female a woman here, and she's actually one of the female designers in IKEA. And this is the page you could find in catalog published in Sweden. However, at the bottom here, you can see the disappearance of the woman, because women are not allowed to, not very much welcome to be seen in these published magazines. So this is actually from Saudi Arabia. So what I would like to illustrate to you is actually the concept of localization and what is actually called localized marketing. And so actually when it comes to multinational enterprises expanding their products into foreign markets, the concern for marketing professionals lies in addressing the social cultural discrepancies in the global and the local contexts. And this is where the concept of globalization has gained currency. And globalization was actually first developed as a social theory by Robertson in 1995. He regarded the term as an aspect of globalization and as a strategy to minimize the impacts brought about by globalization on local cultures and values. However, this concept is not very popular, being applied in the marketing field, referring mainly to the process of deriving advertising and marketing strategies. These strategies should strike balance between local needs and the originality of the product. And taking the practice of localized marketing into account, in order to decide the course I taught in the previous semester, which is titled Advertisement in English. English in advertisement. I think that it is important for the student to learn about not only the language used in the field, but they should also think about the actual social contexts being considered when they take the role as a marketing professional. And therefore, in this course, I set the concept, within the localization idea. And I think that as global marketers, they need to be equipped with flexibility and decision-making acumen. They also need to consider the elements in both global and local contexts. And these qualities are precisely what multiliterate individuals possess. So multiliteracy is actually another framework I try to position my research in. And it is also a kind of pedagogy very popularly practiced by the colleagues in my department as well. So let me explain here that in our societies now, we need to comprehend messages that contain a mixture of modes, including linguistic, oral, visual, audio, gestural, tactile, and also spatial patterns of meaning. It is therefore important to develop multiliteracies. In response to the growing use of social media and new technologies, digital skills and multimodality have become indispensable in designing effective marketing campaigns. And the challenges faced by global marketers in multinational companies are to generate creative marketing plans and to create products that resonate with local cultures and customs. Therefore, multiliteracies become very crucial skills needed in a culturally diverse and globally connected society, because they are competent problem solvers and strategic and critical thinkers. So the presentation today aims to share part of the results of my research that apply the concept of globalization within a multiliteracies pedagogy. And this research introduce a pedagogical approach by putting localized marketing into classroom practice. And I would like to evaluate its effectiveness through my research. And the objective of this approach is to address the following question, that is, can this approach cultivate learners' multiliteracies while raising the awareness of localized concerns to address social and cultural diversity? Because of time, and I will focus my sharing on one multiliteracy project I asked students to complete, which was also done by a group of students who designed a marketing campaign to promote the Heinz tomato ketchup in Taiwan. So the research was conducted in an undergraduate course, advertisements in English in Taiwan for English majors in my university. And students were tasked with localizing a global product for consumers in Taiwan, for which they adopted localized marketing strategies to promote the product. The course was taught in English, providing students with an opportunity to improve their English in the contexts of advertising and marketing. And this research, I gathered both qualitative and quantitative data using a number of instruments, including survey results, written analysis report, submitted by the students, and some PowerPoint slides used in their oral presentation, and a TV commercial. As I mentioned before, I will focus on analyzing one of these multiliteracies projects. So the multiliteracy project assignment was divided into two stages. Firstly, preparing a written analysis report that provided the overview of the company the students have chosen and discuss the worldwide impact of the product. And secondly, they have to present their marketing campaigns orally while explaining how their strategies tackle localized concerns. So the group chosen for this research consisted of 4 students who selected the Heinz tomato ketchup brand as their subject for localizing in Taiwan. The Kraft Heinz company, which manufactured the tomato ketchup worldwide in the late began operating in the United States during the 1860s and expanded worldwide in the late 20th century. The Heinz tomato ketchup is one of the company's signature products and has already gained substantial popularity in Taiwan. So the students were tasked to further localize this product so that it could be more widely accepted by the local Taiwanese. So in the oral presentation, the group analyzed the company's global performance and current advertising strategies. They also proposed localized approaches to introduce the iconic ketchup sauce to a broader Taiwanese audience. And the marketing campaign actually consisted of 3 components, including a video making competition, a TV commercial, and a food festival. So I'm going to share with you the contents of these elements in order to analyze whether this approach will be able to help enhance students' multiliteracies. So to start with, they decided a video making challenge or competition. They called it a Heinz Challenge. So the campaign was actually aimed at encouraging consumers to try out various Taiwanese foods with the ketchup sauce and create videos recommending which Taiwanese cuisine options would go well with the sauce. And the students stated that they planned to use social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram to promote the challenge. They actually decided a new hashtag, as you can see here, put your Heinz up. This is the Chinese slogan, which means the ketchup sauce goes well with any food. And you can also see that the hashtag was a play on the similar pronunciation between the word Heinz and also hands, put your hands up in English. So the challenge was set to run for a month with some prizes for the winning teams. And in order to provide, an example of how you can make a promotional video to use this ketchup sauce together with Taiwanese cuisine, this group of students actually themselves created a TV commercial in Mandarin Chinese, and I'm going to show you the commercial, which is about 1.5 minutes long. Okay.
番茄酱加葱抓饼会搭吗？
您吃吃看，应该不到。
好吃哎！
可以叫吗？啊？光天叫番茄酱？
太奇怪了吧？
才不会嘞！但是加什么都好吃。真的耶！
亨氏番茄酱真百搭。
它为什么好大的？
换你来搭。
亨氏百搭挑战，台湾传统美食百百种，哪种跟亨氏番茄酱最搭呢？拍下你正在享用台湾美食配亨氏番茄酱，并使用 hashtag 亨氏加什么都好吃，或是 hashtag put your heart in the， 就有机会获得亨氏合作商家1年免费吃到饱优惠券哦。
Okay, as you can see in this TV commercial, it started with a shot of a bottle of Heinz ketchup, a bag of fried chicken, and a bag of French fries, accompanied by some music. And the male student squeezed some ketchup sauce onto the food, right? Another female student appeared with a flaky scallion pancake, which is a popular Taiwanese street food here, and asked for the ketchup to be put on her pancake. And she invited him to try the food as well. The male student tried it and replied with a satisfying smile, saying very delicious. And following that, another female student joined them, holding a box of pan-fried dumplings, another very common local food here too. She also added some ketchup onto her food. The other two were a bit suspicious, and the girl disagreed with the fans and held the bottle of ketchup in her hands and reciting the Chinese slogan. So the other two tried their food and find that it was actually a very delicious match. Finally, they invited the audience to share their favorite foods that would go well with the ketchup sauce. Obviously, you can see that the video displayed some of the regulation and prices of the challenge, encouraging the viewers to join the competition. I would like to analyze, here, I would also like to provide you a bit more details about their campaigns, apart from the challenge they promoted. Here is another event called Food Festival. In this multidisciplinary project, the student proposed that they could organize a food festival following the challenge. And during the food festival, the winner of this challenge will be announced. And in addition, several stands selling traditional Taiwanese food will be set up in the venue, allowing visitors to try the foods with the ketchup sauce. Ballot trash bins labeled with various Taiwanese foods will be placed in the venue for visitors to dispose of their used ketchup packets as a way to vote for the food they found that went best with the sauce. And small packets of the ketchup sauce, Heinz t-shirts, and Heinz mini bottles would be put in claw machines as a way to promote the brand through these activities. And furthermore, the student decided 2 additional activities to be organized during the festival. The first one was to target the teenagers, parents, and their children. That is to introduce a KTV song with catchy lyrics and an original design of a mascot called Heinzy, the catchy, to promote the product. And then the other activity, on-site activity, was to set up game stores for visitors to have their personalized experience of creating their ketchup bottle design. So after sharing these details, I would like to move on to share with you some discussion of the research results. And based on these learning outcomes, in particular, I would like to address the research questions about whether integrating localized marketing into a literacy classroom can cultivate learners' multiliteracies and raise their awareness of localization. As you could see in the Heinz challenge, a variety of meaning-making modes, multimodal meaning-making modes were used. Firstly, the students demonstrated their linguistic literacy using the appropriate language to describe the challenge. They created a catchy slogan in both Chinese and English, with the English version highlighting their awareness of the similarity between Heinz and Hans. The TV commercial was produced in Mandarin because it was targeted for local Taiwanese audience, but the students were also actively participating in the commercial. They chanted the challenge slogan in the commercial and spoke and acted with convincing facial expressions and body language. They also applied digital skills to theme the commercial and made use of social media as the marketing channels, which could definitely effectively reach a wider range of social and cultural groups who are more digitally literate. And overall, the marketing campaign showcased the students' mastery of video making and editing skills, as well as the ability to communicate through a range of multimodal mimicking processes. Regarding the food festival, the Taiwanese food stalls, the ballot chess beans, the claw machines, and the label design activity definitely provided visitors with hands-on experience that involved visual and tactile modes of communication. The KTV song made use of linguistic, audio, and visual forms of representation. Therefore, the team adopted more modes of meaning making in planning the food festival. Regarding the application of localized marketing in their project, it was evident that the student had taken into consideration the social and cultural contexts of the local market and the consumer preferences. Both the challenge and the TV commercial emphasized the concepts of localization, encouraging the audience to eat Taiwanese local foods with the ketchup sauce. The students carefully selected representative food items that were popular among the Taiwanese community, and their objective was to localize the Western product further, making it more appealing and widely accepted by the local consumers. Here, I would also like to share briefly some of the survey results regarding the questionnaire I conducted with the students in the course. You can see here in this figure, the students were asked to identify the modes of meaning making involved in their campaigns, especially focusing on the multiliteracies project. And most of them find all these kinds of multimodality in their projects used with different intensities. And furthermore, in this table, you can see that it shows the results of another question, which asks students to rate a few statements on a 5-point scale. 1 as strongly disagree and 5 as strongly agree. And there are questions asking about their opinion about whether they could improve their multimodal literacies, their digital literacy, and whether they have gained some confidence in completing the project. And the main scores of these answers were all above 4. And in this figure here, it shows the question that asks students about the factors they consider when they devise their localized marketing strategies. For example, the living habits of the consumer, their preferences, their demands, and they some of them also considered certain environment of the society, for example, cultural and social differences. And these are the results. And you could see one more table here that concerns some questions about statements related to localization, whether they think they have successfully applied localized strategies, whether they think these strategies will be effective, and whether they can improve their understanding of localization. And again, the answers to this question were all having mean scores about 4. So in conclusion, in my research, I find that the feasibility of incorporating the concept of localization into a language classroom was demonstrated, in which developing localized marketing campaigns served as the learning objective of a multiliteracies project in English. And the study found that this approach facilitated the development of multiliteracies. Learners were able to engage with authentic contexts and negotiate with social, cultural, and linguistic diversity. As a result, learners extended their learning beyond the classroom context and engaged with the world in meaningful ways. However, the limitation of this study was that the proposed marketing campaigns were principally hypothetical and not implemented in real life. Whereas in the student's assignment, further research is needed. Where the study focused on the application of multimodal means of representation in this assignment, further research will be needed to evaluate the cultivation of multiliteracies if the proposal were to be introduced to the respective enterprises. And apart from that, further investigation, I believe, into the educational implication, I believe, to be undertaken when the concept of localization marketing is put into classroom practice. So here are my references and also concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anise. So our next and final presentation before lunch will be from Dr. Law Lok Yin from the Hong Kong Metropolitan University. And he will be talking about reinventing intangible cultural heritage and safeguarding rural villages in urban Hong Kong, and case study from 3 Hong Kong villages. Dr. Law, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So this is my presentation topic. Actually, I'm studying current history before I had to teach in Metropolitan University. We offer some courses related to heritage, particularly heritage tourism and intangible heritage. And that's why I start to study intangible heritage. Recently, the government started to have some funding for intangible heritage studies. So we got funding for studying the inscription of the intangible heritage list in Hong Kong, and also writing a monograph about the cultural relationship between Lingnan and Hong Kong. These 2 projects helped me to develop some connection with some rural villages. And I found that they tried to use or they tried to promote their own heritage in their village, not only just for sharing their sense of belongingness to the members of the community, but also we find that they have some different kinds of maybe political or cultural or social agendas for, maybe we say, safeguarding their villages, or more specific is they try to visit the land resumption policy. So today we have 3 Hong Kong villages as examples. They are not what we say the indigenous villages in new territories. They are all in, actually we call Liu Kowloon or on Hong Kong Island, which actually the government have some kinds of the power to announce the land resumption in any time if they want. That's why they try to use the cultural heritage to develop their cultural capitals in their village. Okay, so these are the frameworks. But the frameworks for me is like some historical background for the why I want to study this project. I will go through this part very quickly, and I will more specifically introduce some of the examples in my case studies. We all know that the Convention for the Extension of Hong Kong Territory helped us. Actually, you can see that it helped us to divide Hong Kong to be 3 different parts. Particularly, the main different part is new territories, because they have to, the Shin government had to bargain with the British to get some kinds of the authorities in Hong Kong after 1898. For example, they have the authority to access Kowloon City. Okay, so they have to preserve the land for the Kowloon City Pier, because we know that they still have the office in Kowloon City at that time. And also they have some kinds of the deals in the convention that when the British government wanted to construct the railway between Guangzhou and Hong Kong, the Qing government has some privilege or kinds of the advantages from these kinds of the policy. So one of the terms that in the convention is the people in new territories, their lands will be protected by the convention. If they want to, the government want the land for kinds of the public offices or fortification or other official purpose, it shall be bought at a fair price. And this is all we know that this is a very important term that affected the historical development of the new territories, particularly the land policy, right? Another policy that is the regulation of the new territories in 1910. So we can see that the courts actually have the power to recognize and enforce any Chinese custom or customary right affected such land. That's why what we know before the World War II or even after the World War II, before the new town policy was introduced, Hong Kong government tried not to negotiate with the villages in the new territories because the lands, we know that it will be, they will face a lot of the challenges, particularly all we know in the 1898, the British armies had to fight with some villages in Taipo and Kempton, right? You can see that I use scriptures because according to the scripture policy in Hong Kong, these three villages were counted as the scriptures. Sheko, Populim, and the Shenzhen, Shenzhen, Shin, the Shenzhen new village, which is very close to Chunwan. Why I focus on these three villages? Because they are, according to the Hong Kong housing policy, they were counted as the scriptures. And they will not categorized as the indigenous inhabitants. That means their villages do not have the right to continue to apply the small house from the government policy. Okay, and we find that they recently, particularly in the last, starting from the these 1 or 2 decades, they tried to enlarge and invent their social custom in the village. So this is what the concept we want to, I want to discuss is the heritageization. Actually will help those villages to empower themselves for challenging or for struggling their place, particularly the physical places, which the government may or could resume their lands for other purposes. That is what the locals worried, because I will introduce one of the cases in Sheko. They really faced the issue about the land assumption in resumption in 1990s. So according to Lord James Smith in the 2000s, one of the very important book in our cultural heritage studies is the uses of heritage. She proposed that according to our authorized heritage discourse actually promotes the experience of the elite class, but we ignored the indigenous communities. According to her definition, of course, she's talking about the Australian indigenous communities. But what I want to use that the local Hong Kong villages or the indigenous communities that actually were also ignored in the intangible heritage policy or the cultural heritage policy by the authority. So I want to see how to compare what the government expect about the lease of the intangible heritage and what the villagers expect about their promotion of their own cultural customs and the cultures. So this is the main discussion that today we want to share is about how the locals define and create the villages, the village meaningful, the reinvention of the community's customs and cultures, and what I want to see how it can help them to struggle with the government or with the Hong Kong land policy. The first example is Seng. They have this tradition or custom called Tien Dei Fu Mo Dan, or in English is the play or the festival to the gods of the heaven and earth. If you are Hokkien, and then you know that is Tien Gong Dan, that is J Emperor of the Heaven. But if you are Chao Zhou, and you will call it the Tien Dei Fu Mo Dan. Actually, there's the same thing. But because of the background of the geographical background. So Fujian people call it Tin Gong, and the Chaozhou people call it Tin Dei Fu Mo. But actually same. But in Singapore, or Malaysia, we only know Tin Gong. We don't have Tin Dei Fu Mo. But in Chaozhou, we all have Tin Dei Fu Mo. But for the Cantonese community in Hong Kong, we don't care the life day of the Chinese New Year. But actually, what is Tin Dei Fu Mo? What is the gods of heaven and earth? Actually, we don't have the physical cabinet or physical face of the goddess. This is just like that. Only the wordings were captured in the temple or in some different temples. It was not a main detail of any temples except in Seng. Okay, this is for Seng or for the Chaozhou people and Fujian communities. They very focused on the celebration of the life day of the Chinese New Year, but not for the other Cantonese people in Hong Kong. You know, Seng New Village actually was constituted by the Chaozhou dialect community. It was related to a beer company, the Seng McGrew Brewery. You know that there was a factory in Seng many years ago. The story is about the manager of the brewery got a lot of support and help of the Chaozhou people during the wartime. So after the war, he resumed the business and he said, I only want to find the Chaozhou workers. So a lot of Chaozhou workers know that, oh, we can find a job and also we can have the place to live. We can imagine during the 1950s and 60s, it was very important issue for all these refugees from mainland, that housing was the big problem for them, right? So, and then they heard that, oh, they can find a place to live in Seng and also have the opportunity to work. So a lot of the people live in, a lot of people move to Seng, particularly they are the Chaozhou people. Originally, Seng village was owned by the Hakka. Okay, but now we have two villages. One is for Hakka and other one, we call it the new village, actually now belong to Chaozhou. But for the Hakka one, actually they count as the indigenous communities in Hong Kong, so they have the right to inherit their parents, their fathers' housing, and also to apply the small house policy. But for the Chaozhou communities, they are not allowed to do that. Okay, this is the only temple of the gods of heaven and earth in Hong Kong, or even maybe in the world, because no one will only just do the celebration or the ritual practice for the tabernacle, okay, without any goddess. But only in Seng, they have the tradition for celebrating on the live day of the Chinese New Year. But all the Chaozhou or the Fujian communities, they actually did not have the specific ritual for this celebration. They just, okay, bye-bye. Okay, we got some kinds of the Chinese traditional customs to celebrate this day. But for the Seng, they want to create some festivals or create or invent new elements. So they tried to apply or tried to introduce a lot of Chaozhou related, we can say events, or we can say customs, or we can say rituals on that day. So starting from the 2010, the new chairperson, he was the retired police officer. He had a lot of good network with the social community. And then he thought that if we don't transform the festival with more performative events, then they cannot continue to get some donation to maintain the community. That is the very important background why they want to transform their festival. So they added paradise elements. First of all, actually they are the Yunnan festival community, and then they changed the festival, and then they also developed, or we can say created the new tradition of the 9th day of the Chinese New Year. That means what we say, the 天地父母誕, to add a lot of the festival elements. One of the example I can show you here is the Ying dancing. We call it a hero song dancing. In Cantonese, Ying Go Mo. Okay, it's a very short video that you can see some children actually from one of the Yuen school. Okay, they formed the only Ying dancing group in Hong Kong. Actually, no one played Ying in Hong Kong before 2015 or 14. And actually, it was not belonged to the Seng community. They asked the Yuen students go to Seng for the celebration, for the dancing. And this is new thing for them, but you know, this is a very traditional looking as to develop this as the local carnival, or we can say the local festival. And also they serve the pun choi. To be honest, Chuzhou people will not eat pun choi, but pun choi is the very easy way to gather all the people. And they don't want to make it like very religious, not very Chuzhou. So they emphasize this is the celebration for the gods of heavens and the earth. This is not just for religious purpose. This is the purpose for us to remember we should take care, look after our elderly in this community. So all the elderly who live in Seng, they line up and then they can join and to eat the pun choi and got some gifts as well. And then they will also have the paradise in the village and also in the community of Seng. And this is all the things that never happened before 2014 or 2013. Or only after 2014, these kinds of the new traditions were introduced to Seng. And then they tried to promote these as the traditions of Seng, but actually it's very new. Okay. Sorry. After the Seng Yunnan committee to revitalize the festivals or the community, some other people who are related to Chaozhou or who are related to something like the philopaty, which we call the very Chinese cultural tradition elements that were engaged in the community as well. So Hui Bakin opened a tea house to teach Chaozhou dialect and share knowledge. So this is the emojis about how to pronounce different Chaozhou dialects. And this picture were co-created by the Chaozhou people in Shenzhen, sorry, and the Seng Catholic Primary School. This is a very symbolic cooperation. They want to emphasize that this is not only belong to particular religion. They want to engage. This is a very important elements of Chinese, okay, because we promote how we need to have the elements of the literal party in the community. Okay, so we can see that Seng physically or performative customs enhanced the locals and outsider awareness about the future of Seng. Another example is Bok Fu Lam. I think Bok Fu Lam is more familiar for all of you because they have the dragon dancing, right? But we have a very interesting policy that Bok Fu Lam moratorium policy that actually restricted some lease modification in that area. But now the government actually relaxed, is trying to relaxing the policy. So some villages worry about the future of the village, and so they try to get some awareness about their village. This is our overlooked dancing in Hong Kong because fire dragon dancing, we all only know about Dai Han Run, right? We don't know the Bok Fu Lam one before these few years. And this is what Bok Fu Lam intentionally do they want to let the people know that not only Daihan has their fire dragon dancing, we Bofulam also have the same one, but of course we have the smaller one. Why they do that? They actually, the director of the fire dragon dancing association told me that they want to let the people know the history of the Bofulam. Yes, this is the I just saw one few of the picture. This is the demonstration of the fire dragon in Ocean Park last year because they are not allowed to do the dancing. Okay, this is the story how they promote the history of Bofulam to prevent the domination of Bofulam through the media. The last example is I'll finish it very quickly. The simple thing is Shatin has faced the challenge of the government to demolish their housing in 1990s. They have the demonstration and successfully changed the policy. After that, they have the memories to remember this one issue. You know that a lot of, for say, the Jiao Festival or kinds of the local festivals with Chinese elements, they will be more pro-China, right? But we can see one of the Democratic Party guests joined this festival because this person, Yuen helped them in 1990s. So starting from 1996 to 2016, they have these kinds of they always invited Yuen to be the guest. And to remember this myth, to legitimize the story in the special brochure. The special brochure is introducing the Jiao Festival, but at the end, it introduced the Shatin history, the Shatin culture, and the one main agenda in the brochure is their history is longer and earlier than the port opening of Hong Kong. Why they want to do that? Because they want to use this as the statement or to write their history to make sure that everyone should respect Shatin to avoid another demolition of the Shatin village. To conclude, I want to emphasize that the intangible heritage can be reformed as the tool or can be reformed as the strategies to struggle with the government. Not only for the sense of belongingness, but also for resisting the land acquisition or clearance in the history of sculpture of Hong Kong. Okay, so I stop here. Sorry, I may use so much time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Law. So because of time, I'm sure everyone is hungry. So shall we move on to lunch for further discussion? Okay, so our student helper will show you the way down to the first floor of the cafe area. Okay, so see you around. And our afternoon session will start at 2:30 and see you at lunch and continue our discussions.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable guests and delegates for this international conference, Conceptual Practice, on the research and pedagogy of art, design, creative industries, and cultural heritage. Now, we had a very exciting, fruitful morning of presentations and discussions, and we really look forward to our afternoon panels. And to start our second half of our symposium today is our keynote speaker from Switzerland, Professor Christopher Beckley, who is director of the Zurich Center for Creative Economies, in short, the ZCZE, at the Zurich University of the Arts, Sahadeka. His cultural policy research focuses on the intersection of art, design and economy, policy, society. He's a member of the executive board of ELIA, the European League of Institute of the Arts. In fact, we are also a member of the league with Professor Weckley's introduction. And he is a member of the advisory board, education and discourses at the Goethe Institute. He was awarded the Swiss Design Prize for his research on the creative economies. And today, the topic of his keynote is creative economies research, from creative industries to creative skills, with a question mark. So all floor is all yours. Christoph.
Thank you. Desmond, can you hear me?
Very clear, very clear.
Yeah, okay. So good morning, I have to say, here in Zurich. Pleasure to be with you. I would like to share my screen. Let's see if it works. Yes, I think, can you see my slide?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So from creative industries to creative skills with a question mark, I would like to talk briefly about the two aspects of your event, pedagogy and meaning curriculum development at the Arts University and creative industries research as we practice this at our center. What you see here is our building in the western area of the city of Zurich. One could say that it is a creative ecosystem. We have almost all the arts disciplines literally under one roof. And we are one of the larger arts universities in Europe, so it's quite an interesting ecosystem for creative industries research. But we also realize that we still have many silos. We have 5 departments: design, performing arts, film, fine arts, music, cultural analysis, 2,500 students, 650 teaching staff. And the idea when we moved into these buildings a couple of years ago was to collaborate between the departments. But we realized that it's not that easy. And at the same time, we realized that we have students saying more and more that we have to break these silos. They say it's fine to have specialist skills and competencies, but we need more. We need transversal, transformative skills. And that is why the board decided 3 years ago to change from a traditional bachelor and master system to a major and minor system, trying to give more flexibility to the students. I will try to show you a short video clip giving an idea on how we understand this major minor system. I hope it works.
Creative collaboration, strongly interconnected, cross-disciplinary, more individual. Many of us will be working in professional fields that we don't even know today. The demands, though, are already clear. More diverse and more cross-disciplinary competencies. Imagine being able to align your degree program according to your needs. At ZHDK, you can. We developed an innovative and unique model across European higher arts education called Major-Minor. The major being the main subject area. You decide if you want to deepen your skills within this area with 1 or 2 minors, or if you want to expand across other disciplines. This new program structure offers content from multiple fields of study. giving you the opportunity to sharpen your individual profile. Decide whether you want to deepen the acquired competencies from your major and combine it with a minor to further specialize, or whether you want to expand your knowledge, competencies, and skills within a minor from another discipline. Take Alina, a student. The major-minor structure enables Alina to choose whether she wants to do hands-on client projects in her minor, and thus deepen the specialist knowledge she's gained in the major, or whether she prefers to expand her horizon and skills by working with students from different artistic disciplines, or by addressing transdisciplinary topics such as diversity or sustainability. And now, use this unique freedom to design your equally unique degree program. The major-minor structure at Zurich University of the Arts.
Okay, so this is the basic idea of this major-minor system. And you see you have more flexibility, but it gets also more complicated and more complex. And this was the moment when the curriculum development department and our center started a collaboration, because our core business is just 1 second. Yeah, because here again, in a few words, the basic idea of this major-minor system. The curriculum development department is very sure that portfolio careers are already a reality for artists and designers. They are quite convinced that our alumni play a role when it comes to solve the big problems of our planet inside and outside the cultural sector. And they are pretty sure that the interesting level is no longer the traditional bachelor master program level, but it's a more granular level with skills and competences. This is the assumptions, and this was the moment when they approached us and asked us for a collaboration, because our core business is the analysis of the creative industries. We deal with questions such as where will our graduates work, what will they do, whom will they work with, and so on. And the interesting thing was that when we analyzed the labor market of the creative sector, we have two main challenges. One is heterogeneity, that an analysis of the labor market is in industries or on the level of professions, and for our graduates, this very often does not work, because they are quite often in between the traditional categories. So we have to zoom in, and during the pandemic we realized very strongly that it is a very dynamic field, and we need up-to-date information. So we had, as everybody in Europe, established approaches, industries, the creative industries, as I said, established, but quite sometimes far away from our graduates, because what is a sound designer? It's somehow between music industry and design industry, and this in-between thing happens quite often. Then you can analyze it on the level of occupation, which is a bit closer to our graduates. But if you look at these taxonomies of occupations, they are still very traditional, and our graduates quite often invent kind of new professions, so it doesn't fit. And this was the main reasons why we have been working for quite some time on the level with skills too, as the people now developing the new curricula, because we have a very high granularity. But our research was on the new data sources we needed to analyze on the level of skills. And the whole skills discussion was also pushed a bit by the European Union. As you know, perhaps we are currently in the year of skills in Europe. There is a pact for skills, and there are many, many programs, research program and other programs dealing with the topic of skills. So so we had an overlap somehow between our research agenda and the key questions of the people developing the new major minor curricula, because their questions were where inside and outside the sector, cultural sector, can we show opportunities for our graduates to make a living through the arts if we don't follow the traditional career paths or the traditional definitions of professions. Also, the more complex our system gets at Zurich University of the Arts, the more we have to think about how to guide the students through this system. And this was the moment when we said, well, let's join forces. You from the curriculum development department, quality assurance department, and we from Zurich Center for Creative Economies. And we started working on a project, an experiment, I would say, called Skill Matcher. What is Skill Matcher about? It is mainly a tool for our students. At the moment, it's still on a prototype level. And what we do with the Skill Matcher is we use artificial intelligence to guide our students through the world of skills. In a few words, why artificial intelligence? You all are familiar with job databases. Job databases work on a level of keywords. You have job advertisements, and these job advertisements, for example, are connected with keywords by the owner of the database, very often semi-automatically or automatically. And then you have to, if you search for a profession as a graduate from an arts university, then if there is a match between your keyword and the keyword connected to the job advertisement, then you have a proposition. The advantage of artificial intelligence, besides that it is able to deal with huge amount of data, is that it's able to show semantic relationships between your search and possible results. To give you an example, if a designer is looking for jobs related to animation, an AI-driven answer would also give them propositions linked to moving images, because it sees animation, moving images, there is a semantic relationship, and it shows the two options. Or just to give you another very simple example, on the level of skills, there is a huge overlap between a jeweler working on an earring, for example, and a dental technician. They do mainly the same thing, but in different fields. So these AI-driven databases are more useful, offer more opportunities. And what we did then with the quality, the curriculum development department is we trained an algorithm in the field of analysis of the labor market, analysis of job advertisements with our curricula. We tried to find out what happens if the algorithm learns in detail about curricula of an arts university, and it took us quite some time and we established close relations with the data curator of the company. We are currently working with, because he had to understand what do you mean when you say in a curriculum that enables the student to deal with uncertainty or whatever, this kind of categories you would not find in a traditional job description. So this was a work of several months, and but finally what happened is that we could find out that if we have 180,000 open jobs in Switzerland per day, just as a reminder, Switzerland has about 9 million inhabitants. It's like Hong Kong. And we have, on the other side, about 150,000 job profiles in the education and education degrees. We could find that there are about 70,000 semantically related skills if we take as a starting point our curricula. So we could or are able now to offer to our students a tool. I will show you in a few seconds how it works. And students use the tool, are quite, for them it's an interesting tool because they see new opportunities. They give us feedback and say it does not work in this aspect, but here it works quite well. We have a collaboration with the company driving the AI-based analysis of the labor market. So very much in progress, ongoing experiment, but it shows that there is a potential if we analyze the labor market on the skills level, and if we try to match it to the skills we have in our curricula. Just to give you an idea, the look and feel, it is in, I will show you some screenshots in English then, but this is how it's in German, since it's still a prototype, what our students would have to do. They would say, I'm still studying or I am already in the labor market now. Then he would say, I'm studying here at ZHDK, and let's decide that he would be in a major creative producing. Now we, if we had time, we would also would say that there is a minor and so on. Then next step. Oh, sorry, I have to delete here. Next step. Then the algorithm wants to know things from the student, because it says, I know your curriculum, I know what kind of skills are there in, but I need to know about you more details. What are, you have to select from 8 options, creative thinking, enthusiastic selling, and entrepreneurial networking. For example, it's only 8 because if you could put there 30, but then we found out that we have students who are very sure of themselves and they select all the 30, and we have others who are not so sure of themselves and they wouldn't select anything. So now they have to select 3 from 8. Then there is a second step where again the algorithm wants to know, is in this case is on a level of 15, but says to give you a good answer I should know a bit more on you. We call this phase smart curating. So it's about the algorithm, but at the same time it needs detailed information from the student. We don't do it now because we don't have time. And then you have results, easy results, with jobs, which is now real time. 2 days ago, 6 days ago, sometimes it's because now it's 1st of May, Labor Day, people don't work in Switzerland, 1 day ago. Or you have profiles showing that the skills you have, all the skills you have, they match perfectly with TV producer and so on. And what is interesting is that the algorithm also tells the student what are your missing skills. So if you want to really work as a TV producer, so with your curriculum, which was not TV producer, as you remember, then you should work on these skills. So this is just to look and feel, and I have done for today some screenshots. This is how you would find someone just studying a major film production. Again, you see the matching skills and the missing skills. If the same person studies the film production plus a minor in creative economics in practice, then you see it widens the scope. You have here the business development manager who appears, and at the same time you would find open job descriptions. So to finish my presentation, what are the learnings from our experiment, from the combination of pedagogy, curriculum development, and creative industries research? We really see that if we try to work in a more pronounced way on the skills level, we can zoom in. We have a more detailed picture. We don't look at the labor market of our students from far away, but from close. As you have seen, we have real-time results. It's not data from the statistical office, which is normally at least 3 months old. It's up to date, which is quite interesting for our graduates, but also if we want to analyze the labor market in times of crisis. During COVID, we could not wait for 3 months. We had to know now. You saw that there are missing skills. What skills should you work on if you want to work as this profession? This is in a fast changing world where we talk about lifelong learning, quite an interesting asset that people can find out what should I work on. And if our graduates, our students see these missing skills, they are very pragmatic and very flexible. They go to YouTube and are looking for YouTube clips dealing with these missing skills, or the further education department of our university knows, well, we should offer some programs in this field because our graduates have quite some missing skills in this area, and this is something we observe several times. And especially for the curricula development department, the interesting thing is that if there are skills you see all the time in job advertisements, so this is an interesting hint for them whether they could integrate these skills in their curricula or not. That's their decision finally. It's not the task of an arts university, in my view, just to deliver trained people to fulfill all the tasks. It must go beyond, but it's interesting insights they never had before, and helps them to position their curricula. And at the same, that's what I said. So it's also about future requirements. You even could kind of pre-test curricula. These major minor curricula, we trained the algorithm with, and we have now information on only start in fall 24. So it helps us to have an idea before we even start. So this is would be my presentation, Desmond. It's about, as I said, the collaboration between the curriculum development department of our university and creative industry research. It was the first time that we did this kind of collaboration. It's still ongoing, as I said, an experiment. It's quite complex. It's also difficult to convince an arts university that AI is can be a helpful tool, that it's not only technology kind of challenging traditional arts profession, but on the contrary, that it helps to develop them further. We realized that our students are already very familiar with these kind of technologies. And currently in Europe, as I said, year of skills, Pact for Skills, there is a huge interest in this tool, and there is an exchange with ILIA, European League of Institutes of the Arts, whether we could offer our knowledge, our experience to the wider community of arts universities in Europe. Yeah, that's just a short insight on what we are currently working on.
Thank you, Christoph. very interesting talk and example of what you are doing, on the research on the creative economies. Immediately I could think of, maybe next step is to increase your portal of real-time job offers around the world, right? And and maybe before that, we could first establish the real-time job offers between Switzerland and Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's technically it's feasible. It's because the methodology of the labor market and analysis is quite comparable. But the main challenge is to train the algorithm, to teach the algorithm what an arts university is like, how it thinks like, what kind of vocabulary it uses. And just to give you an example, in the first round, the algorithm made many suggestions to our students related to forensic. So we asked the data curator, how can this be? What has Zurich University of the Arts do with forensic professions? And the data curator said, it's very simple. In your curricula, you write quite often, in this program, you will find out something about you, or you will learn to how you can find out things about this topic. And this is what in forensic also happens. They have to find out what was going on. And now training the algorithm was teaching the algorithm, you should not suggest forensic professions from the forensic field, because at an arts university, if they say you find out something about this, means that's an open curriculum and so on. And then in the second round, we had no propositions for forensic professions and so on. It takes time. This is the main challenge, but once it works, it's quite a powerful tool which helps our students or the curriculum developers.
Well, thank you, Christoph, once again. Thank you for getting up early at 8 a.m. in your time. I gather, with your attire, it's pretty cold. I think you mentioned Hong Kong, Switzerland, very similar in many ways. I find one thing exactly very similar now is our room temperature, very much like Switzerland's temperature.
Yeah.
So you see why I'm also putting, a coat on top of my dress.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you once again, for sharing this very exciting topic.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I see there are questions in the chat. Maybe you can share my email address, and they can send me the question via email, and I'm happy to answer.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's from our professor from Taiwan.
Yeah.
Ming-Ho. Yeah. So perhaps we would deal with all individual questions later on, and we have to move on to our panels for the afternoon. So the next panel is the panel actually from colleagues from our department, sharing their research and work on teaching experimentations. And there are 4 presentations. The first one is by Samuel Swoop, and he will be speaking on examples of recent research and pedagogy experimentation. So I think each presentation can take 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, friends and colleagues. I'm Daniel Swope, and as Desmond mentioned, I will be talking about recent research and pedagogy experimentations. To begin, for those of you who don't know me yet, I have been infatuated with developing and researching flight and air as a medium for art for over a decade now. And a lot of the issues and concerns and theories that I engage with are hybridity, the non-human, and other examples include more than human ecologies. So, okay now? And then in recent months, I've been becoming more and more interested in combining drone sculpture and sound art for performances. A recent performance which happened was Haptic Collision number 7, which incorporates a flight controller that I have developed, which is highly configurable. And I transmit that real-time data to a real-time audio synthesizer. I did the first iteration or performance of this in December. I used open source interface Arduino alongside Super Collider. The event had about 100 guests who were specifically invited, ranged from curators to gallerists to other artists. That highly configurable flight controller has enabled me to also create and study other forms of drone sculptures. Here's a recent study, a flying tire, which is a lightweight representation of a tire and combines both digital fabrication with handcraft. This highly configurable flight controller allows me to change the number of motors, change balance, change payload, a number of things. And this is an example of that study. So now that you know a little bit more about me, hopefully that will help you contextualize what is to come as we look at some very, very recent pedagogical experimentations. And judging by this image, you can now see that I also have found a decent collaborator with recent developments in AI, which have helped my Photoshop skills. So in thinking about this conference, I decided to bring and look at a course that we offer here within the Department of Art and Design, which is AD 2003, which is digital technology. And when I was thinking about this class, I asked some questions on how I would bring in creative coding and robotics. And how I landed on this was asking things like, what open source digital technologies related to art and technology practices, which has yet to be introduced to AAD students, could I start to trickle into the program? And that kind of fit in with some of my own research interests. And then what experimental methods will intrigue these students to study and experience electronic prototyping, programming, and engineering for art and design practices. I asked some other questions too, like, how could I keep the budget really low? So we got started in these experiments by doing a peer-to-peer research and sharing, which allowed us to look at different creative coding platforms, and which also enabled us to study the works of like Rafik Anadol, his computer-generated large video installations, as well as the AI simulations from the world-renowned Ian Chung. We then moved on to another level of the experiment, which was starting to look at the sensors, one owns individual body, as well as code. And I produced and developed a very simple electronic prototyping kit in the AAD's lab, which would help students learn a bit more about electronic prototyping, PCBs, and sensors, as well as microcontrollers and coding with the same interface Arduino. So as I mentioned, we developed this simple kit in the lab. And this was moments for me to start to show students a little bit about the DIY electronic modules that you could pick up in local districts like Seng Po. They learned about the MPU 6050 sensor, which is a tiny, very affordable module that allows you to gather data about from a gyroscope or an accelerometer, which is packed in very tight into the IC chip. And then this then allowed us to look at microcontrollers that you could also pick up in a very affordable market. And then this is an example of what that kit is that they put together. And then they would sit with me and we would program it and we would discuss things, theories about electronics and their relationship with our current way of living. And they would also get the opportunity to get the behavior of this electronic kit to operate in the way that they wanted it based off of its relationship with the with the sensor. And then it brought me into the last and final stage of the experimentation, and that is why art and design students should learn about robotics. And you cannot see it very well. I think this is a problem of doing your presentation in Keynote and then exporting it as a PowerPoint. So one of those reasons, or those bullet points of reasons, is interdisciplinary collaboration. Another one being technological literacy, new creative possibilities, enhanced creativity, emerging job opportunities. One that I really encourage is problem-solving skills. And one less thought of is ethics and social impact. So as we're moving into a more automated society, I think it's important for students, or it's not just students, but artists and designers and creative people to be a part of the conversation of robotic ethics, as well as AI ethics. This robotic art and design group project was a total of 40 students, which I broke down into 10 different groups. And this also allowed the students the opportunity to collaborate and cooperate in groups. It also allowed us to merge digital technologies alongside intuitive handcraft and engineering. So some of the students are able to bring to these groups their own understanding of how things could be made or how things could be fabricated. In doing so, this also let me sprinkle in a little bit about robotic art history, that being from, say, Nicholas Schoeffer, one of the very first cybernetic artworks, which was also a robotic art installation titled CYSP1. We looked at very recent examples of robotic art from Sun Yuan and Peng Yu, Beijing-based. This one from the Guggenheim Museum, and then we looked at Hong Kong and Taiwanese-based collective or group known as Dimension Plus. Seen here is a robot arm doing calligraphy or literati painting. And then we also looked at Hong Kong-based artists and sound artists and former academic Samson Young. And you can see here from the Smart Museum, an exhibition that he did in Chicago is a line following robot. And so that's the robot I decided to choose for the students to engage with, is also the same thing, a line following robot, which is very common introductory robot for our students, and that we've done before in the past in Chicago in the Art and Technology Studies department. But what we try to do a little bit differently for the students is that I would provide some guidelines and some prompts which would help them to be a little bit more creative about this tool. When we're working through and doing the development of this experiment, it also allows me to sprinkle in, again, as best as I possibly could, some engineering tips or techniques. As we're doing these hands-on learning experiments, I could also teach little things that are important. So as they're doing the hands-on and they're witnessing it in person, they're also being able to they're understanding exactly what's going on in real life, as opposed to this thing known as pulse width modulation being too abstract for them. So we modified the classroom into individual working tables, developed these kits together. And then the guidelines, as I mentioned, I provided were a little bit loose. I just asked them to develop a unique design for the robotic vehicle's form and movement, and to also understand that the robot needs to be lightweight. These materials must be lightweight, and which also allows easy access to the electronic hardware to replace or charge batteries and update code, which is a very quintessential important thing for any kind of robotic design. And here are some results from stage 1, which happened on April 18th, so not too long ago. Aerial perspective. I like drones. There's another one. So stage 1 was pretty straightforward. We would have each group, they've finished designing their robot, making their own ideas about how it would interact with its space and the map that they defined for it. This one worked really well in following the line. It's a skull, and I asked them, what is that? And they said it's a death mobile. I don't know. But anyway, they're enjoying it. And then we have things like sushi. And these are moments too, where if the print underneath didn't work perfectly, I was able to teach them a little bit about basic coding, like conditionals, and that maybe not all the time the robot behaves, but this is when you have a lot of interesting creative characteristics. And we programmed it in a way so that if it did lose the line, it would Roomba around like a vacuum and find the line again. And then came stage 2. And stage 2 is where we took all the groups individual and put all together as if it's one big, large collective. And that's the moment of chaos. Okay. Okay, so I think evidently from the sound that you can hear in the background, they had a pretty good experience. I think so. So I try to have some takeaway from this. And one of the reasons why I was doing it is that I was hoping that by going through these exercises, maybe a couple things would happen. One, I could start to teach about these more hard topics for art and design students to understand, because there's always this stereotype around us that we don't really like science, or we don't understand engineering, we're not good at math. But maybe that's not always the case. You know, if you get to experience a little bit, we can at least be part of the larger conversation and apply our creativity to it. Whether or not the students are going to end up really loving code or doing creative coding or moving into robotics, the main thing was that they would get a little bit of experience and knowledge about this, and maybe it would start to impact the way that they create. So maybe they have acquired more technological literacy, or they've enhanced their creativity and skills, or maybe there's some new possibilities that comes when they start to do their own independent research projects. And some of those independent research projects, which I have 40 of them now, have been doing things like ink paintings or drawings with that robot, in the same way that you saw from Dimension Plus. As well as another student using creative code to generate flowers in a random way and then printing them out and doing collages. And then finally, another student who's thinking about code to create moving image installations, as well as using code to generate sound for those moving image installations. So I do see that maybe in some way it's impacted a little bit, but in continuing this experiment, I've invited two of our students, Cynthia and Janice, who are also representatives of each of their groups, to briefly share some insight from the robot experiment. And I have no idea what they're going to say. So here we go.
Hello everyone, and I'm Cynthia. During the robotic project, I do have some problems, and also I think it's interesting for me to generate a robotic project, but the coding is very complicated. So when I meet some problems, what I need to do is keep searching, learning, asking, and doing experiments. So I did make some mistake on the CPU, but luckily I just find Samuel and I just solved this problem, which enhanced my problem solving skills. But one thing I discovered that is we need to keep our curiosity on learning so that it allow us to have some improvements, and which will make our life to move on to the next stage. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Janice, and I think I have the same feelings with the Cynthia, and I think the coding and making a robotic project is really difficult for me. The difficult part for me is that how to connect the robot and the coding together. But even so, I think I still enjoy to making a robot, and how to push our limit and don't limit our creativities. And I think we need to be brave to maybe think about how to make a project that can maybe connect with another people robot. And I think the coding and robot is really have a lot of possibility. And so just have fun with the P5JS and making a coding. I think it will be surprise you a lot. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Cynthia and Janice, for that conclusion. I know that wasn't easy for them, but thank you very much. As we've mentioned before, we save Q&A for the end. So thank you, everyone. And thank you again, Janice and Cynthia. Yeah.
Samuel and the team, congratulations. You're dead on your time limit, very good.
I'm good at it.
And then you should be very busy, preparing for an exhibition of this project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very busy.
Yeah. Thank you. I think it's very exciting, to see that happening.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll leave the Q&A actually with the other panel members, at the end of the session. So thank you. Yeah. Our next presentation is from a team again, with 4 members, but I think only 3 of them are here. Please all come to the front. Maybe Puisi as well, Yeah. The authors are Lei Zhou-Kiu, Zhang Puisi, Christine Choi, and then Tong Kin Long, right? Their topic is video game as cultural heritage, exhibition, education, and research.
Hi, I'm Joseph Lee Chokyu. So maybe because we are a team, so because
Yes, I'm Christine, and you all see me this morning. I'm from the Department of Art and Design, and
I'm C from the Department of Social Science, also one of the team member.
Actually, we still have one team member there, Dr. Patrick Mock. So, but this draft somehow is a bit separated, but also a summary of what we have done last year. And on the other hand, also some of our future plans. So as you can see, the title is Video Game as Cultural Heritage. Sorry, and also Kin On Tong is not here today. So he's currently in London on Zoom right now, I guess. So this is the flow of our presentation today. So first of all, I'll explain very quickly about the concepts on the relations between the video game and cultural heritage. And then the next part will be, Christine will talk more about heritagization practices. That is how a video game becomes heritage through different cultural practices, and especially through Retro.Hong Kong, a civic organizations on preserving video game, and also our team by both Art and Design Department and Social Science Department. I'll explain some challenges and also the strategies, including festival, exhibition, and also the education and then research. Concepts, basically when we talk about video game and cultural heritage, we usually assume that game is the method or the tool, so less about as the heritage object. So for example, currently most of the discussions I would say is devoted to thinking about how to maximize engagement through games, because it facilitates interactive storytelling, is immersive, etc. So, for example, in virtual archaeology, some different kinds of programs, AR, VR, were developed to facilitate the archaeology work for tangible heritage. And on the other hand, in recent years or decades, we also see a lot of games being developed to tell stories for intangible heritage, like by indigenous people. So those are not what we are doing. We are doing a game as heritage. For example, as this scholar mentioned in 2009, over the last several decades, electronic games have profoundly changed the way people play, learn, and connect with each other. Despite tremendous impact of electronic games, however, until recently, relatively few programs existed to preserve them for future generations of players and researchers. This book is so far, I think, the most important theoretical book that kind of found the theoretical foundations of studying video game as a cultural heritage. So this is one quote that I think precisely capture what we want to deliver by Rayford Gwynns. So he said, video games have entered into subsequent phases and contexts of afterlife history and greatly exceed their initial use exchange value as products and design game programs. Games may not be over or even saved. The afterlife situations of game illustrate the preservationist strategies and curatorial modes at work in diverse cultural institutions, while conjointly recognizing games that persist outside of official institutions, including museums, archives, exhibitions, arcades, private collections, and landfills, the cultural terrains of the afterlife of video games. So basically, we are one of this kind of unofficial institutions. A very quick summary of this kind of a heritagization campaign or process in different parts of the world. The earliest museum probably, usually if you check online sources, they would say that Berlin, there is the Computer Spielen Museum, something like that. But that museum includes computer games as well. And somehow it connects also to computer, less maybe on the game. And the level of sophistication is also less in comparison to the later recent museums developed in the US and the UK. And on civic organizations or civil organizations, so one very important beginning is that in 2011, so in Japan, in Tokyo, there was a person, he is a French, so he moved to Tokyo, as far as I know, he bought a house. So his house is in fact that Preservation Society. So NHK also interviewed him. So he had a very sophisticated collection, including, for example, if he wants to document a game, it's not only about the game content and also not only about the machine, but also the way of playing, including like cheating. Or he would hire a person recording how one game master could use like $2 to play a arcade from the beginning to the end, for example. So this is a skills, something that deserves documentation. So this is what their Preservation Society has been doing in the past decade. And Internet Archive, since 2013, Internet Archive has started to has a collection on video games and computer game magazines. So I think I don't have to really click into this link, but in short, yeah, we can just read everything online. But somehow it's very different from many other preservationists because they emphasize the wholeness of that play experience. That is, although we know that we can easily play something online or through different kinds of simulation software, but it's about the way how the machine appeared in front of you and you get connected with your family members or friends, etc. So although Internet Archive has a very rich collection, but a lot of different institutions and organization is still being ongoing. You can see, including in the US, in Perth in 2015, it is one of the, it is the first and so far the only game museum in Australia, the Nostalgia Box. Also in Texas, in Frisco, there is a National Video Game Museum. And 2017, Auckland Video Game History Foundation, in which video game heritage is also one very important part. And 2018 in the UK, in Sheffield, a National Video Game Museum was also founded. So you can see that it's in the past decade that there are really a lot of different kinds of attempts of institutionalization. So just two more slides on the recent development. Last year, Sony is building, has started to build a game preservation team. And also in the University of Toronto, they have just acquired one of the largest video game collection from a collector called Sid Bolton. The Sid Bolton collection is one of the, it's a very huge collection. So it was acquired by UT. So UT has just started to think about how to further develop those the collected items into different syllabus or course development. So later on, in fact, we are also kind of connecting with them, and some Christine will elaborate more that later. So heritageization practice in Hong Kong. So first of all, why Hong Kong? Because on the one hand, because we're in Hong Kong, and on the other hand, because Asia really has a huge gaming population. But somehow, except Japan, although Japan is also part of Asia, but in Korea, there is a Nexon computer museum, but it was corporate funded and it is just a part of the whole corporate museum. But except like Japan and also Korea, that museum, basically the rest of Asia has a diverse practice. I mean, in terms of playing, consuming the game, and different memorial practices that we really didn't know much about them. So it's really a huge potential to think more about that. And Hong Kong is a hub of consumption, not only because of the fact that Hong Kong is rich, so we have a lot of gamers and we have a strong consumption power, but also because of our very specific free port status. So for example, one collaborator we have been working on, Dixon, so he always recall the memory that when a game like Zelda was released, a Hong Kong gamer can buy 7 versions of that particular game at the same time. So in Hong Kong, we can buy a Japanese version, a US version, a European versions of the same game. So our way of consumption is highly transnational. It's not really bounded by one specific national border. So that's why in Hong Kong, we can observe active transnational consumption and localization of game culture. We can also then see the formation of fandom, memory, a bottom of cultural heritage, and possibly different forms of archive and museums in the periphery of global game culture. I say so because Hong Kong is really at the periphery because the center is always in North America and Japan. So that's why I think we have to start to do something to collect or to archive these kind of consumption memory. Challenges and strategies. So there are 2 main forms of challenges, one regarding materiality and digitality, that is the immateriality, and also the institutional environment make it very difficult for people to start doing this kind of project. So that's why we also have different strategies, although I mean they're more or less the same in different parts of the world, but in Hong Kong and Asia, things get more complicated, especially because we do not have a very strong corporate support and also the industrial support. The materiality, material deterioration happens in all video game collection and also heritagization project. There's an oxidation of metal surfaces and components. For game magazine, which is very important in the history of game culture, because usually if you want to know something or start doing a research on one game or some game disappeared, you have to start with a game magazine very often. So, but they will have a discoloring of the paper, including not only the magazine, but also different kinds of posters. And also like one exhibition that our team has just curated on different kind of communication materials. Also, there are lots of different kinds of problems on discoloring. Gigantic size of arcade consoles requiring considerable amount of physical space. And we know that in Hong Kong, we don't have space. The essence of digital objects, that is the digitality, also makes it very difficult to collect things in comparison to probably many other kinds of heritage, because there are diverse experience, so there are diverse preservation needs. Multiple updates and additional patch. So for example, we know that today when we talk about one game, we might have different kinds of playing experience because the game is never ending. It has been updated unceasingly with different kind of patches. So probably someone bought version 2, 3, 4, but some other players didn't. So their playing experience are very different. So it means that they would evaluate the game in different ways, and they would also have different criteria or ways of judging the values of the games or different aspect of their game. So it becomes complex to manage information or do different tagging, etc. Institutional environment, especially in Hong Kong, we don't have enough space. So our close collaborator, the Retro Hong Kong, so the team members always told us that they're quite anxious on how to preserve those things at Fortan, and not only because of the high land rent, but also of the weather, etc. Lack of financial support, because these things obviously don't generate instant financial returns. Lack of collaborators, because we don't have a solid game industry and policy. And finally, copyright regimes. In fact, when archivists or the collectors, they want to preserve things and at the same time they want to exhibit things or allow the public access, it would imply copyright problems. And because we somehow, it means that we have to talk with different corporates and game producers. So, and they own the copyrights. So this is also a problem. And organizational constraints. So in short, no resources and volunteer base. So the first strategy is in heritagizing video game is exhibition. The Hong Kong Game Association is, as I said, organizations that we have been closely collaborating, is established in 2015 to preserve video game materials in Hong Kong. They dedicate to collect and preserve game materials, as well as organize different exhibitions across Hong Kong. Exhibition is very important because, first of all, it shows that video games really deserve to be collected and exhibited. They have values. And second, we can obtain media resources and public attention, including newspaper writings or interviews, etc. Third, the exhibition itself is a physical space for lobbying partnership. So I still remember that when we had a gaming expo last year, I somehow get connected with different small SME people because they're interested in the different kinds of games, or we might talk about the games through recalling some of our childhood memories, etc. So these kinds of, exhibition itself is a very important space. We know that. And fourth, reach out to potential donors and users. Yes, so maybe I'll pass the microphone to Christine, so she will further explain what we did and what we will do in the coming months.
Thank you, Joseph. So indeed, our team is very lucky to have the support from the university that we got the funding called the Strategic Development Fund. And with the funding support, we actually organized 3 different types of exhibitions within the last 6 months, as well as some educational activities. So here I'm going to show you a short videos featuring last year in October that we have invited our president and vice presidents to play Street Fighter, a very classic retro games in Hong Kong that the teachers and students may experience a collective memory with this exhibition. So let's take a look at this video. So at the exhibition, we actually have 40 different sets of console games exhibited to the students and also the general public. The President Ho did not win the contest, and also the Vice President loses to our student from the Cultural and Creative Industries program. But this chance actually give very good interactive exhibition activities for both of them to understand more about this cultural heritage. Throughout the game experience, both of them understand more on the Asian cityscapes in representation of Street Fighter, such as some of the game scene, including Ho Pao Mansion and also Jumbo Seafood Restaurant. Those of which our students actually have provided many different assignment insights later on. So our president actually give out some of the introduction also on our collaboration partner, Retro.Hong Kong, where they have brought us the understanding of the history of development in terms of video games, showing us some of the very classic games such as Sleeping Dogs, Tetris, and we also organize an open competitions for the general public, including the children, to join. So as you can see here, most of the time during the break, we would see teachers and staff and students walking in to interact and entertain with each other. So this is one of the things that we have done last October. So on the next slide, we can also see that with this expo that we held last year, there are around 1,500 visitors coming to the event. And this has helped us attract a lot of media attention through both South China Morning Post, Hong Kong Economic Times, Mingpao, etc. And this heritagization move actually helps us to promote the importance of game being a form of heritage to more general public. With our survey, among those 1,000 visitors, around 300 of them filled in a survey response form. And as you can see, most of them have rated 4.5, 4.6 out of a total number of 5 points in terms of their satisfaction level and their willingness to participate in similar events in the future. So here comes our second exhibition that has been held last 2 months. This is an exhibition that brought together the idea of paratext, meaning some of the text surrounding the video games itself. It would include something like the fans' newsletter, the game shop's poster, as well as some of the communication materials that have been exhibited. And in the picture, you can see Mr. Dixon Wu, who is the founder of the Retro Hong Kong Foundation. And some of the staff, including our vice president, the librarian, and also different department heads participated in the staff tours together with some of our students.
Time is up. So please wrap up in 1 minute.
Sure, yes. So together with the library, we actually organized some more educational activities, different cultural and creative industries program, art and design, Asian studies program. We all come to create the third exhibition, which is about the students' assignment. So one of which is a podcast production relating to the cultural heritage represented in the Street Fighter. The second one is Asian food and cuisine, also talking about the McDonaldization, globalization, etc. So what we are trying to wrap up here is that the impact on students and also on the general public is obvious. And what we are trying to do more is on a research on public education. So through newspaper article, as well as one of the article that you could read in the publication that we have given to you in the conceptual practice. So next step, we are going to establish more collaboration with Zip Boating Collection in UT and also with the Canada Hong Kong Library. So here are our references, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, team. I think this is another signature event for our university, as well as our joint departments. So congratulations to the project, and we look forward to your future activities. All right, so our next presenter is Rochelle Yan, and she will be speaking on the visual design concept and methods for immersive Chinese dance theater, an empirical study on the way of Chinese painting in dance, which was a beautiful program that was on a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Hui. My colleagues and new friends, it's so nice to see you here. My name is Rochelle. I'd like to share my experience that actually very recent production work on. And for centuries, Asian theater borrow elements from paintings and visual arts. For example, Olympic theater in Italy is a unique theater with a Renaissance painting as a backdrop to create a three-dimensional illusion. And vice versa, classical dance moves have been inspired by ancient paintings. Well, today I'd like to share, my experience in design approaches and perhaps struggle of combining the Chinese art and contemporary dance with multimedia in a theater production. I'd like to, basically calligraphy and Chinese painting and dance are essential parts of the cultural heritage. And the way of a Chinese painting in dance is a theater production which blends them all, as well contemporary visual arts form, and interactive media. So the production is a collaboration between Chinese art by the renowned designer, Mr. Kang Tai-kun, and choreographer, Dr. Miranda Qing. My role is to work on the overall visual and media design to facilitate the dialogues between the visual arts, multimedia, and dance choreography. And we sincerely hope to bring audience new experience of aesthetics and deepen audience understanding of cultural heritages. Well, in order to facilitate the design process, to identify the main concept and to find out their similarities become crucial, I think. And at first, a question raised in my head, in my mind, that what is the common ground between Chinese art and dance move in concept? How to bridge them with new media and interactivity seamlessly? It was indeed challenging. And while I decided to do some research from the concept before practices, the Chinese version of the title is 五化道, right? It's literary translation. It's called Dance, Paintings, and Dao. Dao refers to Taoism, and it means the way. Dao is the ancient Chinese belief system which emphasizes harmony with the natural balance order of the universe. So I realized that both Dr. Qing's choreography and the Master Khan's art had been influenced by the Taoist philosophy. Hence, diversity in harmony and balance become the artistic direction for overall visual design. Consequently, the use of digital technology is to enhance the expression, but not to outshine the art and the performance themselves. Dr. Qing's past choreographies blends modern dance technique, abstract expressions, and the symbolic form of Chinese dance. For example, this is one of the visual design for Dr. Qing's former production, the concept of dancing with the world and dance for harmony, also associated with the Taoist philosophy. Okay. Right, so on this page, you see the Chinese art master, this done by Master Khan. Takes part to new ink painting movement in Hong Kong. In his practice, he takes inspiration from landscape views and natural elements such as pine trees, mountains, the clouds, and the sun. So we together adopt the Taoist aesthetical principle for overall visual design, and from the costume to stage, and the natural representation and modern art movement, such as minimalism, constructivism, symbolism, and also we try to have this natural representation through dance forms as well. Okay. All right, so I think to see is to believe. I'd like to show you a short clip. As you can see that the red balloon symbolizes the sun from the painting and can be regarded as the energy source, and also used as the motion, the real-time motion capture, and make it interactive After Effects by CGI. And so this is the source of inspiration borrowed from the old French movie in the 1956 called Red Balloon. I always like, and I think they made a very good decision that I'm not the dancer. There was really a lot of experiment to dance with that balloon. And so the next section I'd like to discuss is the visual design and how to bridge new media with the Chinese art and dance moves. There have been several technological experiments involved, and so I put them into 4 categories to illustrate. They are real-time interaction, immersive projection, and also we apply perspective and dimension, try to create the illusion, and also use the kinetic art, AI-generated imagery. So also please take a look at our final work. So in our production, we've tried to exceed as much as possible in terms of the projection. Okay, conventionally, in terms of projection mapping, most of them conventionally project onto the fixed screen. But here that we try to exist onto ceilings, also half of the stage to bring audience immersive sensation. And also that calligraphy is 2D. So after the detailed discussion with the technical team, we intend to create a 3-dimensional illusion by setting up vanishing points. That will explain later. The vanishing point is all the way upper left-hand side. And so, as well as blend the stroke with the lighting and smoke on the stage to make, the whole visual elements more integrated as one. And also to blur the line between stage, lighting, dancers, and calligraphy. Okay, so this is a more conventional screen projection, and we see that we try to have this immersive projection outside of the screen onto the ceiling and the stage. And this vanishing point we set up, and also, like the kinetic version of a digitized Chinese painting is also created to make elusive dimension by spinning and scaling. And interactive media with the image capture system and 3D motion tracking system have been applied to create a real-time interaction between dance movement and CGI After Effects. Yeah, so there are actually, although there are multiple elements to take into consideration at the same time for the visual design process, and that really give us a lot of headache. But such as the, what you see, that's all 5. Sometimes the Chinese art will take the lead, and at times the dance choreography will take the lead, certain parts. But mostly they are all parallel proceeding. And when interactive media would take a place, will not outshine the performance. Those are all the question in our head that we need to make a balance. Right? So here altogether, I organized the 6 steps of a design process to identify the artistic direction for theater design. Firstly, I need to define the concept purpose, very similar to any type of design process, and to identify the commonality of collaborators and elements, as well as the, for example, let's see, like this left side, the art by Mr. Khan, and we try to think about some move. Maybe you can make a mirror effect, so that would be correspond to Mr. Khan's Chinese art. Yeah, and also to explore, experiment both technical and aesthetical possibilities. And the next is to integrate all of them in layers simultaneously on stage. And of course, we're going to modify accordingly if that within our budget and time frame. Okay. So, so through the production, we hope that the audience and young generations could therefore have a deepen their understanding about cultural heritage. At the same time, they experience, they can experience and enjoy unique visual experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rochelle. You haven't used up all your time, so that's good. We could have some time for question at the end.
Okay.
Thank you. So that is a very nice performance, which I also saw, and it's a very good example of these collaborations of different art forms. So the next presenter is our Dr. Patrick Mock, and he will be speaking on practice as research, learning Chinese martial arts for the creation of dance pieces. Again, dance, but this time martial arts, not painting. Right?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Let's see. Well, so I start from here, from the title. My research projects like practice and learning. The front page of course is about Chinese martial arts, but my topic actually is not exactly starting from here. As people know, martial arts was one of the surviving practice in China's more than 1,000 years, and it's an recognized intangible cultural heritage. And of course, it is. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Samson. Is there any echo? Hi. No echo. Hi. Okay. Technical problems. Okay. Okay.
Immersive.
Okay. Okay.
I think we might take this opportunity as a break.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Okay, we're going to start in 2 minutes. So grab your coffee, get your chocolate biscuits, and we'll resume our presentation. And Patrick will present until 4:30, which is the starting time for our next panel. Yeah. Okay. Can Madeline or May go out to the lobby and see who is still there and let them know that we're going to start? Okay, now we have resolved the technical issue, so I would invite Patrick to start his presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for coming again. As said, the topic, the research topics is about martial arts, which is intangible cultural heritage lasting for more than 1,000 years, perhaps. But my research starts not exactly here. We start from a dance piece. Few years ago, I was invited to join a research project, giving an opportunity and observe what they are doing in attending nearly 2 years of martial arts trainings. And towards the end of the 2 years, they engage in a process of creations. And based on the martial arts learning, they try to create a dance piece presented in 2020. The title will be Convergence. And 1 year later, they create another piece, Shan. The organization is a Hong Kong Chinese dance company. The projects basically last for nearly 2 years for merely the learning of Chinese martial arts. Every week, they spend 3 hours with 16 or 15 to 16 dancers. They're attending the workshop trainings. However, there's a problems or some critical questions of facing at the very beginning of the projects. Most dancers would find it easy to imitate the body, the form, and the movements of so-called martial arts. But it is sometimes difficult to grasp the substance, and the substance is not clearly obviously told. And some of the feelings or experience could only be felt and internalized by individual artists, but they cannot speak out clearly. And even the master who showing, demonstrating, and then teaching the martial arts cannot explain the substance or the spirit or essence of a particular martial arts. So there is a problems of learning. How to learn martial arts and what is the substance of it and what kind of spirit or authentic essence that could be found, record and even tell to the next generation. I think that's problems is exactly one of the issues facing most of the intangible cultural heritage. Well, back to the first page. This is a shot I borrows from a film, the ending shot of a film in 1991, Once Upon in China. People, if you have seen this film before, it is cast by a famous international artist, Jack Lee. who plays the role of Wang Feihong, who in the last shots of this film, he demonstrates a routine to more than hundreds disciples on the beach and following the footsteps, movements, and the forms of the martial arts. So these scenes would be one of the typical scenes to tell the traditional learnings, the ways of learning martial arts in the past. I think even today, we follow, most of the master would follow these kind of learning methods, demonstrate and doing the routines for the students, and then the student will repeatedly the practice again and again until the body remembers all the details, and so that there is instant reflexivity that could be demonstrated after long years of practice. What we call a routine. This would be the starting point or the entry point for every martial arts learning. And being is also, the concept of being is also important, because the master or the students, they have to have some sort of awareness of doing something, practicing something. And the whole learning process would take place on site, so that the master would tell the student how you can correct your hand movements or footsteps, so and so. So these process of learning is somehow still inherent today. However, the problem still here is what is exactly the essence or substance to learn in a particular type of martial arts. And perhaps because of these problems and because of the same situations, the dancer who want to acquire exactly what they want, and based on this learning, they would try to transform it and develop the dance piece. They exactly need to know what kind of things and what is the best ways to learn martial arts. And that triggers the research questions as well as the journey for trying to searching the traditional ways of learning martial arts in the past, and what would be the cases and what kind of improve the methods the research project could develop in future. Well, this is some sort of reflections about the learning process, which emphasis on being and doing, in particular the body memories and how the body would remember everything, but the substance is hard to tell. When we trace the traditional learning methods, of course, there are not many documents in Chinese have a very systematic documentations of Chinese martial arts, but surviving records do much better to describe the form and structures. Well, this is cases from 3,000 cage painting in Yuen, quite famous because it records some of the movement, hunting, fighting scenes in the past. Well, in Han Dynasty and in Tang Dynasty, we also find similar ways of portraying or describing the movements of some sort of fighting scenes in a painting, in a graphic methods, no matter it is in a cave or it is found in a rock painting, so and so. Well, perhaps this is one of the exceptions in the early days found in Han Dynasty. There was 44 graphics on the seal book recovered in 1974 in Ma Huangdui, which is one of the quite important archaeological sites discovery in China. Well, these 44 graphics, looking from an individual perspective, is a kind of movement, body acts or some sort of actions. In fact, after some study is scholar would agree that is a kind of a physical exercise. It could be a series of movements from 1 to 44 or from a particular sections. So I cite these examples because these pieces of documents record some sort of continuous action that make possible to be recorded in the early Chinese records. But of course, this is not directly relates to what we call martial arts. It's more relates to qigong or physical exercise. And even today, people develop some sort of qigong or physical exercise from some movements of these pictures. Well, move on. One of the breakthroughs in the documentations of Chinese martial arts was found in the Ming Dynasty and Qing Dynasty. In particular, in late Ming, there is still a surviving records called the martial arts manuals. There are many actually, and one of the best would be the Ji Zhao Xin Shu by the famous general Qi Ji Guang. He compiles us. He wrote us 18 volumes of books, publications, which there is one section particular on fighting hands. And these formats, although still in an individual actions, but at least one can tell from these martial arts manuals, there is detailed descriptions of the movement of the body and what are the major techniques they have to use, or some of the hand movement or footsteps and so on. So they record it in a quite details. However, the main records were largely on the military side. That means most of the manuals were written in order to preserve the army ammunitions or how to use weapons, as well as make good use of the tactics for military battles. So martial arts, at that time, they are not using these terms. They are using fighting hands or boxing. These terms, they would generally used in the manuals. The authors would think that these sort of trainings would not be essential for military service, because military service requires a more large-scale combating. Weapons would be more important, equipment would be more important, and even the strategies would be more important. So that sort of trainings would kind of a basic elementary training to make a person more ready for military service. So even the early records in these days would keep quite a minimal descriptions of how the movements or the fighting skills would be. From these records, it is still hard for us to understand what exactly people would like to acquire and how to pass these knowledge to students who are interested in it. There is another breakthrough. We find it in late Qing or in the Republican period of time. We are riding on a time machine and suddenly jump to the 100 years ago, before 1949. So there are some sort of new martial arts manuals that appears, which give more details about the steps. So not only the body form, the shapes, but also the step, how to move from one step to another. So in this way, these records will exactly trying to pass some sort of tactic knowledge, unspoken knowledge in a more graphic or written format, so that people can learn how to learn these tactics and practice again and again. Well, these examples show in the graphics would be quite a representative one by the great master who promotes the 八卦传. it is an often part of the martial arts. However, his martial arts manuals was clearly documents how he incorporates the ideas of Taoist philosophy, because he made the 8 divinatory trigrams of the books of changes, integrating into the developments of the martial arts, and try to document it as shown in these graphics, how the footsteps could follow the bagua and becomes learning these particular type of martial arts. Well, the Republican times, I think it would be quite an important period for developing a new teaching and learning ways for Chinese martial arts. Even another type of martial art genre from the southern part, Hongchuan, supposed to be inherited by Wang Feihong and later on by another master, Lin Shiwing. Lin has set up branches in Wan Chai in Hong Kong, and now Hongchuan is still quite an important genre in Hong Kong. And Lin Shiwing follows the traditions in the Republican China and published some of the important martial arts manuals. And this is one of the typical one with the form, shaped, and also he bring in one interesting element is about the mnemonic phrases. Lets people to remember the secret techniques in terms of short phrase, so as to facilitate the learning. Well, even with these type of knowledge, we as a modern dancer, we still find difficult to learn what would be the secrets. So therefore, finally, the companies would like to develop bring in some extra ideas in order to facilitate the learning process. In particular, 2 is important. Try to understand the principles and the body mechanics when the people use hand fights, footsteps, and what are the principles that would be. And try to invite the master to clearly spell it out. And also through the reflections, workshop reflections, how the learner would feel the principle, what kind of body movements and what kind of principles they are learning from a series of action. And that also relates to a more abstract concept. We call it conditionality, because every design of the movement is based on some sort of assumption. Some people attack you in the front, some people attack you from the back. And in order to respond to these conditions, there would be some sort of hand movement would be designed in response to it. So conditionality is a fluid concept, changing all the times, but it is so important when learning martial arts, they are assumed different types of conditionality. And this concept is essential for the dancer to understand under what kind of circumstances a particular type of body movement would be designed in this way in a traditional martial arts. When the conditionality change, not for fighting, but for dancing, for staging, for performing, what kind of body structures, mechanics would be developed from these concepts. I think these 2 ideas, of course, with the traditional ways of practicing, and still follows and integrate in the workshop and form part of the research project. The project is still going on with the second phase being in the plan, and our teams hopes that there will be more findings and more clear documentation would be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick, and look forward to seeing the performance as well, arising from this study. And now, because we are up to the time for the panel presentation, so we would then move all Q&A to the end for both panels. All right. So, and therefore, we will not delay, the next panel, which actually is mainly from our presenters overseas, Europe and Philippines and Italy. Right? So let's then go straight to the last panel. And again, we have 4 presenters. The first is Dr. Marsha Bredview from University of the Arts in London. And she will be talking about transacting a market of values, art, design, and architectural research for repurposing the market as a public good. Dr. Bredview?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Very clearly.
And can you see my slides?
Yes, very clear too. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, it's brilliant to be joining you today from wet and rainy London, and I'm very pleased to be talking about a body of research that has emerged through my work at the University of the Arts London. I work across 3 of the 6 constitutive colleges. That is Camberwell College of Arts, Chelsea College of Arts, and also Central St. Martin's. When it comes to personal introduction, let me tell you that I often describe what I do in terms of riding the hyphen. Maybe this is something that some of you recognize in your own practice. I talk about my work in this way because I am an archivist, artist, company director, critic, curator, educator, fan, fundraiser, hustler, interviewer, organizer, peer, researcher, writer, and the red thread, what stitches all of this work together, and it's a great adventure of both my professional and personal life, is interdependence. So that's what I've been working on for the last 15 years, and it's taken various forms. And I'm especially interested in critical cultural production as an expression of interdisciplinary interdependence. I run a course at Central St. Martin's called MA Intercultural Practices, and this is rooted in UNESCO's intercultural competencies, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals, which are operationalized through the cross-cutting competencies. So this is our curricula, in effect, across the practical and theoretical aspects of our MA. And I just wanted to share this with you because I'm trying to raise awareness about this very unique offer. It's a 2-year, part-time, low residency, interdisciplinary MA at Central St. Martin's through Central St. Martin's. And our students have just finished a 2-week intensive, which has been extremely exciting to have them all here in London together in real life. Now, this new course, the one I've just described, MA Intercultural Practices, is indebted to a large body of practice-based, practice-led research from Critical Practice. Critical Practice is a self-organized, semi-autonomous research cluster, although increasingly I feel compelled to describe critical practice as a research culture. And that's because it has this kind of sustainability that's very enviable in our world of just-in-time production. Critical practice emerged in 2004, it was most active between 2005 and 2015, and then it reconfigured into a loosely tied international network in 2017, and that's its current iteration. What is so exciting about critical practice from the perspective of teaching and learning is that it emerged from student dissent, student dissatisfaction. A group of BA Fine Arts students at Chelsea College of Arts were frustrated that so much of their learning focused on nurturing them as solo practitioners. They looked out into the world, they saw all kinds of exciting things happening in contexts like open source programming, and they were inspired to challenge their immediate scenario by setting up a kind of art school within the art school. That was back in circa 2004, 2005. And this is so fascinating. I think there's so many resonances with various presentations today, including the one we just had about how it is that you disseminate intergenerational knowledge, how you find ways to share culture across generations. In this case, in the case of critical practice, it was very much about sharing habits and rituals and ways of doing and being that were transmitted through collaborative cultural production and enabled different groups to pass along the baton as they graduated and went on to do other exciting projects. Also, just to mention that something that's very specific about critical practice is, although it was started by art students, it became very interdisciplinary. So it spanned art, design, curating, and then additionally, research is something that runs through all of those. And then thinking about how it could be that we could work with other practitioners besides. And even more interestingly, this was not a closed organization. By definition, it was open. And what that meant was that it prioritized engaging with people beyond Chelsea College of Arts, beyond the University of the Arts London, but resourced the university so that there was a kind of porosity there where they could come in and be part of critical practice, but they weren't necessarily paying fees as students. So very inclusive in that regard. We often joke in critical practice that the meeting is our medium because that's how we get stuff done. The activity of critical practice is organized by research seasons, and I'll move through the kinds of initiatives, all of them self-organized, many of them self-funded, that compose the kind of practice that comes together, coheres as our cultural production, as a collaboration, as a cluster. So things like workshops, cycle rides, walks, games and hacks, builds, research trips, and unconferences. Now, this is very interesting because this took place way back in 2009, just off the back of the economic crisis, which of course destabilized many parts of the world and certainly had profound consequences for the privatization of the public sphere in the UK. And this in turn resulted in the introduction of student fees. It was a very tumultuous time for higher education within a broader context. We began at this point to become increasingly preoccupied with value, thinking about what is value? What are values? What are our values? What is evaluation? What is valorization? And a lot of our thinking chimes with what has subsequently been discussed by Mark Carney, who's the former governor of the Bank of England. And this is a general worldwide crisis. It won't be new to you, but certainly it might resonate with some of the axiological conundrums that you're facing in your institutions, in your lives. This is the unfortunate fact that the price of everything is becoming the value of everything. We're confusing price and value. So the assumption is that everything can be converted into the universal equivalent of money. Everything can be quantified. It can be abstracted. The problem is the things we value most are often least valued by economic or commercial markets. And certainly this was the main preoccupation of critical practice between circa 2009 and 2015. We wanted to think about really addressing this concern. And so what I'm going to share with you today is very much in line with Mark Carney's very important book, Values. And it is also, my presentation is occasioned by the publication of the peer-reviewed open access publication, Transacting as Art, Design, and Architecture, a Non-Commercial Market. I put in the chat a link to a PDF download of this. It's also available in hard copy for purchase through Intellect, which is the publisher. So I want to now think about this synergy between what economists are saying and then what we were working on circa 2009-10 through until about 2017, with it reaching an apex in 2015. Both Mark Carney and his economic position and critical practice reach the same conclusion. This is, the problem isn't with the market per se, it's how this matrix of exchange has been expanded and instrumentalized in the service of powerful economic actors that benefit from market supremacy at all costs. So in effect, our mission in critical practice became to reclaim the market as a context to value values that aren't usually valued. And we can think about these in terms of social values like care, community integrity, loyalty, respect, and so on. So we explored this through practice-based, practice-led research in art, design, and architecture as expressions of experience-based learning. Again, this is something we've talked about a lot today, living learning, embodied knowledge, and this is what resulted from this process. This is our market transacting that took place at Chelsea College of Arts on the Rootstein Hopkins Parade Ground. And my message here, I really want to, listening to the presentations, it has created me an urgency to advocate specifically for art-based education. I value design. I teach across BA, MA, PhD, and I straddle art and design, but I think there's a special role for art to play, and that's because it has a real emphasis on criticality. And one of the ways this is articulated, or has been historically, is through reflexivity. And by reflexivity, I mean bending back to interrogate the phenomenon, to interrogate the self in ways that enable us to see it with fresh eyes and with new understanding. So in this case, we were bending the market back on its self, and we were challenging the idea that markets are necessarily commercial, necessarily economic in the way this is conventionally understood. So I'm going to tell you very briefly the story of the market in the few minutes that I have remaining. Once upon a time, this is where our reflexivity begins, there was an art school, Chelsea College of Arts. There still is an art school. It's in an extraordinary place in London. It's right next door to Tate Britain. It has MI6, which is the secret intelligence service across the Thames. And additionally, we have the Parliament, we have the Palace of Westminster, about a 15-minute walk away. So it's a concentration of power and authority. And most of the time, many of us are very proud to be part of this institution. But every year in June, there are several days when it's embarrassing, profoundly embarrassing, undeniably embarrassing. And this is right after the degree show. Because what happens is that all of the precious objects of art, expressions of design, and other artifacts that have been on display are then transformed. Some of them are saved, but the vast majority are dumped into the skip. The institution lines up the skip, and these skips are overflowing. It's very embarrassing. And so as those of us who were embedded and interested in this we decided we wanted to challenge this particular tradition and say, couldn't we think about resourcing all of this detritus from the degree show and think about upcycling it, which is what we proceeded to do. So we wanted to build the infrastructure of a market. We wanted it to be sustainable because that was more akin with our values. We wanted to change the value of degree show activity that involved in mass waste. And so as a result, we worked with architects thinking from the Italian designer Enzo Mari, who was referenced earlier today, to create maquettes and to prototype stalls. And these stalls are available through an open source publication for others should they want to make their own market using very simple methods that enable anyone to build. And I will say more about that momentarily. But I just want to emphasize that the market, as we were understanding it, required us as critical practice to work with collaborators and others to create the infrastructure to host the activity. And that's what we're doing here. And all of this was made possible using a jig. And the wonderful thing about a jig is that it's a kind of apparatus that enables people to work together very simply, including those with limited experience, to quite quickly generate large numbers of some kind of output. In this case, these were our stalls before the tarpaulins were put on top of them. Here we are building our stalls on the Rootstein Hopkins Parade Ground. Very important, we built them in public. And here we are, market day, our stalls are ready to be populated by stall holders. And here you see the market. This is quite early in the day and the milling crowd is beginning to gather. The market featured some 65 practices, and all of them were challenging the idea of commercial value as being the only kind of value generated in a market, saying, in fact, there are far more heterogeneous values that we can look at using the market as a social form and understanding transacting in a broader sense. So it's very exciting to think about the idea that the people who were holding stalls in the market, many of them small arts organizations or other cultural initiatives, I'll show you some examples in just a minute, they were involved in the build. This is one of my favorite images. On the left-hand side, you have Artist Union England building their stall, and on the right-hand side, there's Artist Union England occupying the stall. Of course, today is May Day, it's Workers' Day, it's a public holiday in the UK, so we celebrate our unions and all the important work they do for us. Just to remind you, all of the designs are available for download through this publication, Taking Enzo to Market, which was authored by Critical Practice and our collaborator, Public Works, which is a critical design firm based in Hackney, London. So very briefly, I just wanted to offer you a couple of examples. There's 3 altogether, and then I'll wrap this up, of the kinds of practices that were circulating, being transacted in this non-commercial market. The first of these is the currency. So we created an alternative currency for the market, and the values in this currency included, I just want to be sure I get these correct. So the red felt that you see there, that was the value of well-being. The knowledge token was composed of birch plywood. Creativity took the form of fluorescent acrylic. And finally, there was the value of time, which was made of gray card. Now, there was no quantification here beyond the actual pieces of the currency. So people had to negotiate how much was 2 pieces of time worth. What about 3 pieces of well-being? And so it was through that process of negotiation that we transacted added value. And of course, we're constantly thinking about how do we assign value in the process. In the publication, each of the practices enjoys a thumbnail sketch along with a photograph. And this particular one related to the currency is written by Neil Farnan, who actually went on to develop a PhD based on this particular iteration of his work. Very exciting. The second example I want to share with you is mending for others. And here we have the work of Bridget Harvey, who understands mending, so fixing textiles, specifically garments, as an expression of giftivism. And so this idea that you can do this as a gesture of care for others is a really lovely idea. But additionally, that you can mend your own clothing as an alternative to the fast fashion that, of course, dominates the industry, and certainly the University of the Arts is aware that it's complicit in through its fashion departments, challenging that paradigm through thinking about other ways of making sustainable fashion and garments. And also what was really nice about this particular stall is that it acknowledged that kids need creative activities as well. And so there was a way for kids to be patching with glue and then be thinking about the sustainability of their own garments. Again, thinking, being attentive to that intergenerational learning. The final example.
Masha,
yes.
time is up. Yeah, wrap it up.
Okay, can I have just one more minute, please, and then I'll finish?
Yep.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you. Yep.
The final example that I want to share with you is that of a tier dealer. This is a very interesting practitioner from Poland, and her name is Alicia Rogolska. And so she's interested in effective labor. So what is the work of sadness? And so she bought tiers from the market goers. That was her project. Really fascinating. You can read about her work as well. Finally, to just say, after the market, all of the stalls were distributed to various community initiatives, including anti-gentrification regimes, where they sort of find themselves in the background, but are nevertheless central to those infrastructures. My final slide is to just try and summarize by saying that this practice-based led research used reflexivity of the market, bending back of the market as a social forum to explore the tension between value and values. It offers students, faculty, and other stakeholders experience-based learning by engaging in institutional critique through local, interdisciplinary, and community-based practice. Thank you very much. Please do check out the open access publication. There's a link to that in the chat. I will stop sharing now.
Thank you, Masha, very much for your presentation. Yeah, I think this is a wonderful example of how we look at the work that we are doing in terms of creating values for society. Now, we have our second presenter, Iris de Ocampo from De La Salle College of St. Bernil in Manila, and she's presenting on kombucha contemplations, pedagogical perspectives from a practice of fermenting cultures.
Yes.
Iris? Yep.
Hi, thank you. But I will be echoing some of the ideas that were in the previous presentation, because much of my what this is about is also about reflexivity. So I will continue. So this is the outline. So most what I will be presenting will actually be based in the making of kombucha. At least that's the structure that I currently have. Although in terms of timeline, I will be probably be moving here and there as well. So this is a semblance of a structure, at least. And I will start by talking about how I came by with starting this creation practice or production practice. So in 2019, my friend Genevieve decided to pass on her kombucha symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, also known as the SCOBY, to me. She was leaving the country and thought that I was the best person to leave the pellicles and the starter liquid with, and to continue the culture. Her choice was not surprising because I had previously expressed interest in kombucha making and belonged to a household that was already producing other fermented beverages, also known as like tibicos and ginger beer. Not long before, I had also given her tibicos grains, which are also known as water kefir. So this can also be seen as an exchange. In this presentation, I will be contemplating on the process of making kombucha, specifically the first fermentation process as an enactive metaphor of pedagogical perspectives. On the usefulness of metaphors in education, Gallagher and Lindgren say a good metaphor will lead us somewhere, open up an insight, show us something that we could not see before. There are limitations to this metaphor, but using an alternative lens allows a difference in seeing, with enactive metaphors enabling the user to act out their understandings with their bodies and adapt those understandings via salient channels of feedback. Okay, because we also learn by moving, even though it's harder to articulate. I utilized this metaphor to critically reflect on my practice as an educator, and I am unsure of how my students will feel being compared to bacterial yeast. But I am not deducting myself from being part of a learning community of organisms, especially as this piece, as the critical reflection piece, is primarily about and for the development of my own learning, and also for you who are willing to pay attention to it. And by critically reflecting on my practice, I am also able to consider my biases in teaching. I may choose to discuss caring for other types of organisms as a metaphor for that, but the ideas I will present here also traces its origins in this interaction. Sometime after our exchange of cultures, Genevieve, myself, and my brother created a chat group where we would exchange ideas and resources on edible ferments and cultures. Here, she also sent screenshots of text from fermentation ebooks she had been reading. Sometimes these were informative and other times recipes, but what got my attention the most were political perspectives from fermentation revivalist Sandor Katz. In particular, the short section on agitation, a political note from the book Wild Fermentation in its 2011 edition. Katz has since published a book that meditates on fermentation as a metaphor for society, politics, and culture, which I found out about while working on this presentation. Teaching is where I also express my social activism. I also enjoy gardening and have had my instances of thinking of its parallels to education, but Katz's less comfortable take of fermentation, subversiveness, and agitation appealed to me. It allowed a picture in my mind that was more interactive and transformative. One reason I readily accepted this metaphor is my fondness for Thich Nhat Hanh's 5 contemplations before eating. These contemplations encourage mindful consumption and of gratitude for the food we eat. Other than being the inspiration for the title, Kombucha Contemplations, the thought behind starting this essay with how kombucha's cold beer made its way to me takes up from the first contemplation of food also being a gift of the earth, the sky, numerous living beings, and much hard and loving work. So to receive, I emphasize this especially. To be in gratitude of what we receive, even if difficult to trace. As an educator, it is important to recognize my position as a receiver of knowledge, that which I will also impart. But we commonly do this as a way to credit, reference, and respect our mentors, paralleling the gratitude highlighted in the aforementioned contemplations by Nhat Hanh. However, in thinking of myself as a receiver, I also consider the limitations of what I have received from the social groups I belong to, the institutions I studied in, the information I just happened to chance upon, or the conditions of my own receptivity. The kombucha's Kobe I received came with bags of Lipton tea, which my friend used and believed were enough, which I used as well as first. But both curious and unsatisfied, I decided to instead use loose leaf black tea and luckily found myself with a healthier culture in a batch that fermented faster and produced a thicker pellicle. And it tasted better too. Almost 2 years ago, I had to put a long pause on my kombucha brewing because I began an Erasmus Mundus joint master's degree for an international master in adult education for social change. The mobility component of my studies made it impractical since I would move every few months. But my current stay stretches longer, so I thought it was possible to restart it. It took me a while to find, but when I purchased a bottle of plain kombucha in a grocery store, the first thing I did was to transfer the contents to a jar. It wasn't really for my consumption. And waited for the liquid culture to become stronger as a pellicle grew on top of it. I am disappointed that this does not come with the sentimentality of coming from a friend, but one has to make do. Besides, it still comes from somewhere and has its own stories to tell between East Asia to Estonia, where I am currently based. Having a proper environment is important for the brewing of kombucha. My initial experience of brewing kombucha happened in a tropical country that I call home, the Philippines, where it took me about 10 days to get it to the tartness I prefer. I was worried about what it would be like to ferment in a Northern European country, but it has worked out fine. The fermentation process is slightly slower. I only add about 2 days to the former to about 10 days, that it took for me to brew a beverage I was satisfied with. I start a batch by setting up a large glass jar. I make sure that it is clean, washing it preferably with soap that is not antibacterial, and followed by an attempt to sterilize by filling it and rinsing the container with freshly boiled water. Well, at least this is what I do at first. In later batches, I do not clean my large jar anymore and just mix my ingredients in my large jar, hoping that the leftover kombucha bacteria and yeast clinging to it can also contribute to the next brew. In the context of higher education, we prepare courses by having syllabi to follow on hand, which was hopefully produced through good research and adjusted accordingly. We also think about the space of learning, whether face-to-face or online. Setting up a class to me also involves minding my students, their composition, such as knowing the programs that they belong to and their condition. So in my Zoom classes, a favorite way for me to check attendance is for students to share their mood by an emoji in the chat box, though I sometimes switch this up if I have an idea that is more fitting of the topic to be discussed. My intention is to create a space where students actively contribute and participate in the discussion, and this type of environment is important to create from the start. On the first session of one of my classes this term that just ended, I asked students for questions and comments after my little orientation spiel and warm-up discussion, and the student remarked that the class felt like a safe space. My motivations may be related to Atkinson's pedagogy of taking care, though my attention to the otherness of each student is limited by the size of the classes I teach, which are quite large, as well as the distance of the fully online classes I have had to teach in the past few years due to pandemic lockdowns, and then that was further stretched by my being abroad. However, distance does not keep from teaching with love, as referencing bell hooks. And showing concern for students is an expression that they matter. I ask a lot of questions and encourage my students to do the same. I have little control of the small groups or breakout rooms that I distribute my students to, but I hope that the conditions that I prepare as a full class allow them to be more confident in dialoguing with their classmates. But I have observed that sharing in class becomes easier after coming from these smaller groups and allowing for better flow of dialogue and critical thinking. I am also limited by the institutional nature of the work that I do. But I believe that the right attitude can go a long way in the giving of care. The making of kombucha involves a recipe. A certain amount of tea, cooled to about room temperature, and a certain amount of sugar, the liquid SCOBY, and the swimming bacteria and yeast, and also the pellicle. The courses I teach are for foundation classes in art history and theory, as well as an art appreciation general course. Often I have a mix of students in my classes. I will also have block sections of students from the same program, but it is also likely that a few students from the other sections will be mixed with the block. The spectrum of talents in my classes can vary widely, so there is a need to vary the activities I assign for different types of expression, or I assign activities that allow different types of expression. In a space designed for students to learn from each other, the variety of perspectives is beneficial. It is difficult to see the variety of species in the kombucha brew, but at times there are yeasty forms. But the bacteria is harder to see. But they are all interacting with each other to create a community and the properties of what we see as a beverage while developing themselves as well. Other than in the activities, I also have to balance my lectures and discussions. I facilitate imparting knowledge while keeping things interesting, giving space for the students to think and also to take breaks, especially in cases of heavy or loaded discussion. Also paralleling the space for breaks, an incidental ingredient for kombucha is air. In the first fermentation, the containers are not sealed, but covered only with cloth that allows breathing. My consideration for kombucha making as a metaphor and a way to critically reflect on my pedagogy actually primarily comes from the need for patience. I had mentioned earlier that we had already been fermenting tibicus or water kefir in our household before working with kombucha, which only takes a day or two, depending on the weather to be ready. It is common to ferment kombucha for about 2 weeks, however. So it's much longer. After the mixing of ingredients, and placing the jar in an appropriate environment, it is better to bother it as little as possible. So that actually takes a lot of patience, not touching it too much. I occasionally check by trying to see through the glass whether a pellicle is forming or getting thicker. And perhaps I will remove the cloth to check if the molds are forming, which luckily has never happened to me. But things do not always work out as planned, so others get mold. Especially with nature playing a major role. Hope is also part of the equation in producing the beverage. This presentation comes from fermenting as well, from initial comparative thoughts that initially brewed in my mind as time passed, interacting with things that I was learning from webinars, readings, and classes that I have been taking, to the application and adjustments as I tried to integrate perspectives of care in the classes I taught, and to the considerations of how else I might improve my practice. Change can happen quickly, but I am an educator, and to me this involves an embrace of change that happens slowly. Sometimes a student's perspective can change in the course of one class. I have had feedback like that, but it is easier to trace learnings when looking at an entire term. Sometimes it does not become too obvious immediately, and sometimes things do not always turn out positively even. Though in carefulness, we try to minimize negative results. The speculative is also part of the consideration, but we have to place trust on that maybe. I do not think that Genevieve 4 years ago expected me to turn out a presentation like this, from giving me a kombucha SCOBY, nor from sending screenshots as quotes to consider. But she was happy to have results she was not expecting when I told her about this. I once had a student in an art appreciation course who was not a major, an art major when she took my course. But when she was in her last term of the art program she later shifted to and ran into me, she told me that the way she thought about art was still heavily influenced by the course she took under me. So taking an entire program between. And because she was a student of mine early in my career, it woke me up to my influence as an educator, which also contributes to why I develop carefulness in what I do. I learn from my students. As an art educator, this is very useful to embrace because it helps me also keep me up to date to present day culture, even if they are activities that I would rather not participate in. At least I know. From the kombucha beverage, from the fermentation I facilitate, I also take. The primary reason I make kombucha and encourage the life forms in it, after all, is also for the benefit of my own health. Observing my students and receiving feedback are also other ways I learn from them. Even if these are learnings for me that they might not benefit from anymore, having been done with my class, it is also to the advantage of the students that I will have after them. The Luz and Guattari's rhizomatic concept of knowledge, also referencing another life form, may also be referred to here. Comier follows this concept and discusses rhizomatic education in the context of networks of information technology with the fluidity of the canon that is appropriate to consider in art education. Perhaps another reason I find it comfortable to see kombucha as a metaphor for learning community has to do with the fluidity of its liquid form. Communal social action is often referred to as a solidarity, but I personally find discomfort in the uniform picture of it as a solid that is lacking in diversity in my mind. Again, I refer, yes.
Iris, time is up, so finish in 1 minute, please. Yeah.
Okay. Communal social action is, yes, okay. So we have here different cultures of bacteria and yeast going together, but also nurturing myself as well. But since I am also for considering continuities, I had already earlier mentioned trust, speculation, and leaving things to time. We also currently live in a world that is demanding change intersectionally. My personal motivation is in encouraging creative and critical thinking, even in the simplest ways, that allows for a bravery for propositions to consider for our world, to think about shaping futures. And I am also referring to the developing field of study here. And I am limited by the knowledge of my generation and would like to entrust hope to a generation that saw the possibility for wide change, but found it stalled by a closer return to the supposed normal. So I think I can close there. But yeah, so I have my conclusion, but I think that's enough.
Thank you, Iris. I think this is a interesting comparison, a metaphorical comparison between kombucha, fermenting, and education. You know, is a very multicultural practices. I mean, I think it's applicable also, you know, when we consider education across cultures. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we'll leave questions at the end. Our next presentation is from, again, a team of four writers: Hansel Gapayao, Daryl Gardingen, Jamil Esteban, and Candice Perez and Renette Nativita from De La Salle University from Manila. And their topic is Discovering, Making, Understanding, reflecting on and mapping out the horizon of senior high school arts and design research of the De La Salle University Integrated School of Philippines. So Hansel, Daryl, Jamil. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to thank the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong's Department of Arts and Design for giving us the opportunity to present our local experience in the field of arts and design basic education from the Philippines. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the faculty from the Arts and Design Track Department of the De La Salle University, Manila Integrated School. I am Hansel Capayao. Together with me is our chairperson, Ms. Daryl Gadingan, Ms. Rainiet Natividad, and Ms. Candice Marie Perez. Our paper is an ongoing research entitled Discovering, Making, Understanding, reflecting on mapping out the horizon of senior high school arts and design research at the De La Salle University Integrated School, Philippines. This ongoing research aims to improve the arts and design research program within the curriculum of the senior high school arts and design track, reflect on 3 academic years of senior high school arts and design track research program, pedagogies, challenges, and direction, and attempts to map out the trajectory of arts research practice and pedagogy in primary education in the Philippines. For context, the De La Salle University in the Philippines is one of the premier research universities in the country, established in 1911 by the Brother of Christian Schools, FSC, founded by Saint John Baptist de La Salle in France. The university offers graduate, undergraduate, and basic education program through the integrated school. It offered senior high school, grades 11 and 12, back in 2016 when established by the Department of Education of the country. So back then, the integrated school offered STEM, ABM, and UMS. Then in 2018, it offered the Arts and Design track. So the Arts and Design track senior high school in the Philippines is fairly new.
Good day, everyone. I'm Ms. Rainiet Natividad, one of the former research mentors and current research advisors of the Arts and Design track. As per the senior high school curriculum implemented by the Department of Education in the Philippines, students are required to take practical research courses. In De La Salle University Integrated School, students take a total of 4 research classes. In particular, for the Arts and Design track, the very first class is Practical Research 1, taken during the last term of grade 11. They take lessons on quantitative and qualitative research. They also start with the conceptualization of their research projects during Practical Research 1. By Practical Research 2, during the first term of their senior year, they have a more in-depth discussion on research methodologies, theories, as well as more lessons on research paper writing. It is also during this time when the students have to start materializing their concepts and by the end of the term, defend their research proposal. Once the research proposals have been approved, they are tasked to start with their data collection. This happens during their Practical Research 3 or their Inquiries, Investigations, Immersion class. Aside from gathering data and writing their paper, the students are also expected to start their art-making process during this term. Finally, in the last term of their senior year, they take their Practical Research 4 class. By this time, the students should already be concluding their art-making and writing processes. They will also be defending their research paper and artwork during this term. Some artist researchers also opt to submit their research to Congress events and journals for publication. The pioneering ADT batch had their very first practical research class during the last term of academic year 2018 to 2019. However, that time, the research courses were not yet fully integrated with each other. Hence, not all of them continued their output from Practical Research 1 during Practical Research 2. This means that they had to start with the conceptualization of their research projects in Practical Research 2, while they were also expected to already produce the first part of the paper. They started formulating their concepts by deciding the subject matter that they wish to pursue and choosing the medium or genre that they wanted to work on. However, the choices for the genres are dependent on the stream they are in. So here are some of the artworks created by the first batch of artist researchers from the Visual and Multimedia Arts stream. The first sample is a digital rendering of an illustration of two members of an Aita community in the Philippines. The next artwork is a photo of an architectural and interior design scale model. And finally, there is a screen capture of a short feature film. Aside from the setbacks that the first batch of artist researchers experienced, such as the sudden transitioning of classes to online distance learning due to the pandemic, the main challenge that the research mentors observed was the dissonance between the artwork and the paper. The first batch prioritized the artwork process over the research process. So the research paper acted as more of a supplement to the artworks that the artist researchers created. This then led to the reconstruction of the arts and design track practical research courses. The changes were implemented in the succeeding batches.
Good day, everyone. To continue the discussion, I will now present what transpired in the next two concluded batches. From the artwork-centric, skills-focused approach of the previous batch, where the in-depth exploration of the subject matter was seemingly neglected, and our goal to expand student sensibilities to broader social conditions, the research mentors of this academic year introduced critical theories as a primary lens to expound, problematize, and philosophize research topics. The students are guided into a conceptualization process where it, of course, starts with developing the research questions, reviewing available literature and studies, and then the students construct their argument, worldview, or response about the problem in the lens of critical theories. Other data collection procedures, typically borrowed from the quantitative and qualitative approaches, were also used to supplement the artist response. The artist researchers then produce their artworks that carry or express their developed critical response. The choice of subject matter, material, technique, and style is heavily informed by the artist's response to the problem. In this case, the artworks became the vessel of the student's argument, removed of any personal experimentation with style or motive, in careful consideration that there is a right or proper representation of the chosen subject matter. Some media genre were well suited for this pursuit. For example, some students would choose painting, digital design, film, music, dance, and theater to communicate their voices about certain issues such as gender identity, gender discrimination, mental health during the pandemic, the environment, the dynamics of the Filipino family, where the lens of Marxism, feminism, post-colonialism, and post-structuralism can be used. However, there are genres where the application of these critical theories seems quite forced, such as in architectural planning, interior design, and other applied design. Moving on to the third batch, which is the ID 120, the experiences from the previous two batches of the ADT artist researchers led us to rethink and recalibrate the prescribed conceptualization and art production processes for the students. The first ADT research approach, as discussed, favored the exploration of medium and technique more than the development of the problem, objectives, and methods. On the other hand, the second approach devoted more attention to the problematique in the discourse and has left limited time for artwork creation. An arts research framework developed by Graeme Sullivan was adopted as a springboard for this attempt to once again redefine the conceptualization and art creation processes in ADT Arts Research Program. Furthermore, the use of the framework was aimed at addressing the challenges experienced by the previous batches as expressed by the research mentors themselves. It was apparent that the research mentors and members of the panel who critique the works have different perspectives and interpretations of the art research practices. Hence, what is taught is different from how it is evaluated. Although this is common in any research area, in the case of ADT research, the difference is seemingly irreconcilable, which resulted in confusion among students. We also acknowledge that most of our research mentors are more on the practitioners of their fields, but they are not that well trained in the integration or use of research to practice. Some of the mentors are exposed to research methods that when applied to the arts research in one way or another have reduced the artist's voice in their works. In an overview, the framework granted the students choices among three pathways. The first one is the genre exploration, where the artists attempt to inquire on the artistic methods and techniques. Critical process, where the artist investigates the existing systems and communities. And interpretative, where the art is seen as text and beholder of meaning. The framework did not resolve the issues completely, but its introduction is still acknowledged as an improvement to the arts processes of the previous batches. The framework has allowed students to freely work on a subject or topic of interest, their choice of art genre, and how to approach them. There's more an eye in the produced artwork while contextualizing the students' introspection into the external factors or entities that affect them or what matters to them through research. The research mentors, as beginning artist researchers themselves, use the framework to gain more insight into what is expected from the students' outputs. This has somehow standardized how the students' art research projects are also assessed. From the collection of works produced by the batch, it is apparent that most still pursue the critical process. This aligns with the practices of the ID 119. However, this time, the conceptualization was not limited to the boundaries of identified critical theories. Moreover, the framework validated the research path that explores mediums and techniques. This is mostly utilized by students working on art creations in design and applied arts. The framework, as I have mentioned, did not resolve the identified issues completely or thoroughly. It has in fact opened up more questions and revealed more gray areas as to what arts research is. But this is perceived as a promising step towards further development of the arts research program of the DLSU Senior High School.
Let me introduce to you our Arts and Design Track program and how the arts research previously discussed by our colleagues was integrated into the curriculum. The Arts and Design Track, as part of the Basic Education K-12 program, is set to adhere to a state-mandated practical research curriculum. Although beneficial, as this ensures that the senior high school students, regardless of their chosen strand or track, for example, the arts and accounting, business and business management, the humanities and social sciences, and the STEM, they develop the same level of competency in research writing. However, it poses challenges in our arts and design students. In our curriculum, our student artists are expected to study 4 subject areas. The core courses, or the general education courses set by the Department of Education for across all senior high school student tracks. The theory and workshop classes for skills mastery in their chosen art discipline, whether it's visual arts, applied art, multimedia art, creative writing, theater arts, dance, or music. The third subject area is the arts management classes, where we integrate the concept and practice of arts management, leadership, and creative industries. And lastly, also initially state prescribed, was the practical research or the arts research subject area. In the depth ed, or in the Department of Education's practical research course, there was a premium to the discussion in the basics of research in general. So in the 2 to 3 subjects of practical research, there's a discussion of the nature of research, whether it's quantitative or qualitative, the process of research writing, and the different types of research, where the latter highlights qualitative and quantitative research, as I have said. The focus was on quantitative and qualitative. mostly applied to STEM and humanities and social sciences, limiting the discussion of the other kinds in different fields, such as the variety of approaches in arts research. So in the depth ed state prescribed practical research, there's no to little discussion in arts research in general. In response to this setback in the program, the integrated school, senior high school, aligned, customized, or contextualized the practical research courses with the theory and workshop classes. So it became supplementary or complementary rather to the skills mastery courses that our students would learn. So they will now work hand in hand, where related literature or critical theories are expected to be discussed in their theory classes, or in their while skills mastery also in their workshop classes, complemented by the students' application of art making and research writing in their practical research classes. In hindsight, the complementary nature of theory and workshop classes with the arts research classes allows for intensive training in art making and writing. It's expected that the research-based output from the final practical research subject becomes the culminating project of the students. We acknowledge that there is a need for us to further develop the program that is responsive to the contemporary art practices and sensitivities. One good feature of the De La Salle University Senior High School Research Program is the exhibitionary platform of the Research Congress. For our arts and design track students or artist researchers, the integration of practical research into the curriculum in conjunction with the theory and workshop classes warrants the research to be product-oriented, or at the end of the research, they must produce an artwork as an output together with a research paper. And these are somehow expected or encouraged to be presented, exhibited, or performed at the end of the academic year. Within the university, there are research congresses established that can provide an avenue for our students to present their arts research for the scholarly public. So we have the De La Salle University Arts Congress, organized by the College of Liberal Arts, and then we have the De La Salle University Senior High School Research Congress, organized by the Senior High School Division. So these congresses now accepts arts research done by our students. These research presentations open the doors for our arts and design track students to explore the possibility of exhibiting their arts research projects within the context of academic conference, aside from exhibiting their work within gallery walls or performing their pieces in the performance center. So we see the congresses as an exhibition platform. Although presented online during the pandemic, these allowed our arts and design students to put forward their research outputs that address contemporary issues and problems. The modality of the research conference as an exhibit platform offers a different approach to distributing and consuming artworks, and the artists became knowledge producers, in which the knowledge they produced were byproducts of conceptualization, problematization, design, and art making.
Good day. I am Ms. Daryl Gadingan, a faculty of the Arts and Design Track Department of the De La Salle University Integrated School. I have handled different theory, workshop, and research classes of our arts and design students. Today, I will be discussing about our understanding and foreseeing of the DLSUIS Senior High School Arts and Design Research Program. Allow me to start first with our navigation of educational ambiguities. The adjustment to remote learning due to the health risks of COVID-19 posed several challenges in education. The De La Salle University Senior High School particularly attended to the challenges in transitioning to online distance learning. There was a significant rise in the number of students failing, and for some, needing academic monitoring. The educators had to instantaneously modify all learning materials to the new learning mode. Furthermore, physical, mental health, and technological assistance had to be strengthened to aid the La Sallian community in navigating through the unique circumstances of the pandemic. It was necessary to respond to the educational plight rippled by the health crisis. The need for a more dynamic approach to these uncertainties of the society and education was realized. Adjustments to facilitate practical research courses followed suit. For instance, classes for students with challenging internet connectivity were institutionalized, and we called it as the independent home learning. Expected student outputs were modified for remote learning, and several online platforms were explored to transition exhibits and live performances. The creation of crisis proactive research outputs were emphasized. Responding to alike ambiguities led DLSU to adapt challenge-based learning as the new educational framework in the university. Challenge-based learning refocuses the design of subjects to evoke big ideas, ask big questions, and formulate infinite solutions to open-ended community-based challenges. It highlights the process of learning more than the solution. The collaboration of problem owners, the teachers, and the learners are its core primary emphasis. The adaptation of CBL as a new educational framework to redesign the curriculum provides a research-alike approach to learning. First, it evokes students to ask big questions in the same manner that a researcher observes to formulate queries and dissect different gaps. It positions the learner as either or neither part of the community, akin to a researcher who may be observing with either outsider or the insider perspective. Second, CBL prescribes the engage, investigate, and act framework, comparable to a researcher following different conceptual frameworks and methods of knowing. Furthermore, we saw that CBL acknowledges that the framework is not to be used exclusively, as it only offers a starting point. CBL promotes the endless possibilities to offer solutions to the identified challenges. Similarly, recommendations for recontextualization, rethinking, expanding of scope, etc., are also packed in research. Since the birth of the DLSU Arts and Design program in 2018, several opportunities to promote and further integrate creativity and art appreciation have been made in the university. Interstream research outputs were gradually explored, and project collaborations of students from different academic disciplines were made possible. It exhibits the direction of the university as stream, namely science, technology, reading, engineering, arts, and mathematics, underscored by the direction to adapt CBL as a pedagogical approach furthers the learner's experience with interdisciplinary education. Moving forward, we foresee that the senior high school research has yet to be further explored and studied, guided by the framework of challenge-based learning as a pedagogy in art research for basic education amidst emerging arts research practices of artist scholars in the country, Southeast Asia, and in the world. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation, and we hope that this work adds to the literature on how arts and design programs are facilitated in basic education, most especially in the context of Southeast Asian countries. We definitely hope to also learn from our co-participants in this conference.
Thank you very much for the team from De La Salle University in Manila. So they are actually online, even though this presentation is taped. Now we come to the last speaker of our panel and also the conference, Professor Francesca Mussolo from Luigi Vermicelli University of Italy. She will be speaking on design creativity in food management experiments in Italy. Francesca?
Hi, can you listen to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Very clear.
Okay. Now I work in Campania near Naples, and I must say that on these specific themes we have already collaborated with the Hong Kong students working with Desmond Dewey and his university. We have specifically collaborated on the theme also of working in design and at the same time working with earth. I mean, working like agriculture. So is agriculture something connected in some way with the themes of the shapes, the themes of the aesthetic, the themes of every field of culture. So I want to explain to you, just a minute. I want to show to you not only the drawings of students, but much more the ideas at the base of our practice. Can you listen to me? I'm a bit worried that something doesn't work.
We are listening. Are you going to show us something by sharing your screen? Yeah.
It's not, you cannot see the my screen?
I can only see you, but not any drawings.
Just a minute. I'm worried. I don't know why. Only me? Schermo. There's something, should be something that
You need to share the screen, is that correct? You want to
yeah,
show the
but
drawings or the
probably
projects,
there is something you cannot see. I try to sign the schermo, and there should be something wrong. Is it okay now?
Yeah. We could see something
Yeah,
now.
just a minute. Probably there was something wrong on my iPad. I don't know what was. And I hope that it can work. Just a minute. I don't know why it's so lame. Can you see it now?
Yeah. This is what you want to show us, right? Yeah.
So everything is okay. It's working. That's important.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Carry on.
My research began a lot of years ago, starting in Cambridge, as Desmond we already know because he was there at that time a lot of years ago, and it started from the ideas of the 18th century landscape design. So already at the beginning, my research was a connection of earth, design, and the culture. Because, as you know, in the 18th century English aesthetic theories, there was a strictly connection between what people used to do in practice, shaping the earth, giving another shape to the landscape, and at the same time believing that this was not only a work made with hands, but also with the theory. So the theme is very, very strong now because something is again changing, and we now must work on this connection again. As you know, it is a field in which the focus is generally practicing or working on cultural tradition, as in Italy as always have done. What's the reason why I've written in Italian bisogno di cose piccole di fronte al disastro? I've written in Italian and I translate now because it's the need of small action. Why I have written Italian? Because it is a tradition of Italian, and you now see drawing of students of mine on Pompeii. I used to go with my student in Pompeii because it's a kind of roots of Italian tradition of connecting theory and practice. And I really believe that Pompeii, not only because it's so close to my practice, but also because Pompeii is, I think, something very close to the work of design, the work of agriculture for everybody in the world. And why cose piccole? What's the meaning of this cose piccole? It's the meaning is small thing. Why small things? Because we live in a period of disaster, announced disaster for environment, and every day we listen people saying of sustainable practice. Sustainability is a word that we can hear every day. But how can you measure the measure of this real sustainability? Sometimes the idea is that it's only a manifesto, while on the contrary, things are going away in a difficult situation. So when you work with earth, when you have an agriculture, also piccolo, small action, even in your balcony, even in your garden, even when you have a new potatoes, a new tomato, a new flower, you really do something very small, very piccolo, but you do something which is real. So it's really sustainable, because otherwise sustainable is something like a theoretical idea, but not a practice. And why Pompeii? Because Pompeii was structured on the real connection of artificial structure and natural structure. Each house in Pompeii was in the layout a double meaning place. You had agriculture, food, resources into the house, and you had at the same time architecture, design. So design and food facilities can be again sustainably bounded like in Pompeian tradition. And why it is important? It is important because, you know, more than half of the global population lives in town. And the phenomena is increasing every day. So in few decades, a lot of people will live in town. And so the idea could be, again, like in Pompeian tradition, again, having a connection between architecture, between town and food design, like in Pompeii, again, because it's really something that we need to have. Here you find a drawing of a student of mine. Actually, it was a Chinese student of mine. She was in my university for a small period of time, and she was really fascinated by the idea of Pompeii, and she reproposed the idea of a connection not only with the vegetation, not only with the gardens, but only with the water. The water supply in Pompeii, which is something bound to contemporary sustainable rainwater harvesting, again, was an idea for her to returning to the tradition of Pompeian combination of nature and architecture. And I have here an old book of mine. I translate the title, which is Aperture Spazi di Luce, and it was openings and light spaces. And the idea was I tried to take a lot of picture only exclusively by magazines of the Olivetti tradition. You find written Italian Olivetti tradition. Who was Olivetti? Olivetti was an Italian rich man in the 50s, 60s, who believed in a dream of returning to working class. Today is the working day holiday in Italy and in other part of the world, and the working class best way of living. So not only what's necessary for people, not only the poor people need not only what's necessary, like, you know, at the beginning of the modern movement was the idea giving to everybody what they need. But the idea of Olivetti was not only what they need, but also what they don't need. The surplus, what is exceeding the ordinary life, but they need also living well. And so living in spaces like in Pompeian area, in which you live contemporary in a town, but you live also with agriculture, with the open space, is a new dream, something which I really don't need, but it's useful for my wellness. And you find this is Italian designer of some decades ago, Ippolito Pozzetti, and this is a naive way of drawing. He used to draw the orchard for each house. Instead, you find out my students try to connect it, the idea of open space with agriculture cycle connected in one environment in which also the architecture, as in tradition in South Italy, was connected with the natural element. In the corner you find how old Italian architecture was bounded to wind, to water, to sun, and obviously to vegetation. And also in this roof, for example, you find all the elements, natural elements entering. Like also when you work on the earth, you have to work with the natural elements like structure. It's possible to slopes, to contain slopes with the natural elements, with the roots, and making a new practice. Yeah, we are not in south of Italy, but in Milan, and it is Musa, M-U-S-E, excuse me, Musa experience, which is an experience very close to Milan, but it's an experience of returning to work with the earth, with agriculture. And again, like in Pompeii, because in Pompeii you find also vineyard. This was a way of practice of vineyard who were inside the town. And like in this Musa, again, they try to have this connection like it was in antique Pompeian tradition. And what I suggest is returning to student practice as teacher. We could try to teach to students, as there are not two different fields, theoretical field, aesthetical experience, and the practical experience, because students sometimes try to drawing in sense of very fascinating images, and then they think that the practical fields are separated with from aesthetic, while returning to the roots of antique Roman tradition, you can find that the two fields, aesthetic and the practice, are strictly connection. There is a kind of mystic connection between the practice, what you really do with your hand, and with you do in terms of fascinating images. I want to conclude now with this. Excuse me. Can you listen to me now? Because I
yes, we have been.
Yes, I want to conclude with two Italian words, which is cultura and coltivazione, but it's also the same in English, not very different. Coltivare in Italian is something which you like cultivation. You can coltivare also a theory, but it's also a word for coltivare, like cultivation of vegetables, of fruit, of flowers. So there is a strict connection of theory and practice in these two words, and these two words, cultivation of theories, of a hope for the future, and at the same time doing something with the end, could be something which I think we should ask students and young people to think of. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. I think this is again, a very good description with culture as cultivation, right? And education, research, teaching, this is all comparable to the cultivation as in nature. Yeah. So thank you all for all the presentations. Now I think we have come to the end of our conference, but I think we promised that we will allow some time for wrapping up discussion, so I like to invite, all the speakers for the afternoon panels, to maybe come up here, Samuel, Patrick, and Joseph, Christine, yeah. And then perhaps, the speakers for the morning might also join us, in this round table. If you would just come in, and maybe just sit around, this table, we can have maybe an exchange of like 10 to 15 minutes, to wrap up. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Just take away the back. Yeah. So I think coming up here allows the participants to see all of us actually in the room. Yeah. Great. Okay. So I think just my observation in the afternoon, that from our colleagues at the Seng University, they are doing interesting projects, that with performing arts, dance, and using, techniques, in traditional culture, as well as, the new technology of robotics, right? And then the last panel actually is also interesting. The two presentations that related to food and nurture and culture, while there are also, the Masha's presentation that is to do with reshaping values with our art research, design, and education, and also, the example from the Philippines on the curriculum invention. Yeah. So I think anyone want to make any observations or comments from the afternoon panels? Or any questions, for the presenters for their presentations, which you would have wanted to ask them, but somehow, yeah. Hi, hello, Iris, please go ahead.
I have a question for those who presented on games as heritage, because I noticed, I recall back when everybody was locked down in the pandemic, I had my students do some reflective work, and some of them mentioned that it was in games that they found themselves meeting up with friends online. And basically, I was wondering if because there is this very social aspect that happens when things like that happen, how are these, I guess, how might you think these things are documented, the actual gameplay, especially when it's very social and interactive, and between just normal players.
Thank you, Iris, for your great questions. Indeed, our team in the past, we also have dealt with some of the concepts that are relating to how physical presence together with virtual presence of the gamers or the players on the same community. For example, the concept of co-presence, meaning how we may, in our society nowadays, be present at the same time, both virtually and physically, just like what we're doing right now. And this new opportunity provided by the online and information communication technology actually has reshaped what we imagine a game world can be. So for example, during the pandemic, there was this game by Nintendo called the Animal Crossing. So each of the player, they got to create their own character, and then they can meet a point flying over to another player's island. And one of which that I have played so long time with my Singaporean friends and also friends from different parts of the world. And this shapes the social dimensions of video games, as in video games as cultural heritage. It has dimensions of creating collective memory. It creates a kind of social identity. It also creates some kind of community that are beyond geographical boundaries. And that's, I think, is something that we would also like to look into in our future research. And yeah, thank you, Iris, for your questions.
Not a question, but more like a comment. I think I really love how eclectic the various topics are. And I also like the fact that even though we may be using different words, a lot of us are talking about the same thing. Like I was talking about entanglements, and then I think, Patrick, you're talking about conditionality, how the conditions are also has become that's part of learning. And then when the conversations about farming and how the humility that is required. And all of this, I just like the fact that we are all entering in and exiting with different points, but there are so many intermingling points. And I think this is it's really exciting for me. I paid for my own trip here, so I think it's all worth it just for this alone.
Yes, anyone?
Yeah, I do have a question for Patrick, and thanks for sharing. I think it's very informative and inspiring. And I think between, you mentioned about Kung Fu and Tai Chi and dance, and are there like the training process, techniques, and also the purpose are quite different, and how do they integrate with each other when, or anything that to be aware of when one adopt, from another?
Thanks, Rochelle. It's a topic to write a thesis. And yes, I think there's should have many layers, from philosophy to operating principles to techniques or practical skills. I think for each type of performative heritage, there could be a lot of different layers we talk about. We still have a lot of missing gaps to find out what exactly they are and how they transmit from one generation to another, and during the process how interpretation would be rolling and spreading into new knowledge. We are still not fully understand how these processes happen, and I think each case study may help us to know more. Well, I didn't answer a couple of questions actually.
Yes.
Following Rochelle's question, or on Patrick's presentation. Because Rochelle and Patrick also use the media of dance, right, to do the research. And I have a question or a thought. Is that dance is media would easily translate martial arts and Chinese choreography into its form of presentation, or they adapt or digest all those ideas, philosophy behind calligraphy and martial art into another form or another level, another ideas of presentation. So if it's happened or it matters that the pedagogy or research in the whole process is not only the translation or simulation of from one artwork or one performance into another one. It's another kind of synergy or another level of performance by dance as a form of presentation. This is my thought, and then maybe it's another thesis, I know.
Thanks for the questions. It's quite inspiring. I think human body is both a medium and a conscious entity. So it is quite an interesting medium. It can reflect what he or she is doing, but at the same time, it could be a medium for expressing something. Perhaps for these reasons, dance and theater acting could be embodiments to passing knowledge, but at the same time have a strong consciousness to reflect what he or she is doing and be more aware of the learning and educating process. So just make an analogy, is a human body and conscious is at this moment is more conscious than AI. So we don't know the black box of AI processing, but we could be more reflexive to understand what we are doing and how we can do it better. I think it is my understanding, my view on why dance or in general performative theater actor can be a transmission medium and at the same time a conscious knowledge knower.
Yeah, I just have one point to add on to Patrick's answer. I think to make it short, painting it's another form of visual art, same as dance, right? So in many ways that they resonate with each other. Yeah, but there are two layers. One is the internal layer, which is the mindset and the purpose and the concept. And another one is the external, which is the form, right? They can be resonate with each other through imitation. Thank you.
Masha actually has a question, maybe Masha, you want to speak out on this?
Yeah, for sure. It's so fascinating because I think a lot of us have talked today about interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity. And I guess something I'm thinking about is, on the one hand, absolutely wanting to advocate for the practical reason that we want to get different kinds of practitioners working together. We don't want silos. But in my view, interdisciplinarity in particular assumes that you have disciplines to kick against. So you have these particular areas of expertise. And I guess as we are trying to be increasingly sensitive to cultural appropriation, do we also need to be sensitive to the appropriation of these different areas of practice so that there's some kind of honoring of those traditions as they sort of move between? And I don't have any answers for this, but I am just really fascinated to hear what colleagues think about this in light of the work that they're doing.
Thank you. So any response? Yeah. Patrick, again? Okay.
One comment is, I think in these traditions, movement traditions, as well as in agriculture as well, you could consider agriculture as a movement tradition as well, moving with the crops, moving with the soil, moving with the compost pile that we are turning. There's a challenge of knowledge making. Like there's internal knowledge in your body, there's a body memory that you carry. When I do Tai Chi, when I dig into the soil, when I put in a potato in the soil to decide now it's in the right place because my hand tells me, indicates me. And then trying to externalize that knowledge. You indicated there's these various volumes of books where the ancient general tries to depict these movement traditions, and it's really difficult to externalize that knowledge, to pass it on in this form. And so some knowledges are best transmitted through shared experience as opposed to movement practice in a group. I don't know if you have any thoughts to add here.
I don't disagree. I think that's absolutely fascinating. And it feels to me, though, that then the common denominator is movement. And I guess, again, the question is, do we think about movement and disciplines as being distinct? I think we do. So I guess maybe I would like press Rochelle, because you're working across painting and dance in a very particular way. Do you feel as though that the dancers, maybe to be very straightforward about my question, have any obligation to honor painting on its own terms, or is it fine, which I think many people would argue, particularly in post-conceptual critical art practice, that it's fine. You use painting and you use dance, and that's your prerogative. But I just am really fascinated if maybe there are different paradigms in play, and where the kind of cultural sensitivity in terms of formal sensitivity might come in or not. So I don't know, Rochelle, to put you on the spot, if you have any thoughts about that. Thank you.
This is a deep and great question. Thank you so much. I just mentioned about there's two layers, right? One is internal, the other is external. And sometimes that I think always it's always better to identify the purpose, of that creation. Sometimes that the visual art would take the lead. And at times that the choreography would take the lead. It also depends on what type of result we try to evoke from the audience. And it's really quite important to, no matter as a theater director or people who work on the set. And number two, that a lot of times that we were so carried away by the movement themselves because they're so beautiful. And it's already hard. They have their very, very own strong personality, and it's hard to somehow be coherent or follow the visual arts. It's similar, vice versa for the visual arts. And so it's important to find their commonality, the similarities, sometimes not from the external form, sometimes just from the concept. The conceptual coherence, I think, is way more important than just the formality. Yeah, that's what I think. So we can preserve both the culture and the essence of both.
Maybe one last comment before we have to
Okay, sure.
move on to our dinner.
Sure. I'd like to address Dr. Masha's conversation about appropriation, right? Appropriation, and when we're doing interdisciplinary. I think earlier last year, I was doing an interdisciplinary project, a filmmaker with a Malay traditional musician. And I think the purpose of this is to find out if there can be an interdisciplinary connection. The inevitable thing when a Chinese filmmaker who is a visual thinker works with a Malay traditional musician who is about sound and no visuals, is that I will be interpreting Malay traditional music with my eyes, which is the eyes of a filmmaker, flattens, put things on the image, put things on the screen. But I think because he and I have a certain trust and we allowed each other to interrogate the practice of each other, which means he starts to interrogate filmmaking, I start to interrogate music, and inevitably, because I'm Chinese looking at Malay traditional music, I interrogated Malayness. In a traditional sense, it will be considered appropriation. I'm asking questions that are difficult to answer. I say, what makes Malay Malay? What makes Malay music? Where is the Malayness in this Malay music if you're using Western instruments? But somehow, because there is so much allowance to enter into each other's worlds, he's talking with the language of visuals and music. And I'm trying to make music with no knowledge of music. And we discovered a common new interdisciplinary language that we are both, the commonality that you're talking about. We discovered that the commonality is not in the visual or the music, but it's in the concept of time. Because both the filmmaker and the musician works across some kind of timeline, and end up he was editing visuals and I was editing music. And this is how, interestingly, we are truly interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary rather than just cross. Like the music guy does the music and he mixes with some film visuals. Yeah, so that was interesting. I just want to share that the allowance to go in and appropriate each other's work.
Great, yeah. So thank you all, for your contributions. I think it has been a very fruitful, meaningful exchange, on ideas. And in fact, for the results of our conference, we are now working with Springer to publish, our papers as a book, and that would be in the series of Digital Culture and Humanities series. So I think this would be a very good beginning for our collaboration on this publication. Yeah, and because we have to go to the dinner. They could only hold a table for us for 15 minutes or something, Has been very busy these 2 days, with the tourists. So so we have to stop here. But I'd like to thank particularly Marsha, Francesca, Iris, and all those online. Sorry that we cannot treat you for the dinner, but next time when you come to Hong Kong,
Next time, that's one.
We will do that. Yeah.
Next time in Italy or in China.
Yeah, Italy as well,
Thank
or in
you
London.
Very much.
Okay, so
Bye.
why don't we here in the room, take a group photo in the backdrop, when we all maybe stand there, and then we will make our way to our dinner. So to you online, bye-bye, and we'll be in touch regarding your manuscript, for publication.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hui, and the committee and conference. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.